some of you aren't worth wasting your time on because you're hardly honest people.
Yeah,
and you stand for
you
stand for a dead fucking dying paradigm.
What?
Why would people like me want to entertain people like you? Why?
Oh my
Why
God.
would I even want to be friends with someone like that?
Jesus,
Why would
man.
I even want to be friends with someone like that? Why?
Why wouldn't you want to be friends with people?
Yeah, Merle.
Like that.
damn.
Liars and deceivers, cheaters, manipulators. Yeah, they're the people I want close to me.
I'm a liar and a deceiver. And Merle, come on, man.
Merle is correct in what he says. He's not wrong.
In general, no one wants to be friends with that type of person.
When it comes to
I don't know if
heliocentrism,
anyone
Leaf, you're
here
as
is that
slippery
type
as
of
a
person.
fucking eel. You are slippery as a fucking eel. When it comes to your family, totally different convo. You are slippery as fuck, Leaf. I've known you for years.
When it comes to, I don't know, Merle.
Bandsaw might entertain your bullshit, but I won't.
I'm not going to entertain this bullshit. Let's not get it
we're getting
personal.
Yeah, Merle,
we're not going to have that.
Personal. Like, I don't know if I'm allowed to respond or not.
Please don't respond. Let's blow by it.
Let's move on. Let's move on.
Yeah, let's just jack each other off and pretend
Okay,
we're all
You're lucky, Merle.
I'm going to give you a warning.
Sure, Mel, that you're proving my statement, mate. You're proving my statement earlier.
You fake friends. I get it. I get it.
Jeez, Merle.
Okay, let's leave it at that.
You lucky, Bandsaw asked me nicely, Merle. You're so lucky.
I'm lucky for what? That I'm a real person. I've got real thoughts and real feelings about all of you. Yeah, I'm fine.
Well, I mean, I've actually really enjoyed this whole day. Like, I've been like working and listening, and like I think it's been on fire. I mean, I get that you've been super upset and you kind of just did a whole rampage against the whole room, but I've been having a great time.
Yeah, same, man.
I don't believe that. I really don't.
This day's been amazing. Witsit came in earlier, like Witsit and Lemon. That was like one of the best I've heard in a while. It was on fire, dude. They were just going back and forth. Like that's actually like we should cut that out and actually use that for something. But and then I mean, this last conversation has been very like deep into physics, but I'm just not sure quite what happened to create this reaction within you.
Anyway,
well, I didn't hear Witsit. I didn't hear Witsit and I didn't hear Lemon, but I've listened to them before and I can imagine what was said. And we're no closer.
I don't know,
we're
man.
No closer.
It was unlike most of what you hear. It was more spiritual, definitely more spiritual. I think you would have appreciated it.
What were they discussing though? Lemon and Witsit.
It's tough to
I didn't bring it up to
John. Lemon percentage, and then Jin, you be Witsit, and you guys just reenact.
That's not going to happen. Suffice to say, it was more spiritual. It was more of a metaphysical conversation about like the esoteric nature of our existence. It was deep.
Yeah, it was deep.
There was also a full rundown of like the ether and the way light travels. A lot of the physics side of that, but I'm just saying, Merle. Like, see, but it's actually funny, Merle, because right before like that happened a few minutes ago, I noticed the live stream went down, and it looks like the server went down, so I had to like switch it over to the other one. So like that was all happening. I couldn't really get to my mic, and I was having to like fix the live stream, and then like it just sounded like you were super upset at the room. So I guess I mean, unless we want to just move on, but I mean, I just wanted to give you a chance if there's anything that. That
I think there's a much more effective way. What I see here is I have an issue with it, and what it is that the ballers get babysat in here. I don't like it.
They need to be spanked.
Well, it isn't like we're trying to take your sandwich or anything, Merle.
I think this server is built on respect.
Yeah,
respect for everyone's different opinions, different ideas, different concepts. That's what this server is built on, and everyone gets their say fairly.
Some more than others, I feel.
At times, some people talk more than others. Yes, Jin, right? But that's just the way of life. Sometimes.
Who got that pot? Awaken.
But on the whole, the server's a great server, without a doubt.
Wake and bake.
Hey, Jin.
Yeah.
Hold on. I post your new motorbike. I did tag you. You might not have seen it.
Oh, I haven't seen it yet. No, not yet.
Go in chat. I did.
Let me have a look, because I'm not looking at the screen.
Let's see. Might be on my phone. I'll post it again.
What, you got a new bike, have you? Is that what you're saying?
Here we go. No, you are. You're going to have a new bike.
This is your bike.
It's got a bazooka on it, Jin. The Jinbuka.
Oh, man.
I mean, at the end of the day, Merle, people are people, you know, and if it's an open panel, people can come in and discuss things. I mean,
fantastic.
Yeah,
it's either an open platform or it's some of these servers are run a little bit more like a cult, where it's like just people are just banned because they don't like them or they don't agree, and then it kind of ends up being more of a limited kind of vibe, you know, where it's just sort of like a group of people that want to just ban certain people, and you know, in that sense. So that's the thing. I mean, are you just saying you have frustration that people are still, you know, thinking the Earth's a globe and that way?
Man, what y'all was?
That's the thing. I mean,
thanks very much, Bansor.
I don't think at this time it's healthy to let a heliocentrist reify or try to reassert that the Earth is a globe at this stage. If you've got to the flat Earth way of thinking already on your own.
I'm sorry, I'm cutting you off, homeboy. I'm sorry, but what, like, on the point you started it on? What did I come into? You was talking about pinning them down. I didn't know what you was even talking to Kosho about, and then you was telling dude to pin them down. Why don't y'all get back to that?
Yeah.
Well, then if you don't like it, Merle, why don't you just associate yourself talking about the same thing? All right, and you'll all be in agreement if you don't like the conversation.
Because this is old ground. This isn't new ground.
Okay, then.
That's why I'm reacting.
If it's old ground,
you're not
right,
making new ground.
Okay,
you're not. That's the problem.
Well, maybe
I don't think
for
you guys know how to.
Maybe
Sometimes
you
I think
aren't.
you guys don't know how to.
Maybe
no,
other people
I am.
aren't.
Right. And there's other people I've discussed this with, that the conversation feels stuck. It goes round and round in circles, never progresses.
Well, then what you can do is you can create another room with the people that feel stuck. But maybe the people
I
that
don't
are
feel stuck, but
well,
the people involved.
People that are involved in these conversations today, maybe they don't feel stuck. That's quite possible.
Well, that's not exactly intellectually honest.
Really?
Yeah, it's not.
Earl, remember the other day when you were quoting that movie where the guy, he's like, I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore?
We're not gonna take it. Dum, 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 dum. We're not
that,
gonna take it.
Yeah.
We're not gonna take it anymore.
I'm getting those vibes from you, and I think that they're righteous, you know, in feeling that way. Is that feeling?
I guess I'm just at a point where, like, it is one thing to respect a person, who they are. They're a human being. They've got flesh and blood like you. You respect them because they're a fellow being of the earth. But when it comes to their belief system, that person, once I clock that that's heliocentrism, I'm going to handle that person very differently once I know that. Because that person's dangerous. They're faulty. Their thinking is faulty. And once you know that, you can assist them to rewire their own brain.
That's a bad attitude because they've got the same thing. They think we're broken and they're coming in to fix us, and that's wrong. Everyone should just be having
Not
open
wrong.
discussions and science. It is. No, it's wrong.
It's not wrong, because if you got to the bottom of it, you'd see who's wrong.
Regardless of whether
And
it's
what are they
right or
wrong
wrong,
about?
Got to get to the bottom of it.
You're just being, you see something broken with the world, you know, you see something broken with the people. Obviously, something's fucking wrong. You know, we're being lied to. We're all just kind of trying to pick through the lies here. Some of us, you know,
Yeah.
it's a fucking, it can be a stressful environment. I feel you.
No need for it to be.
I just hope we would have, worked some of this stuff out definitively by now. It winds me up hearing science can't prove things, and it's just a cop-out.
Let me ask you something, though, and be honest, you know. When you first found out about Flat Earth, were you, like, immediately on board, or did you argue for the globe for a period of time?
Yeah, I did.
You were talking to the Flat Earthers like, come on, dude. What are you talking about? This is the Earth as a globe.
6 months. For 6 months.
You know, that's, so there you go right there. We got to let we got to let the people speak so they can all get there on their own time.
Mm-hmm.
I was there within 5 minutes.
I bet you were, Jen. I bet you were.
Yeah, I was. I was feeling a rather buck, very inadequate, very useless, because I'd missed all the clues. My eyes were wide shut.
It's just my view, and then I'll zip it. It's my view. If we're all being intellectually honest with ourselves, whether we're baller or flat earther, we will arrive at the exact same place if we're intellectually honest. And that place is, I don't know. That's where you'll arrive.
I agree. I 100% agree.
Yeah, well, I mean, not everything. Some things we can know, surely.
Yeah, well, let me ask. Yeah, no, that's well said. Well, and let me ask you this, Merle, because we actually were talking about this the other day. It's one thing to have a discussion, you know, like a podcast style where people are exchanging ideas, and it's a back and forth, which we have a lot on here. But then there's also an energy, and let me just see if this resonates with you, where some globe earthers, you know, because the thing is, the discussions on the server, it doesn't have to be some kind of like debate about the shape of the earth. It often is, because sometimes those discussions happen, but I'm just saying it's not like that has to be what it is all the time. And we talk about all kinds of other things, in many different ways. But when it is that energy, there has been a pattern, which we all know well, where a globe earther who's been in this for a very long time, they're aware of all the ideas and arguments and things, where they'll come in and almost kind of bait people, by kind of trying to, like, quote unquote debate it, but it's not really a debate because they already know what they're going to say. And they already know how they're going to say it, to the point to where they feel like they have an argument, at least an explanation that they can say. And then in that sense, potentially it ends up being like a troll where, they actually want to loop us in circles and keep us frustrated by going over some of the same things, rather than having that more, open kind of building discussion. And that perhaps could happen the other way around too, somebody doing that to a globe earther as well. But I'm just expressing, that concept. So does that resonate, that happens sometimes?
Yes, because Jem will mention that as well. Us employing tactics. That's what he calls it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it does happen both ways, if we're going to kind of use the idea of the two general kind of cosmology, ideas here. So yeah.
My full stop on it, Gio, is in the spirit of honesty. If we could employ that, everyone involved, it would be really interesting as an experiment to see where that leads. Because I really do think that's the key to unlocking the whole realm itself. It is based on honesty. But what's happened, a certain type of human being, they employed thinking like mine, yours, us, them. These lines got drawn. and humanity was divided into compartments and sections. That's what we have to reclaim this time round. We have to get that back. I know that, Gio.
And
for the future generations.
Everyone's discovery of honesty and their honesty moves at a different pace too, Mel.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah? Yeah?
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, that concept I was referring to, you know, I mean, it technically could happen on either, you know, sort of side, if you will, or in any type of discussion, but it sort of falls in that category of like either LARPing or sea lioning, where it's like a purposeful, inauthentic way to go about a conversation where instead of an actual, you know, real conversation that's happening, it's like one person is sort of playing an act and then just trying to get the other person, you know, to respond in that sense and to kind of create some kind of a dynamic that isn't necessarily as like open and creative as it could be, perhaps.
Yeah.
Yeah. But just as long as it finishes off, the up is flat indeed, I'm happy. At the end of the session.
Because even if I was a baller and I succeed with a flat earther in an argument or a debate at making the flat earther look silly and win the argument, whatever the argument is, I get a false win because I've then in my ego won that battle, but I still don't know, if I'm being honest, where I live, what I'm standing on, how that thing I'm standing on functions as an organic environmental system. I don't know these things. And I'm arrogant and I know it all because I went to school and I've got Google. I don't want to be that person. There's enough people like that. Anyway.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Flat Earth made me check myself. I'm so grateful for that. And with all the psyops around it and the characters and the shills and the agents and the fucking controlled narrative, we are the community. We've all got discernment. We can do this, guys. If we focus, we draw on all our skill set, our strengths, our weaknesses, we can do this. Like a government, like a council, like a round table. I have total faith in this room. That's why I'm hard on it sometimes. The intelligence is here. And we can challenge mainstream science. 100%, guys. And Travis might be the beginning of that, bringing them the mirage and something actual and practical. If this starts happening, they will have to eventually come and answer to us, the everyday people asking questions. The science book is meant to be open. We've got some real questions.
Let us keep talking about it.
Yeah, that was
I wasn't trying to shut it. I wasn't trying to shut it down. I'm saying there is nothing wrong with being strong sometimes, and showing them when they're wrong, how they're wrong, why they're wrong. You don't need to insult them.
No, we've done
they
that.
Don't need
it's
to
called pseudoscience. Right? That's the thing. Every field that they try and present as anything definitive is just a pseudoscience. We know this. It's been over this for years. We're basically discussing semantics now, like weight at altitude and shit, because there's nothing else coming forth from their side.
Right.
That's why it's
so
stalled.
It's getting flimsier and weaker by the day.
Yeah.
And we all know it, right? Like I don't know it all, far from it. But I'm brave enough after 7 years to say they've got a fucking serious issue.
Absolutely.
They are patching their model with, like you say, language, mathematics, and pseudoscience. That's embarrassing.
Yeah. They're changing the definition as they go along as well, by the way. Panicking. Desperately.
Got them on the ropes.
Are they desperate? Are they deliberately trying to just, lie and twist everything? Is it confusion? Is it honest, desperate, or is it calculated manipulation? This is what I'm looking at now. What kind of character does that? You know, because they're going away and they're coming back with new language. Now, is that a situation coming from desperate, really anxiety, yeah? Separation anxiety disorder? Or is it a calculated, manipulative individual who is out to deceit, working for a, like you say, he's an agent? This is what I'm trying to work out. What kind of people come to this server with their attitude that the earth is a globe? The Koshors, for example, and the who are the other ones that are out? You know the ones, Cheeky and all the Gem Pandas and the like.
Y'all ran them up.
You yourself, watch it. You could be falling in that net. But you know what I mean? Who are these people? So yeah, you're right. Sometimes you got to I call it pressing home the truth. Sometimes you got to ram it down their throats. Sometimes.
Well, at the end of the day,
sometimes,
if the truth can be revealed by having two opposing sides to something as major as like this whole situation with this globe Earth idea and what the Earth actually is, then in a lot of ways, wouldn't we say that both sides are, in a sense, essential to the synthesis of whatever will come out of all this?
Well, yeah.
100%. I got emotionally attached to the flat Earth as well. Like I started to fight for it. But I don't do that. I after the process, I don't think it's about choosing a side. It should be about what is true, just in my opinion. What's real, and however whatever shape it turns out to be, that's fine.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Never been about the shape at the end of the day. It's just the truth. That's what I say. Flat Earth truth.
They're all substitutes.
What? Substitutes?
Well, your heart and your mind is experiencing life. So you are qualified to speak on it.
God bless the pain. Joy.
And pain. Like sunshine and rain. Give it to me now. Joy. That was Frankie Beverly and Maze. And pain.
And there's nothing wrong with being wrong. If you're wrong, it's fine. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I think what you just said right there could go an incredibly long way if more people were able to integrate that. Like, because for example, if somebody feels like they're right and then they're, doing some kind of aggressive debating or something like that with someone else and getting very upset, it's like part of them.
Sorry, that'd be me.
Part of them must somehow feel like, in some cases, that they are like pissed off that this other person is wrong. And they have to either tell them they're wrong or come and fix them rather than just letting them be who they are. Even if they are wrong, so be it. It doesn't mean you still can't, assert truth or information or whatever it may be. And even in a like sparring, like intellectual sparring, or even get a bit heated, whatever it may be. But just allowing people to actually be wherever they're at and then using whatever discussion or connecting to be able to actually bounce those ideas so that each person can continue on their journey, whatever that may be. Rather than having to be attached to like the outcome or some anger that person is, thinking the way they are.
Because say if you were playing a dart game and you hit the bullseye, you did it. Like the proof's there. the darts in the dartboard right in the bullseye. You did it. It doesn't matter what they say. They could stamp their fist. They could yell. They could, yell at the sky. Fucking darts in the bullseye.
Well, let me ask Merle a question. Okay, we talk about the shape of the Earth, and we say this is why, and you say that's why. If it was so certain and absolute, wouldn't you be able to produce the evidence for it being such as it is, and that would end the argument, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think so. But to me now, I feel I can prove it.
Yeah, the evidence is out there. What are you talking about? Stanley Kubrick even told you, eyes wide shut. So you're not looking.
Well, I had to prove it to myself, Howard, like that was, I had to stand there and really put that to the test. Like, whilst standing on Earth, they say, I can't tell that I'm moving.
Right.
So I feel the rigidity of the Earth. I can physically sense and experience that there is no movement of the Earth. So it's like either they say my senses don't work on that micro level, that I can't detect it.
That's where they gonna put you in the rickety boat, bro. You can't even know.
So by default then, Earl, right, because I'm not disagreeing with what you proved to yourself, right? But by default, because you have proved it to yourself, does that then mean that, or there's a possibility now that you enter these arenas as well with bias, your bias of what you'll prove to yourself?
Yeah, I could be wrong.
Yeah,
I could be wrong.
Yeah,
and it might be everything there, everything that's being presented to us as an explanation is true, and that to me is what I've been testing. Like, because if it's true, there should be something besides an explanation. Heliocentrism has an answer for everything.
Well, there should be more people following your, agreeing or conforming your findings, and that's what's happening. What's being told to us hasn't been found. The heliocentric model, we can't find that anywhere. So it's not a bias, is it? You're coming with the truth now. It's not a bias. You're coming in after going out to search regarding this flat Earth. There's no bias going on. I'm not biased. I'm bringing in the truth here.
You're definitely coming with a bias. 100%.
No, not at all. No bias.
100%, Chin.
No, I'm not coming in with a bias. I'm coming in with the truth that the Earth is a flat plane because I haven't found the curvature or the spin, or the fact that we can't be in a vacuum without a container.
Yep.
Right.
That's your bias.
That's not bias, is it?
But he's not forcing anybody to comply. So it's not a bias.
Yeah.
The bias would mean that it applies outward. He's not applying it outward to anyone else.
Yeah. I'm bringing the truth here.
He's not talking about becoming the president or becoming some sort of leader and then using his ideas to force others to govern others.
I'm talking about bringing your bias of what you believe, what you think into an argument.
It's knowledge and facts. It's not bias.
If that's your knowledge and your, I don't necessarily disagree with them, but they are still your knowledge and your facts, as well as my knowledge and my facts. Mine.
Right, but
mine alone. Okay.
Yeah, but very.
That means we enter the arenas with our own bias,
with our own knowledge.
Our own bias. I know you don't, and you won't.
No.
Well, yeah.
Bandsaw, do you think it's possible to be biased with the truth? Do you think that's
Yes,
possible?
100%. Yeah.
How does that work?
100
Yeah, that's kind of a cool comment.
Yeah, 100% you can, but you still have that bias, don't you? What's that truth? Right? You can know something, okay? But when you enter a discussion or debate or argument or a forum, you have that bias that you bring with you.
No, I'm bringing the truth, not bias. It's
Yeah,
not
you
bias. It's
bring
like
your
I'm in
bias,
favour.
bias
I'm
truth.
bringing in the case of a debate where you've got the heliocentric model that doesn't exist, and then you've got the flat earth that does exist. I'm bringing in the truth. I'm not bringing a bias. I'm bringing the truth to the debate. Bias has no room. Only the facts. Let's put the facts on the table. Where are your facts? Can we prove your facts? They're not there. Bang, you're out. Finish. Next. That's it. Flat. Next one. No, that's not bias, is it? That's the truth.
Yeah.
Bring him.
Bring the next one.
It's like
thanks for my new bike, by the way. I took a picture of it, so I've kept it now.
No problems, Jin. I thought you'd appreciate that one.
Yeah, that's a good one, man. I'm keeping that. That's my flat earth bazooka Joe.
All right, but like, hey, you know how they got like Google Earth? We should make like Google Flat Earth.
Yeah. That's right. We should.
It's the same. It's exactly the same, mate. So when you zoom out, it's not round.
Just remove CGI and you're good to go.
That's what I mean. Like, I've seen motherfuckers try to cut that shit up before, bro. LA flat.
Yeah, when it's a globe though, it's got like that. They always deflate an already made globe. See what I'm saying? It's already distorted.
Right. That's why the people who cutting it up ain't got nowhere. But I'm saying we gotta find the holes or whatever. We gotta draw in the missing pieces.
That would be building a model, Don. We know that's not going to happen.
I've got a GIF. I've got an animated GIF of a horizontal plane, and it just morphs into a globe.
Yeah, I've seen that too. So like, you know what I mean? It's gonna be the distortion, or we gotta find the pieces.
They could take that data, those maps, and wrap it around any shape. Render it around a square or rectangle, triangle.
Right.
They just do a ball.
Right, but
their bias.
Yeah. But then I want to walk around it and shit. And I want to check left and right, you know what I mean? And forward and back.
Inside to side. There's a lot of times the globalists aren't telling you that you're wrong. They're saying that they feel wronged. Like because flat Earth has harmed them in some, or harmed humanity. Remember when they used to tell you to jump off a bridge to prove gravity, or drink bleach and cleanse a gene pool? They were articulating a punishment for wrongthink because they feel like you harmed humanity.
What would you think would be more interesting to talk about then, Crit? Like what the fuck a single photon is and how small and they think they got it, or like the power of the dark side? Speaking of harming people.
Well, you mean like Star Wars dark side?
Dark side or photon? What y'all think? Photon.
Well, Crit, in a way, what you were just saying, like I'll just respond to that. Like, it isn't necessarily you that they wanted to kill when they were saying that stuff. Like, not you personally, but I'm saying like, because there are all these like death threats, with flat earthers and whatnot. But it's not that they actually want to do that. It's as if they want to kill the idea, and they want to protect the current idea. And the thing is, the current globe idea is kind of what all of society rides on in a way. I mean, it's so fundamental in like the schooling system and in so many ways, to where it is sort of like it's viewed as the Copernican revolution, like this idea that, oh yeah, Copernicus. And then now with like NASA, like that's the, the height of it. So for them to consider that the Earth isn't that means that that entire paradigm has to shatter, and they have to realize that they've just been led along by psychopathic deceivers rather than actually inspired into some new idea of what the Earth was.
Well, listen to what Bart Sibro said. Okay, Bart Sibro said that he was talking to a professor, okay, who was teaching at university and that, and he said if Neil Armstrong tearfully explained to everyone that the moon landings were a hoax, would you believe it? Guess what he said? I'd still believe it. He said that they went to the moon. I cracked up and laughed. Believe that?
Yeah, they said that they went. They faked it, but they still went later.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember watching that too. They're saying maybe Nixon faked it, but at some point in the 80s or 90s, they went anyway. It just didn't document it, just didn't show it.
Very true. Yeah, that's what they've said as well. They've said that as well. It's silly. That's silly. We're fighting. You know, it's just ridiculous what's going on, man, with people. The depths they would go to keep the idea alive.
Well, it's like I've heard. I shouldn't even say this, but it reminds me when people say, like, "Oh yeah, they faked the moon landing. They filmed it on the moon."
Yeah, there you go.
Never mind.
I saw it on the radio.
Yes, the one joke. The one joke was like that Stanley Kubrick was so anal about his lighting, he couldn't get the lighting right, so he just decided to set the stage, use the moon as a set.
Yeah.
Boy, that moon landing. I mean, I give it at best a 2 out of 10 for effort. It's just abysmal. I really think they could have done better, but they just really cheaped out on it.
They really hammed it. They really hammed it in the US.
They weren't expecting anybody to question it because they had so many layers of government propaganda in place at the time that even suggesting something the government does was wrong could blackball you. You'd get FBI following you. Like you were a communist sympathizer.
Yeah, wow, that's intense. Yeah, because that was like after Vietnam and all that. So you were alive during that time. What was that like? Like, what was the feeling in the air when it was the moon landing? Like, what was your personal experience? Because you were alive then, kind of like a lot of us were alive for 9/11, so we can reflect on it. But what was that like back then?
Well, I mean, for that part, I was still pretty young.
Yeah,
it wasn't like so like later on in the 70s and stuff.
How old were you? 7? 8?
Yeah.
Yes, same here. Oh, for me, it was brilliant. Man on the moon. I thought, wow. Man,
did you watch it on TV? Did you believe it because you watched it on TV?
I watched it on TV. Yeah. I used to play football every day, but when the moon landings happened, I used to run home with my ball. No, not today, mate. Not for a while. I didn't play football because I was watching it on TV. Couldn't wait to watch the next installment.
So it just captivated like the whole world, essentially.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, would you say like everyone you knew had watched it, like your friends, other kids you went to school with? I mean, was it just universal that it was like the biggest news at the time?
It was big news, but not everyone was watching it. I don't know about within my circle of friends as elementary school kids. Some of them weren't interested in the science and that, so it went above their head. You understand? They just weren't in. They'd seen one, and that was enough. But I watched every single one of them. All the missions. So I was really interested in space in that sense. So I was watching it. And then Star Trek was just wicked. I used to watching Star Trek. I was well in love with space. I thought, yeah, one day we might be going to space, I was thinking as a kid.
So do you remember anyone questioning it back then, or was pretty much everybody sold?
I think the questioning was more happening in the US than in Britain. Do you know that? Didn't hear anything like that in Britain.
Yeah, bipartisanship, people talk about the Republicans and the Democrats fighting each other. It's mild compared to back then. I mean, it was like just direct calls for you're talking about going after, political parties and enemies lists. In the deep state, the deep state was exposed during Watergate. So it's like things are intense now politically, but it's a lot of theater going on too, though. That you see them, going to each other's weddings and these really big retirement speech parties and stuff. both sides agree on 99% of the stuff. The stuff they
Yes.
disagree is just for show.
It's a closed shop, the Old Boys Network. Yeah, it was all that. In Britain, there was nothing like, they didn't go to the moon. That didn't really come out, even though we watched Capricorn 1. So, there was a little hint there.
Crit, do you remember anyone that you knew actually saying that might have been bullshit or I know you said you were only 7 years old, but I mean, was that a thing for you or did everyone believe it pretty much?
Yeah, no one really talked about it even. It was just kind of wasn't even big news. It wasn't even something that people were all like, huh, that's interesting. It was just people are busy with their lives. It was a totally different. I mean, social media and the 24-hour news cycle, it wasn't even a thing until the early 90s.
There you go. You see.
So people were just busy with their life and just going about. It's it was the federal government seemed much more distant then than it did now. It seemed like they were always up to something that no one really cared about to even follow.
I mean, in Britain, it was record TV viewers for the first Apollo 11, record TV viewers, and then it started to dwindle a little bit after 12, 13. 13, everyone was back. Apollo 13, everyone was back watching it, without a doubt, because of the problem. Yeah, Houston, we got a problem,
Yeah, isn't that that's my understanding of sort of part of the conspiracy behind that is that Apollo 13 was purposefully made fake to be a crisis so that they could get viewers back because people were losing interest.
That's right. That's exactly what was happening, you see. And when they made 4 billion from Apollo 11, they grossed 4 billion in profits. 4 billion. That's a lot of money back then. So they didn't want to stop, did they? So and people were complaining that I Love Lucy was being interrupted. This is in the US. It was so they had to create a drama to increase interest.
I wanted to talk about the movie. Pretty interesting stuff up there, man. Talk about Apollo 13.
Yeah.
Talk about, they went later. Yeah, right.
They went later. Yeah, that's all crap. That's just mad talk.
So what about with 9/11? We don't have to jump to 9/11, but I'm just saying so I'm thinking about it. I mean, right when it happened, I would say pretty much everyone believed it. Right when it happened, I mean, I don't think I really heard about it actually being some kind of inside job thing until later.
No, yeah, I thought it happened the way I saw it on TV, for 1 year, but it never left me. It bugged me because I couldn't imagine the Muslims organizing themselves to such a level that they could hijack 4 planes and do that. I just couldn't believe they could do that. There was no way. It didn't sit well with me that they could do that. And then one day in 2002, I asked a friend of mine, what do you think? What do you think about 9/11? Do you reckon the Muslims really did do it? And then he sent me this link, and I watched it, and I had cogged this because it didn't make sense what I was listening to here. So I had to find my own links, and then I found. I just typed in 9/11, 9/11, just like that, and then Porsche turbos came up. The car. Oh no, this is no good. 9/11. Who benefited? And then I had a tsunami of bloody information to get through. And loose change, it was one of the first ones that I looked at, and then I learned a lot. And I thought, fuck, it was an inside job. So by 2002 was when the penny dropped that it was an inside job.
I remember people calling it out right from the very beginning because Bush tried to pass some sort of speech law that anything 9/11 truthing or 9/11 conspiracy could be classified as a political hate crime. He wanted to have some sort of hate speech action against people who were talking about that.
Yeah, well, that's what was said on the loose change. Bush was saying we shouldn't be giving into silly conspiracy theories or whatever. Do you remember he made that comment, didn't he? Yeah.
The conspiracy theory meant to divide and weaken America from the inside. that this type of speech should not be allowed, and then he coined the term political hate speech. Like, if you talk bad about the government, they are a protected social class. And then since then, they've tried to roll out watered down versions, like, Blue Alert, where, like, mocking police officers or making fun of police officers makes them a protected social class.
Yeah, and then shortly after 9/11, you had the bloody shoe bomber and the underpants bomber. Fucking hell, you know?
Yeah, and the FBI constantly raiding mosques and FBI bust up FBI terror plot. They would send, like, people into, like, a rebel rouser, like, into a mosque, and find some mentally ill person and be like, hey, we got some stuff to sell you. And then the whole time, the guy was interacting with FBI from the very beginning, like some sort of really odd version of entrapment.
Yeah.
It turned into a meme, like headline, FBI bust FBI terror plot.
Yeah, because that's what they said about the shoe bomber. He was a CIA asset. Because I was thinking, nobody's thinking of putting a bomb in their shoe to blow up a plane. No, this is TV stuff. And then it turned out that shoe bomber was a CIA man. And the same with the Nigerian underpants bomber. He was a fucking CIA man as well. Or MI6 glove, sorry. Underpants bomber. As if you're going to blow your balls up. Come on, man.
John Stewart just did a... Oh, sorry, Jim.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, John Stewart just did a thing for the in context with Joe Rogan. He said, who decides what fake news is? It seems like the people right now, like, I'm just paraphrasing him. He does like a 15 minute podcast type thing. He goes, the people telling you that others are doing fake news are the ones doing fake news. After 9/11, all the way up to the Iraq War, it was only one narrative controlled by both parties.
Yeah.
And everything else was fake. They were the only ones that they said were presenting any sort of truth. They were that biased that they believed everything else that wasn't official White House briefings was fake news.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Hot mic, White.
Thanks, mate.
Hey, Rodney, have you gotten out there and taken some sextant readings yet?
Not yet.
What up, man? Man, let's take some moon readings, man. Which one of y'all plays around in the Kerbal and shit? Why we had that coach?
I play in Kerbal. I haven't played in a while, but yeah, it's a fun game.
Are you ready?
You want to measure some moonlight?
Measure some moonlight.
How far off the surface was the little thing that was hanging out waiting for the astronauts to come back? The little orbiter. How far off the surface was it?
On the moon landings, the sort of the moon orbiter they go back up and rendezvous with.
Yeah, bro.
I don't know. I mean,
nobody.
At least from my understanding, you could be orbiting that really close to the surface because with no atmosphere, you could just sort of pick an orbit that's not going to bump into a crater or something, and you'll be fine.
6,000 feet, I think it was, something like that. I'm not sure.
So do you guys who believe that? Do you think that once it like that paper mache thing that was made of like tinfoil, like that thing went up and docked with a big mother load and then came back to Earth?
Sure, man. What's wrong with it being made of tinfoil?
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about a little bit. Alrighty.
I'm cool with it being tinfoil.
It's not going to undergo forces, right? That's the main reason you wouldn't make something out of tinfoil on Earth, because there's going to be resistance from air pressure. But if there's no air, you barely need to cover the thing.
Bro, ain't no damn way. Anyway, let's move on from that. Okay.
The other problem is air pressure within the lem.
Yes.
Okay, it didn't have an airlock, so it only had one door, one hatch. You opened it, you've lost all your air. There's an anomaly straight off the bat.
I just posted an image of it. Yeah, so this thing that's made of like AC vents and tinfoil, like this thing actually rocketed up and docked with something up in space.
Bro, you would not take that shit underwater. There's no fucking way you would fucking take it in the
It's
fucking
like it's made of like it's got like Scotch tape, paper towel rolls, and air conditioner vents.
Paper mache.
Paper mache. These legs don't look like they fold in like at all either.
No, that thing.
So is there a way it would look?
Curtain rods, yeah. It's like curtain rods that are like duct taped together.
Gio, you know you can't trust your eyes, mate. Come on.
And then they destroyed that technology.
Is there a way it would look that you would trust it, that you would find it believable?
Kerbal.
Seems the argument at the moment is I don't think it's believable because of the way it looks. Is there a different way it would look where you'd go, oh, this looks legit?
Yeah, if you did it in Kerbal, that's how I would believe it. And you just see that presentation where they did like the walkthrough, like, look, we know it's real because we made a simulation of it.
Sorry,
Right.
what's Kerbal?
It's like you could play in space, right, with rockets and stuff.
Yeah, Kerbal Space Program. It's a computer game where you build a space program, and you've got to achieve certain things, land on the Mun or Minmus, which are the two moons that orbit Kerbin, or go to another planet or collect samples from here. And it's quite fun. You sort of design your own rockets and then try to get them into space without blowing up too many Kerbals in the process.
Like engine mechanics and orbital dynamics, or what?
Yeah. Like they take it fairly easy. They're like, some people get mega nerdy with it, but I mean, yeah, orbital dynamics. You've got to circularize your orbit and then do, what do they call, Hoffman transfer orbits if you want to go up and meet something. And
is it fun, or is it for like? I mean, you have to know stuff.
Nah, it ain't gonna be.
Talks you through it.
It ain't gonna be real deal. You playing. It's not like it's 1-for-1 to reality, I believe is the thing. And they supposed to come out with another one. You see what I'm saying? But it's like it's not gonna be 1-to-1. But anyway, I thought maybe we can model that shit. See, Kosho's good at doing the little drawings and like, you know what I'm saying, the little animations or whatever. And we should do that, man. Y'all should look at that. Y'all should think about this thing orbiting that close to the moon, right? You should think about the fact that they don't have the documentation of it going all the way around. I heard someone asking for sunrise like yesterday, because they have Earthrise. Y'all should think about the power that it takes with the standing velocity of it when it's orbiting the moon compared to.
Do you also take into account all these variables? Do you also do that? Don?
Yeah, bro. This is what I'm saying, bro. You guys should think.
I don't think you do though.
I think
it doesn't take any power
I'm
or energy to stay in orbit, right?
No, not normally. If you're in orbit, you're falling just as fast as you're being pulled down.
I'm sorry that the stuff I'm saying scares you, Bio, that you had to interrupt.
There's nothing to scare you. You are waffling on, to be fair. But all of those things that we should.
Point, bro. I haven't made a point. If you could stop interrupting till I get. Right. Thank you.
Just put a period at the end. Please don't be long, man.
So, you know what I'm saying? You should think about the standing power of the craft that was holding orbit on the moon, and then what was needed, the equipment needed to get it back to Earth, and then this compared to the standing power of the stuff orbiting Earth to get to the moon. Man, they ain't got shit.
You don't need a lot. Like as they're saying,
rocket scientists, what type of equipment they had, and what type of energy yields these fucking equipments have. These people don't know shit, bro. When you talk about how I'm taking into account, the fucking thing is no one's fucking taking into account fucking biodual. Okay, and you fucking
because you won't let somebody else speak. They are taken into account. Orbit is free pretty much. Like all orbits will decay a bit, but the further out the orbital decay will be minimal, but it's pretty much free. All you need is thrust, which is measured in delta V, which is change in velocity, and reaction wheels at its very simplest. So reaction wheels you can get off solar energy. It's just spin a wheel, and then with the centrifugal force, you can move the orientation of that wheel, which will have an equal and opposite reaction to shift your craft around. So you can use that to point your thruster, your rear booster, in whatever direction you want. So it's all of that stuff. You can learn a fair bit about it in Kerbal.
Now let's highlight the point writing about how they have 3 days to have the camera. They're hanging out in the middle of the fucking between the Earth to the moon, and they got the fucking looking out the window bullshit. Okay, but now we're fucking lifting off, orbiting the moon, raising orbits around the moon. Whoosh, Earth and Sun. Raise that orbit. Whoosh, Earth and Sun. You got no fucking documentation. Suck my dick, idiots.
This is why no one should have a conversation with you, Don. This is a prime example. There's an opportunity, but that was. Come on, man.
We don't want it, right, Gio? We don't want the awesome footage. We don't want, right, Gio? You know how it is.
Well, let's let Bio respond. No, I hear you, but I mean, there's no need to take it to that kind of.
No, this isn't to any more person. This is to the idiots that eat it up. If you don't eat it up, then I'm not talking to you. I mean, it's obvious. Like, don't eat it up. Don't make it personal.
Go ahead, Bio.
There's really not much to respond to or with any content. I understand what you're saying, Don, and all you're asking us to do is investigate the claims, the particular values, the equations, the formulas, what it would have to take, the amount of fuel, all these things. That's what you want us to account for. The mathematics behind that are available. The actual data from the missions, sure, I'll give you for now for the sake of argument that doesn't exist. That's fine. But all the possibilities with consistent formulas that we can do, it all checks out as at least possible.
Okay.
Actually, it's the opposite. I've got some documents that I'll post shortly about the Saturn V rocket not able to propel them all the way to the moon. I'm going to post it in just a minute. Hang on a sec.
The thing is
this is like the very definition of a Gestalt.
As you raise orbits, you would see like the orbit goes from far. They're not circles. They don't raise in perfect circles. They have where they get close and far away from the object, and it's
Perigee
like
and apogee.
Yeah. And dude, give me the footage. Like, fuck this floating around close to the surface, ISS, lunar orbiter, calling it an orbit. Show me an orbit. The video of an apogee yo-yo that bitch. Okay, wake up, gentlemen.
Is that it? You present a question. You present a question on a subject that you're ignorant on, and then at the end of it, you think that was an argument?
Wake up.
Oh, there you go. Never mind. You got me. I'm switching. I'm switching right now.
So I'm a new guy here, but you guys have already made me want to ask two huge questions to both of you. Can I jump in?
Yeah, but real quick, you do need to recognize. I was making a point. You interrupted, and you got a little hostile with the thing. What the fuck, Don? Did you do this too? I mean, you did that. I know you are, but what am I? And that's it. Okay, let's be nice. All right.
But by all means, Boulder. I'm sure that you'll be more productive than this.
Well, actually, I have questions to both of you. So to Crux, I only know you as Crux. Do you think that videos are more conclusive than like physics-based models? Like, do you believe videos more than physics? And to Bio, you said the data doesn't exist and you were willing to spot them. Is that, I actually don't know. Is that serious? Like the telemetry and other kinds of data from the moon missions, that's gone? Is that true?
A lot of it. There's still information that you can get, but a lot of it, sure. I don't need that for my position. Is essentially what I'm saying.
It just blows my mind. That seems like something we would have held on to. seems crazy to have lost it. But
I've worked in the military. The government sucks in most facets. I'm not surprised. It does suck that the data is not available, but it's not surprising.
Fair. It angers me that the data is not there.
I 100% agree.
Crux, what about, like, do you believe physics or videos? Like, which is more meaningful to you?
Which is more meaningful? So for you to say, do you believe physics? That's kind of like a concept. If you were to say, would you believe? I mean, it's kind of interesting to even quantify what that first term is, but I understand the point that you're getting at. But basically, the more abundance of data, the more believable any story, and that's just basically it. Like, you know, as these points I highlight about these videos in certain realms becomes important just because it seems to be a keystone, basically. Just as
like, to paraphrase, you feel like the videos point out flaws in the physics, or
no.
Is that right?
Certain claims, certain adventures, certain, you know, achievements, milestones, keystones should be on the table, I believe, in more abundance. But also, like, the same way, like when you say, hey, this repeatable thing happens in physics, you'll see thousands of demonstrations of it in labs. It's not questionable. You know what I'm saying? You're saying, like, hey, I can believe this concept because actually logically I could think about it, and then, you know what, I'm pretty confident I could go do it too in real life. The thing I'm talking about video is, like, you should be confident you could go to the deep ocean, take a video. You could go to the top of the mountain, take a video. Okay, if you go and you do this orbit I'm talking about, or you go to the moon or this area or the Voyager or wherever, Mars, you're going to have, touching the asteroid, you're going to have the possibility to have more videos, and they're not there. And to me, that's a big flare, but whatever.
Well, I mean, like you said, Voyager, a video from the Voyager would be really expensive, right? Like,
I don't give a damn. I would want it. Wouldn't you?
I
There is
I would
video
want
like
it, but
about.
I appreciate the difficulty and in receiving any data from it at all. So
they act like they get data from us. So let's go, big boys. Put your big boy pants on.
So have you looked for this though? Like last time we had this discussion of why aren't there single shot things of all of these launches? I went and looked, and like I'm posting one in the chat now. They do exist. There's loads of them. There's ones from the old space shuttle missions. It's obviously the proliferation of them since digital is huge.
Writing, you're having fun, man. Get excited. What would you claim that let's take the attributes of.
Hang on, Don. You just said, why aren't there videos? And then somebody presents a video and sounded like the most epic hand wave.
No, don't try to get on the basket. Writing, I didn't say why aren't there videos. It was way more distinct and specific than the general why aren't there videos. There were specific types of keystone videos I mentioned, not the bullshit you're fucking posting. Nice try.
Oh, geez.
John, I don't think there's any reason for like aggression, like bar fight style. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be a big fight kind of vibe. Like you're kind of smashing bottles and kind of breaking shit. Like I don't think there's a need for that, right?
All right, you're right. But look, y'all do this every time y'all play stupid. It's not funny. Y'all are smarter than this. You just come on, writing. You just completely took out of context. I mean, come on, bro. You're not a stupid person. I know that
So what are you asking for then? I mean, every time you speak, you just go through like you've said in the last like 10 minutes, you just rattle through 10 or 15 different things. Could you condense it down into like one thing?
No, you pick any one of the 10 or 15 that I mentioned. You pick.
Why aren't there videos of this?
Yeah, I think he did.
All of the repeat, it sounded like you said, why aren't there videos of this? Any other physics experiment, they repeat them all the time. You can find hundreds of videos of this. Why can't we find that? So I found one of the hundreds of videos, and you're like, not that one.
Of this? I didn't say of this. This meant
specific orbit.
Approaching Mars. Here's what I said. Approaching things. Doing an orbit, the apogee and the perigee in the orbit, bro. Going far away from the thing. Look, you see all this shit is close. You got half of a fucking shell, half of a horizon. You don't have the full fucking object, dude. You can imagine that there's orbit. There's these satellite things. There's these probes and stuff. They go far enough away to see the whole thing, and they start off like this rocket thing that you posted right here, close, and then they go far away and they show you the whole thing. Then they come back. They gonna skim close again, bro. Show me that. Where's that at? Show me one time that.
If this doesn't feel like moving the goalpost, I'm not going to be able to help you, because if I did
no,
go
you don't
through the effort of finding that, you would be like, well, where's it from recent, or why wasn't that from the 70s, or why don't I have it from the other angle, or why is there still rocket in it? It just doesn't seem reasonable, man.
Hold on, Don. It's really not fair to say your whole thing, and then the minute they start talking, just yelling over them. So I just temporarily muted you for a second. Writing, go ahead and respond.
I just feel like it's moving the goalposts. Like, you asked for one thing, and now you want an orbit that shows the entirety of Earth on a video feed. Like, it just doesn't seem reasonable. It seems like if I did find that, you would just want something different.
No, you're playing game, and everybody know you play the game because you move at the goalposts. You hear Don say he want the whole thing to start with, then you show the poo-poo. And then you
what the hell's wrong with you, man? What the hell?
Man.
I don't know.
Bullshit.
Not okay today.
Bullshit. every time being stupid. That's how I know I'm right, because you play stupid in the same ways every time.
That was awesome.
So funny.
I was belly laughing, man. Fuck, that was awesome.
Was that seen as like a legitimate response? Was it?
Yes.
So
Yes.
just
Okay.
baby noises and sarcasm is an effective argument?
No, they're
writing my next.
I just want to be clear. For my next argument, when I make my next argument, I just want to be clear. Is that the most effective tactic?
Yeah, you know it. That's
okay. Just for the record, that's what we've established. Okay.
This is what happened. Okay, he deflected to Don as his burden of proof, and what would he take? So Don is able to also invoke his own idea because he's an expert in his idea.
Exactly. I started.
If that made any sense to anybody else, I congratulate you. I simply said it sounded like what Dom was asking for. I presented, and it wasn't good enough for him. Is there a single place he wants to leave this?
Writing, you made a mistake. What you thought it sounded like, you misheard, bro. This is a standing thing. You've heard this before. We've talked about you. I know you've been there. I remember exactly you going, oh, I remember, oh, and people explaining it to you, and like you going through this whole thing before, dude. It's like it's not
pretty well.
Yeah, bro. You are smart enough to know exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, there's so much more opportunity of stuff to be highlighted, and the fact that you show this cookie cutter stuff, the fact that you pretend that you can't hear me when I say, "Yo, let's see a full orbits approaching Mars. Let's see this moon thing go around the moon,
approaching Mars.
Sunrise,
I guess
Earthrise,
you also don't want to sped up. You just want that 3 month long
Didn't you hear me
video.
say raising the orbit? Like I said, all these specific, like higher level things, unique things that as scientists you would want to see.
Yeah, don't you want it, Harry?
Don, the problem is that you've listed so many things that when I try to, I did interrupt you before, but I try to interrupt you to slow that down because it is a common tactic to information overload to skew away from the topic, or to create a situation like this where we don't know the specificity of what you're requiring or asking for. So then when we try, we make this attempt and then you respond with baby noises. That's not a legitimate conversation, man.
Let's keep it civil. Coach, you need to get in here too. You know the exact thing that I'm asking for, and you've heard it before, right?
I honestly don't, man. I honestly don't.
You don't remember hearing it before ever, Bio?
Not being honest.
Like a non-stop months and months of approaching a planet and then the orbit around the planet, like uncut months and months condensed into 5 minutes.
It's
is that what you're asking for?
Like
one day
most of your way to Mars, you're going to have to burn in the opposite direction. So you're going to be burning prograde towards Mars. Then you're going to have 3 months of this tiny little dot getting bigger. And then just as the dot's going to become any kind of interesting size, that whole spacecraft's going to have to flip 180 and burn retrograde, i.e. burn backwards in the direction it's facing, in order that it can lose enough speed to start falling around this planet in a new orbit. So if you're saying you want one camera angle that shows the whole planet uncut, you're just not going to get it, because that would be two different cameras pointing two different directions, 99.9% of the time showing you nothing meaningful.
All right, let me try again then. And real quick though, Merlin, you know the Universal Studio. You remember us? I mean, we talk about it all the time, right? Like, you know what I'm talking about, right, Merlin? Before I give him the next example. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Merlin. So bio or riding or either one. How about this? How about just from Earth, from the ground, lifting off, and then like, what did it take? Like 2 or 3 days to get to the moon? How about just like 1 day of raising the orbit, like one, and showing it go from the ISS height where it's like you can see the horizon to the whole ball? Like, wouldn't you love to see that?
Yeah, what I would love to see is a flat earther actually accept some film footage from space. You deny every image and every bit of film footage that was ever made, and you're asking for additional film footage.
Hold on, let me knock this trick. Merlin, let me knock this trick out the park. How about this? How about the shit I'm saying is still suspect, but it still might be a globe? Fuck a flat earth. The shit I'm saying is still suspect. See, you try to fucking you try to hinge me on some other shit, bro. See, you ain't gonna do that, right? This shit is still suspect regardless of this flat earth, not flat earth bullshit. Fuck your orbits. They're not you guys, okay? Not you guys. The guys who are, okay, to the greater idiots, the greater fucking deceivers up there, all right? There's no way they're showing the public everything that's happening up there. There's no way. Wake up.
How would you validate a real video from space?
When there's thousands of them and there's thousands of satellite stars that keep going up, and there's hundreds of probes that keep going to the sun. When they keep showing 199, 101, 102, 103, that's how I'd validate them.
But okay, I can't do thousands, but what if I could do one? Like, how would you validate a single one?
I would take it as a piece of data. There's no me needing to validate it. There's another piece of data that I can say, hey, there was a void in existence. Now this piece of data exists. The topic is now worth XYZ more. I mean, that's it, dude. This isn't a black and white quantification here, dude. You don't. Yeah. It doesn't matter what.
What if I gave you a video you'd never seen before? I said, hey, dude, I actually launched a rocket. Here's a feed from it. I give you a video you've never seen before. How would you decide whether I was full of shit or not?
I would try to produce more of those from different sources.
So nothing about the video itself would be compelling.
No, I mean, there's experts you could pass off to expert in the field and say, hey, is there anything about this video you could tell me that looks digital? Is there anything that you could looks altered? I mean, I'm not an expert in that field. You could pass it off to an expert, but I wouldn't see. The thing is like, I take deception as like a given, right? So it's like, that's irrelevant to me, whether it's real or not.
So you would assume, like if I said, hey, dude, here's some footage you've never seen before. I took it myself. You just straight off assume that it's bullshit. And it's up to me to somehow prove it's not.
No, I would live in the realm of Schrodinger's box, understanding that it could or couldn't be bullshit. And therefore I would just go on, hey, this is another part of possibility. And it doesn't, if it's not really going to affect you that much, it doesn't really have to know the answer, right?
Well, say if I had 100 pictures, right, from space, Earth from space, curvature as well, in the 100 images, and I had one image of a horizontal horizon, which one has more sway? You've got 100 where it's curving, you can see it as a planet, different angles, and then you've just got one, doesn't match any of the others, but it's got a horizontal horizon.
Right. And it's funny because if you go to Google and do that, you'll see the one with the horizontal horizon is very high definition, whereas the other ones might not be. But I'm with you, Merlin, right? How do you know, right? So the thing is you just need to put it in the basket, dude, of possibility. And that's, right now I'm just claiming that there's a void in this type of data, period. That's it, for what it's worth. That's, to me, you got to respect that in the pattern.
What do you make of the SpaceX and Cygnus and the rockets that go up that have fish angle lens on their rocket bodies showing their flight after they leave the launch pad? What do you make of that stuff? I mean, it's fisheye lens, so like it doesn't directly show curvature or not. But
it's not always fisheye.
Oh, it's not?
No.
Well, but whatever. Like, it's still pretty much continuous feed from the time it left the launch.
No, that part's very important. You're right. That part, yeah.
So like, how do you assimilate this? I mean, you've got at least dozens of publicly available launches that go on for 10, 20, 30 minutes of continuous feed. Like, what do you make of that? Is it faked?
Well, it's not faked, but just for example, when they're using a fisheye lens, it is interesting how that can make the Earth look like it's curving. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely.
We do know what fisheyes do, yes.
Yeah, it can make it look like we live on Ringworld, like we're playing Halo on Earth or whatever. I mean, it makes it look convex, concave, whatever you want.
Right.
But it's still like it's still continuous footage of a vehicle leaving the launch pad and going somewhere, whether it's fisheye or not. Like it shows it going somewhere.
Where did this one go?
Which one?
Okay, whatever one. I didn't know if you were talking hypothetically or about to produce type of situation here, but what when you say the thing that took off from
pick any of the past dozen Cygnus or SpaceX launches that you want, Falcon or Cygnus launches.
When you say went somewhere, you mean other than Earth?
Yeah, like I mean, just watch the footage and it goes somewhere and it does something, and I'm asking like where'd it go? To me, it goes to space. But
no. Did it clock out or did it leave the Earth orbit though? Or is it still doing an Earth orbit? And
I have not seen any continuous footage of any vehicle leave Earth orbit.
Exactly. Escape velocity footage you're never gonna find. But here's the thing.
But there's good reasons why I would
I respect what you're producing.
There is plenty of good reasons. Yeah.
Listen, I respect what he's talking about. If I could keep probing, is the thing that you're talking about? You said it went somewhere. Does it show? Does it get to the full ball, or does it kind of just do the ISS type of horizon?
Most of the stuff does a kind of ISS horizon because most of the stuff is only on the launch vehicle, and the mission of most satellites isn't to prove that the Earth is a ball. That would be a really stupid mission. I mean, sorry to say stupid, but
no, obviously, but dude, here's the thing: if you're in like, let's say, the scientific court of law, and you're in the castle, and people are walking up making claims, you're gonna want if you're like, hey, look. We have video, but we stopped it right here, right? They're going to be like, well, do more. And you're going to be like, okay, well, it's really, really expensive. They're going to, here's the goal. Go ahead, do more. So the thing is like, this is kind of, you're highlighting the point here. And I do appreciate it. You know what I mean? But I know that it's not their mission to do it. But the thing that I'm saying here is it seems like nobody ever wants to do it. And I mean, it's just kind of.
I think you're totally right about that. I think to the bulk of the like people that build rockets and do satellite missions and want to make money, there's no money to be made or science to be learned in proving to you with a rocket launch and a satellite and footage that the Earth is round. There's just no money in it, so nobody wants to do it.
Right, I kind of faded into a loss, but I haven't remembered. So what I'm saying is though, between me and you, like if we're in that scientific, court or whatever, and you hear somebody saying things like went somewhere, or then we're talking about like, hey man, in the milestones of science, has anything left Earth? And you're like, well, we went up, this thing didn't, but then something else did after, like, you know what I mean? Like, wouldn't you, like, between me and you, man, like you wouldn't really have to say that thing went anywhere, like still like on Earth, you know what I mean? Like, come on, man, let's be honest.
Yeah, between me and you, let's go watch the very most recent Falcon 9 launch together and talk about what's going on. Like, let's watch the whole thing together. It'll probably be an hour and a half long, and let's see what happens.
Okay. Just tell me I left Earth. See, here's the thing. I can take this shit, dude. I trust the people when they're being real. You can just be like, bro, that thing. But every time, dude, I'm not hype about this because it's something that's there. I'm hype about this because it's like people do what Riding on Eggshells did. I don't know if you saw what he did, but that same person has done that same thing multiple times, moved the goalpost on themselves and then claimed me of moving the goalpost. Multiple people have done that over and over and over. Multiple people. Chronic, Veep, Rocket, all these motherfuckers. The same thing. And then laugh and go, oh my God, he's so crazy. He would want to see the thing take off and show the bus. Like, it's hilarious.
No one laughed at you, though. Who laughed at you in this discussion?
You did right now, bro.
Right. So why are you bringing up people that aren't here and then situations that haven't happened?
Dude, they did that, bro.
At some point in time, sure, I agree with you. But you're talking about people who aren't here, and you're talking about situations not happening now.
Hey, man, my testimonial might be valid to this dude. Stop hating, dude.
It's just complaining to complain. We can move on with a productive conversation, man.
Testimonial to this guy about how people act in pattern. Please stay off my data.
As soon as you provide data, then I'll get off of it.
I'm with you, Don. I asked Ron as well how he was able to verify where James Webb was and know where L2 is. He couldn't tell me.
Just quick question: who's Don?
That's Crux. We just know him by a different name.
Okay, sir, cool. I just didn't know who he was talking about.
Yeah, some people change their name every now and again.
And when it comes to orbit, a lot of us have questions about this, which sometimes ballers don't always accommodate the questions. We get explanation time and time again. Nothing practical.
I believe you, bro. You know, but that's what happens is Riding goes, oh, we have the thing, and look. You know what I mean? So I'll watch your newest Falcon 9 with you, okay? I'll be back.
Yeah, no, I meant like let's be in voice together and spend an hour and a half and watch the whole damn thing.
Alright.
But not tonight because it's hella fucking late already. So tomorrow. I'm way late. I should have gone to bed, but this is. So I got a completely irrelevant question. As like I'm a Glober, but like, why is this so addictive?
What?
To talking to flat earthers.
Everyone has a different reason. Generally, anyway.
It's wild, man.
I like explaining things.
This is my second like flat earth oriented server that I have been in Discord, and the contrast is incredible. Like, you guys are so much more civil, and wow.
Yeah, I'm being ugly right now. I'm sorry, but I was my bad, Bio.
Dude, even if you're having a bad day, you're still like 10 times more civil than the.
To be fair, that is pretty accurate. I'll even say for Gem server as well. But yeah, generally, if you were to have a dartboard with a number of channels that discuss flat Earth often, yeah, this one is very tame compared to pretty much all of them.
Not just tame. I mean, like, not just tame, but you guys are actually like talking about science and listening to each other. I don't know. It's interesting. Most of the stuff that I have heard prior to tonight has been like ad hominem type attacks from both sides, and just like, let's see who can insult the other into submission.
Yeah, I'm over that too, man. I'm guilty of it in the past myself, but it's not progressive. It doesn't get you anywhere.
So, as a relatively like newcomer to the entire flat Earth Glober thing, like, I've only been kind of engaged for a couple of weeks, maybe 3 weeks or something. I hear like a lot of discussion about what proves or disproves the like Earth being a globe or not a globe, but then there's a lot of like physics underneath it, like gravity and air pressure, and I don't know, like on and on and on. Do like people do flat earthers and globers find agreement on more fundamental like aspects of physics and then build from there, or is it just always like it's a globe or flat, and we're going to argue from that point and whatever.
There's a lot of lemons.
You're talking pseudoscience now.
In a way, though, what you laid out.
If it's pseudoscience, like I mean, like really tell me about that, because I want to understand what makes it pseudoscience.
I think there's a lot of overlap. I mean, there's a lot of things that are agreed upon, I would say, but it's a mixed bag. There's some foundational parts of physics that it does seem like people agree on, but then there's definitely, especially when it comes to the physics involved with, outer space and, that medium is where there's a lot of contention. But the way that things work on Earth, I would say that there's a fair amount of overlap.
Can you tell me some of the overlap stuff? Like, I've been kind of curious about that. What do you think is overlap?
Well, like
it makes water boil. That's all.
You know how when they
just that.
You know how when they're shaking your right hand, they stab you with the left. See that happens on both sides.
Yeah, the whole point. I think the point of what he's asking is, in the conversations we have, we do try and establish the agreements or overlap, the basic physics, and sometimes we agree and sometimes we don't. I mean, it depends on the case by case basis, but there's things that any good argument or whatever will start with the things that you agree on, so that you can build on that and actually be discussing the same thing. It just doesn't always happen.
Yeah, exactly. Like the things that you agree on, you should agree on regardless of the outcome of the debate, right? Like you ought to be able to say some things you agree on before you ever start arguing, and then you agree on those regardless of how the debate goes.
It should happen more often, probably, but it happens.
So what is the overlap? I mean, like you said, heat makes water boil and people stab you in the back. I agree. What else?
So sometimes it gets pretty hard because it's often the case that they won't even agree with like inertia. If you don't have inertia, then everything that comes after that wouldn't work, right?
So you're talking like F equals ma type stuff.
Yeah, like what is a single photon? Like I just said earlier, what are we going to talk about?
Well, wait, he was like inertia, and you're like photon. Okay,
it doesn't matter. We're just giving you random examples, like starting points where they won't. Both sides won't agree on the starting points.
Yeah, but what's an example of a place where you guys definitely do agree?
On shallow Earth.
Honestly, dude, like I said, like basic laws of motion.
Like F equals ma.
Sometimes people will agree on that, but there's people that won't even agree on that. Yeah. So
in this voice,
it depends on
What about the laws of thermodynamics? What do you think on that, Coach? How much overlap is there on the laws of thermodynamics?
Again, none, because a lot of times people on one side will bring up the second law of thermodynamics, for instance, and then people on the other side will have a different definition for what it even means, like the actual definition, and people on the other side will use it to mean something totally different. So it's like people will discuss the same thing but have two totally different definitions for them. So, like I said, the goal is to same thing. It rarely happens.
I get a mic check, fellas.
Yeah, mic works. You're good.
Yeah, whoever said mic check, I hear you fine.
Good, cool.
So I have a huge question. Then you said thermodynamics. Like, I don't know if anybody would humor me or not, but like, could we go around the table and without Googling or doing anything, just in a single sentence, tell me what second law of thermodynamics says? Like, just whatever. Like a survey. What do people think that means?
You might want to get a flat earther's definition first.
Everybody's definition. Like flat, globe, undecided, whatever. Just, you hear second law of thermodynamics, one sentence, go.
Yeah, it's basically describing how the overall for a system, for the entire system, entropy will increase as time goes on. So as time continues, entropy will increase. We'll go to will tend to increase.
Awesome. Thanks. Anybody else want to take a stab? No Googling, just throw a sentence out.
I just would have said the same thing, but never decrease. That's what I would have said.
Well, it's possible. Like entropy increasing is more of a statistical claim than like a fundamental of nature. Like it's virtually impossible for this to happen because of statistics, but it's not actually impossible.
High pressure to low pressure.
No, it has nothing to do with pressure.
Well, hang on, but yeah.
Well, hold on. Don't cut him off. I mean, if he just like hear him out.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's what I said. High pressure to low pressure. Entropy. Things will equalize.
3 words. Shit breaks down. So,
I'd say it's a change in energy state of an isolated system.
But what is the current like
Hold on, I'm writing these down. That last one was a change in energy state of an isolated system.
Yeah.
Don, what's yours?
I'm sorry, bro. No, I mean I'm with like all that. That's all kind of like the same thing, kind of.
What's yours?
For entropy, my description for entropy.
No, second law theorem.
Second law.
Oh. I'm not on that. Like I don't want to disrespect it.
That's honest.
I just want to talk about what do they think at the end? What is it still Sorry, do the photons break now, or what's the end?
I didn't have an end. I was just like, this gets invoked a lot, and I try to ask people like sum it up in one sentence and see what they have to say, because it like that experience has been wild. People give really interesting answers.
I think the general understanding of it is there's probably a lot of amount of overlap just in the general understanding of it as how it's laid out. But I think where the huge amount of variation comes in is the actual application of it, and what it means for the actual Earth and, the actual physics in terms of the application. That is where there's a huge amount of variation and differences.
That's what I thought going into asking this question as well. That was my assumption. It turns out if you just ask a whole bunch of people, sum it up in one sentence, that the like actual results are incredible. Like that doesn't turn out to be the case. People just give wild, amazing answers, and I don't know. It's really interesting.
I mean, have you ever seen Jay Leno's Jaywalking?
I have not.
So yeah, it's funny to go back and watch it now after Flight, but they ask people on the street science questions, and it's just like, they're gonna say the funniest stuff you've ever heard. Like,
yeah, Jimmy Kimmel does something like that too. My favorite one is asking Americans where America is on a map.
God, yeah, and he also does one where
and they
he
point
says
to like Russia and shit.
He does another one where he says name a country that starts with U.
Yeah, that one's good too. But it's just so crazy.
United States.
It's just so crazy. Like, I feel like where is America on a map? I feel like that should be 100% known by every American or every person, but every American pointing to America. But you have people legitimately pointing to Russia. People are just fucked.
You haven't seen that Miss America, or sorry, like Teen USA thing, have you?
I never.
No. It'll hurt your soul bad.
Yeah, never watch that.
No, she says the question, like it was like the interview question of it, and it was like, how come people can't find the USA on a map or something? And she goes, because most people don't have maps, and because like the people in South Africa are impoverished, and it was really bad. And then she got a second chance, like Good Morning America or something had her on like a few days later and asked her the same question. She gave the same answer. It was like it made me cry. Look it up, dude. It's really the cringiest thing you'll ever see.
I do know exactly. I promise you 100% on existence. I know exactly what you're talking about. I wasn't positive she gave the same exact answer the second time, but I do remember she was back a second time. And then dude, fucking, just what do you call it, dude? Just media, man. Media. This shit's crazy, bro. People gonna live forever one way or another. Or I'm saying, try to extend their life. Try to extend their character one way or another, dude. That shit. Come on, man. Anyway, look, for real. I need to know this, man, for real. Y'all was like they was talking hardcore earlier about whatever the hell detects photons and photons and shit. And they didn't never not damn once talk about why it's just one photon.
Sorry, I wasn't privy to the photon conversation. What are you talking about?
I just look. Bro, how can the things that is make up everything be matter and not matter at the same time? I just don't get it. Or have mass or not mass, and then if it's
why
the
do you matter?
how small is it, and why is it? I guess why is it not just what we're saying? We've built the smallest detector to detect. How do we know it can't get smaller?
We don't.
But people talk about the foundational arguments, right? So in the vacuum, there's this theory that gas and dust collected, and then layer by layer formed into a planet. So for me, like, the reason that's a foundational argument is because how do you build it from the ground up? And to even say that building something from the ground up, that leads more to other possibilities, because how can anybody verify that a planet formed in a vacuum from gas and dust?
I hear you
How
trying
can
to
anybody verify that?
I hear you subliminal ground up. I like it, but yeah, it's like, where did the fire come in? Did it start as fire? Did it turn into fire? You know, like, it's craziness. Did the gravity just cause the fire? Supposed gravity.
Asking the real questions, done.
I mean, though. That's why,
like bio or bacon. I mean, do you guys do you have like a perspective on that? On how how the Earth formed in that way? Like, do you go with that?
How fire started? Or just the world started? I'm cool with physics, with gravity, the accumulation of mass, and then you provide energy and heat. You have transfers. You have interaction between different molecules. They have different electron clouds, so they can fuse or ionize together. A number of these processes in a random situation amongst an arguably infinite amount of space. I'm cool with the random ass chance that here we are. I'm cool with that.
Yep.
Do you think it could be recreated, bio?
Yes, I think anything that's natural can be recreated. I don't think we could do that today, but I think it can be. Yes.
What if this? You know how you can like spray paint like beautiful graffiti, or you could just shake up the can to high pressure and just bust it against the wall and watch it sputter. Like, fucking, how do we? You know what I mean? Like, this universe, if it was whatever,
I don't think we could recreate it. I don't think we could recreate the processes that create planets. How?
Right. The thing is, the Big Bang is what I'm saying. It could be like literal, like a masterpiece, or this could be a splatter piece universe. Like, we don't know which one. And if it's splatter piece, then randomness would have to recreate it, right? But we'd get similar.
But within randomness, there is a formula. Just because it's random, I would say that just means we can't predict it. But if you have a process taking place randomly, you can then look back at the data afterwards and say, okay, this process was required taking these particular steps. It would be random that we wouldn't be able to predict it, but it would be measurable after it was done.
Right.
I hear you on that, but kind of to go with that, bio, like, what do you think would denote the difference between like Earth forming like Earth, but Jupiter forming like Jupiter? Like, what is the guiding force, or as to why there's different elements involved in these different celestial spheres?
And I second that, but I held my tongue on that question 2 minutes ago, but I do second that.
I don't know, to be honest. It would just be you have particular elements and particular materials in different places in three-dimensional space, and you just have the accumulation of different particles. And then given enough accumulation, you have different properties that are exhibited. And then perhaps you have a planet that's mostly made of carbon. You have a different planet that is mostly made of fucking plutonium or whatever. You're going to have different properties exhibited by that mass of that element. And then you just, you can visually see that.
Isn't
there's a better.
Yes. Sup?
Hey, fellas. Am I good? Am I coming in?
Yeah, go ahead.
You guys just started talking at the same time. That's all.
I wasn't trying to talk over anybody. I do want to say something though about the
Planet Core
organization. Yeah, the organization of the different types of materials on different planets, and that might be largely due to the fact that the electric circuitry and plasma, they actually organize different elements in different types of the current, I guess, or so to speak. So they'll
how does it do that?
Well, higher electrical currents would pull on lighter elements or heavier elements, excuse me, and there's different things that occur during these plasma recombinations and stuff too, that a lot of those circuitry and stuff actually form some of the elements on the planets as well, by transforming those elements into and recombining them into new molecules and shit. Like I don't mean elements, I meant molecules and stuff, like taking a rock or some silicate and hitting it with some hydrogen ions and releasing the oxygen, and then recombinating that oxygen with those ions of the hydrogen and creating water. And then you hit water and hydrocarbons, and gets really complicated, but you can get like on Comet 67P, they've got cyanide and fucking hydrocarbons and all these different amino acids and glycols and shit that are being from abiotic origins, or all these organic materials coming about. So I wouldn't call it random as hell. I would say there's some definite written laws to this, these things, and I think they just ignored a lot of the ideas. So it was like a dichotomy where you guys thought of it as like either super random, like bouncing rocks and marbles on a billiard table, or you know what I mean? It's not that random. These things were always connected. I don't believe in a big bang or black holes and all that kind of stuff. And gravity obviously doesn't do all the heavy lifting in the universe. We can see that. There's electric current involved.
Might I say that this question is like a feeler question, but a great way to categorize it would be: is it chosen or tested? When we talk about the random, like, was it chosen to be this way, or is it testing out how it's going to be?
Well, I was getting ready to say something.
You mean the hypothesis? Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I mean, I personally, I think it's pretty simple, the question, because you said, how does it get chosen, or how do you decide which material? But if the sun's mostly hydrogen, and which we see, and Jupiter and Saturn, these things are very large collections of debris that didn't go to make up the sun. It stands to reason that they're going to be primarily made up of hydrogen as well, since they're a collection of stuff that did not go to add out onto the what made up the sun.
Well, we don't really see what the sun's made of. We only see the outside photosphere, and when we look down into the dark sunspots, we see the surface, or the so-called interior of the sun, is obviously not made of. You can't say it's made of the same thing, because it doesn't emit that light and give us that Fraunhofer line. right, from the spectrum. So we're not really seeing what the sun is really made of. And we know that the photosphere is the very smallest part of the sun. The interior is the most of the sun, where all the matter is. We don't know what that matter is. So it's not really fair to say we know the sun is mostly hydrogen.
Probably the light's coming from it.
It's the same with the Earth, though, because that's what I mean. Like they say in the beginning, there was gas and dust, and then that forms an accretion disk, right? But in the center of the sphere, it's apparently a molten core.
Right.
So there's a discrepancy there.
So, Grim, are there any chemical reactions known that can have XYZ material in them, but will react and just release just hydrogen?
Well, the thing is from my axiom, I don't see the interior of the sun doing all the reacting and releasing to the exterior. That's their narrative.
Maybe not.
We see it as a plasmoid, and it barely needing to have anything inside of it. It could be almost an empty shell, basically, with whatever materials it keeps collecting to its interior, from its just its electrical system.
From the aether.
So I think it's fueled externally, where all the fusion and fission happen on the surface area of the sun.
Okay.
How would that happen? How would fusion happen on the surface?
Well, in a zenith,
please, Graham, and because I just want to double down. Please, Graham, please, because I do see that way of it, right? But I'm saying on the contrary, like to play it with another out. Like, is there another way where stuff is burning on the inside, but maybe it's not hydrogen? You know what I mean? I know you want to like get them to open their minds to the empty shell thing, right? But maybe they just gotta. Anyway, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry.
There's a liquid metallic hydrogen situation where it could be what the sun actually is on the interior, since there's those types of waves that you can see when certain, like pressure waves, it look like water rippling on the surface of the sun. But in their model, there is no real surface of the sun. So there wouldn't be a real ability to create a pressure wave that way, right? That would have to be made in a completely different way than just like splashing a rock in water. Because plasma, you can throw a rock in the ball of plasma and it doesn't ripple like we saw the sun do.
Right. Okay.
But how do you have nuclear fusion on the surface of the sun? Like, how are these pressures being created that forces, nucleuses
those
together?
would be electromagnetic pressures. Exactly.
How?
That's
But
what
how is that caused? Do you understand the
Well,
mechanism?
there's really
on
no
the
math
surface?
for this yet. No one can figure out math for this. They can play with it in the laboratory and make it happen, but they can't put any
A
real math
logical
to it.
explanation as to
It
how
would logically be that
causes pressure.
that the entire sun is also all the electromagnetic things that are going on, which is so much more than people actually really think, is can be affected through certain outbursts from underneath, where the shell layers would actually connect and discharge, balancing out by discharging, and huge amounts of energy are released, and that energy acts in ways that would be able to cause a ripple on the surface of a liquid surface of something, like in that aspect. But for it to happen on the sun, the translateral or translateral waves or whatever, there must be some sort of a surface. There's arguments from Pierre-Marie Robitaille, I think his name is, and he writes papers and stuff on this and talks about it a lot. And he's starting to gain some traction. A lot of people. He is one of the guys who revolutionized the MRI machine overnight by adjusting and questioning Kirchhoff's laws. One of Kirchhoff's laws, where he was able to get a better signal to noise reading than double than anybody else by ignoring a particular thing that was said to be absolutely true, because it obviously wasn't. The temperatures weren't the same as the object in the air and all of that. So the different emitters, types of metals and things, and I mean different types of molecules can be good emitters, and good emitters, I mean, absorbers of energy, light and energy, and good absorbers are also good emitters, and that's how he also talks about the microwave background radiation, isotropy maps and stuff, and he breaks down how the two that they're supposed to be. Most people think of it that like there's three positions where good monopoles were discovered, and that's not true. It's only the one area in the low to the Earth that was getting the monopoles, and the other two were just in the Lagrange points and stuff were just different maps. They weren't doing the same thing, so it's not proof of the microwave back radiation. The CM, whatever it's fucking the bullshit. It's cosmic microwave. Excuse me. This food smells so good. It's distracting me. Thanks, honey. Yeah. Make a long story short, there's a lot of things in this astrophysical, realm right now that are, the paradigm is actually moving towards the electric universe. I mean, it has been for a long time, but now it's like a lot of people can't even really deny it. So it'll be soon. They just told us that black holes flared. Come on, guys. Remember black holes? Not even light could escape, but now they're flaring. Come on, man.
Dude,
you gotta stop. At some point, you gotta realize we're really talking about a plasmoid.
Bro, I thought it was a bad schoolboy or something. Like I came with the thing and they were like, whoa, these old heads. And I'm like, what? I just watched the video. What the fuck? I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, it's what y'all talking about. What the fuck, bro? Yeah, and that yeah, man, with the liquid metal, bro, like they saying they could do that. They can make that little bubble now, can it? Like, come on, man. It's so possible. I don't know. I don't think we need to be sucked into. I don't know why we've got to feel we're sucked into things. It could be on like the magnetic spectrum somehow. Whatever. I'm sorry if I'm choppy in and out. I'm moving around. Grim, but it's good to see you, bro. As soon as they start talking about Merlin was talking about dust and gas forming, and then it made me think about molten core. And I was like, man, dude. I was like,
well, it's a big thing, Don. Like, because if black holes aren't real, no accretion disk, no formation of the planet.
Not by gravity alone, that's for sure.
Right.
I mean, and they can't really, in their supercomputer models, they gotta admit that they can't even get the dust to do this kind of stuff without, electromagnet and magnetism.
Bro, they take it for granted. I remember I was typing up a paper, like a video response to Simon Dan, and it was like, I'm getting through the first 4 minutes. I already have 2 paragraphs, and we move on. And this is just with his like opening attitude and positional logic. And then he gets into like accretion disk, and he just takes it for granted at a glance. And just, I'm just like, oh, well, I guess those were real.
They all do. Yeah. It's mesmerizing. I mean,
and I quit writing right there. I was like, dude, I can't even with this guy. Like, there's no point.
I mean, there's a plethora of evidence that's it's not just ad hoc stuff. We see nebula in the sky. We see nebula.
The first time you saw the nebula creating stars, you noticed that they were being created like pearls on a necklace. They weren't homogeneously pooling with gravity, all the equal amounts of matter from all the way around them, because there wasn't enough matter for them to even develop these stars. You guys are freaking out right now because you're like, well, Where did the matter come from? These stars are developing in this little spot. Here's all the plasma and dust and stuff. They're collimated regions. You literally see that in the cloud, a tube was created of emptiness. And through that tube, the stars lie on a string like pearls on a necklace. Like they're literally in an electric current creating Z pinches, which we reproduce in a laboratory, by the way. You know that.
It just got started. What I'm saying,
I never remember.
I was saying that. What was I saying? Right, yeah. That when we see nebula, regardless of what causes the star to form after that point, we can see that as they're spread out, and then the mass collects towards the central points. That fact alone is going to create this coalition of mass. It's going to create a rotation. This is when they say the accretion disk. This is all they mean. Like regardless of what brings it together, the fact that it was farther away and then it's coming in close to a central point is going to cause it to rotate faster and faster.
But how do you get?
It might be rotating, but it's only rotating because of the electric field. It doesn't matter what the hell it tried to do initially. The electric field is so much stronger than it is. The force of gravity is 1,000 billion 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 times weaker than the electric force. So it's not even possible that the gravity outwon this force. This force did all the heavy lifting.
I'm not even bringing up gravity. I'm just bringing up the fact that that's the way matter, when it coalesces, it rotates. When it goes from being spread out to being brought to like a center point, it's going to rotate faster and faster as that mass is collecting to a central point, regardless if it's gravity or electromagnetism or whatever.
And electromagnetism has charge. Gravity doesn't. So if you accumulate a bunch of particles that are positive and negative, that the whole thing just keeps canceling each other out. With gravity, they just add up.
That's not actually how electric circuit works in plasma. You're talking about two particles in a vacuum interacting with each other, and I'm talking about particles bathed in a plasma in the middle of an electric circuitry of plasma current. Movement accelerated by magnetic fields to relativistic speeds. You're joking when you said that, right?
No, and I wasn't talking about two particles.
Well, you oversimplified it so much that you locked yourself out of reality.
No, I just gave a general reason
No, it was
why
an
you would expect.
oversimplification. It wasn't in general. If it was in general, it would have been a plasma. You would have been talking about plasma currents and plasma physics, circuit theory. You wouldn't have been talking about Coulomb's law and two particles in a vacuum like you were. Sorry.
I'm just giving you a grasp of why you would expect gravity to accumulate to much stronger forces than electromagnetism.
First, you have to assume the plasma is not there. Since you can see the baryons lit up, you know that's not true. You know the plasma is there. So why would you assume something that you know isn't happening? That's all I'm saying.
Where did you get that assumption from?
Well, hang on. What
An observation.
What are rocks made of, Bacon?
What do you mean? Atoms?
What's a rock made of?
Electromagnetism.
Atoms?
He says atom.
Atoms. And what atoms?
I don't know.
Okay.
Electromagnetism.
Do you think you could compress dirt together and then eventually there'd be a rock would form?
I don't know. I don't know how rocks form.
Okay. Because we're being told that rocks form by gas and dust collecting in space, and then they swirl around a black hole and make heat, and then they form rocks somehow.
And
I was oversimplifying.
They're gonna react to make crystals and these crystal structures, some chemical compounds and other chemical compounds. So
wouldn't the heat be melting it, all the gas and all the matter again?
If it's hot enough and if the materials, why not?
See what I'm saying? It's kind of like it's burning.
Would it be? Would it be? Isn't there a plasma ice now that they just discovered?
Just say you had some dust and some gas and there was something burning and you threw it in. Isn't what you throw it into just going to burn it up?
It's a combination of many variables. It's not just one thing where you have a bunch of heat. But if the pressure is a certain value, then that heat will either do nothing or a lot of things. It's a combination of many things.
Well, can you create rocks out of dust with pressure and heat and a few other
I don't see why
combinations
not.
of things?
I don't see
Well,
why not.
Has it ever been done?
I don't think so.
I'll do a quick Google.
There we go.
Earth, I think all of
There
the
we go.
rocks on
Thanks,
Earth
Ben.
were made
Thanks,
in the Earth's
Right,
core.
mate.
Isn't
Yes.
it? All of the rocks that we have
About
on Earth were made in the Earth's core, and when they come to the surface and are exposed to cooler temperatures, they solidify.
Right.
So all the rocks were made in a molten iron and worked their way to the surface.
There's
I
compounds
think
that are made on the surface, like I said, like crystals.
Okay.
Different structures.
Okay then. So I'll give you all the chemicals, all the minerals and everything with pressure and heat, and combine all those and make me a rock. Easy.
Yeah, this is done. There was a dude in Germany I was talking
What,
to.
he made a rock?
He makes diamonds out of the carbon in the air, and I think he uses. He basically starts with a crystal, and he builds off that crystal by attaching carbon molecules to it, and they just attach themselves to this crystal, and then they build up a diamond based on. I think he applies an immense amount of pressure.
Guys,
Really?
we make bricks and we have concrete. We have these roads that if with no other information, you'd probably consider them rocks.
Yeah.
Now you're straw manning. You're straw manning now.
I'm not
Wyatt.
straw manning. I'm presenting you. I'm presenting you.
Concrete,
Presenting you something.
bitumen, and bricks are nothing like rocks. Nothing like.
Why
them.
not? Why are they nothing like
In
rocks?
what
Don't
way?
they
They're not.
meet the
They're completely
definition?
different. They're
Okay,
completely different.
we understand, but in what way? What do you mean by that?
Yeah.
Well, think about it. If you can't see the difference between cement and a rock, well, I can't help you.
I know
really
the
can't
literal
help you.
difference. I know the literal difference. I'm asking you, can you articulate what you mean by it basically has to be so obvious that they're different. What do you mean by that?
No. If you don't know the difference between rock and a concrete, I can't help you, mate. I can't help you.
What is the difference?
There you go then. There you go then.
Like rock could be one solid uniform material, or maybe, or like not ever pushed together of other things. He said, "Who knows?" Like
all sorts of rocks, man, and that's definitely one
Why
example.
isn't cement a rock though? That I don't
Plaster
understand.
and
Well,
cement and concrete. These are all examples of
If
simple
somebody handed you some gas and some dust and a Bunsen burner, do you think you could get a rock?
Don't ask me a question.
gas.
Just
Well,
tell
don't they
me
make-
why cement isn't a rock.
Aren't there certain types of like synthetic, stone products these days that are made with certain kinds of processes that, they like almost look like real rocks, but they're using different materials that are
Right.
melted and smelted together.
No, you're 100% right. Yeah, there's many different materials. You can do countertop. You can do actual. You could do brick shaped things that are rocks that they were once dust, and you can mix them up with particular things, and then now you have this solid piece that is just made out of rock. There's all kinds of examples.
And you can make like a crystal. You can make crystals out of sugar, or out of like there's a bunch of different ways you can make crystals. You can make them seemingly from nothing but liquid.
You can grow them.
Now you have a liquid. Now you have a rock crystal structure.
So cement can be a rock then, right? Even bricks.
I really don't see why not. We can go down to the atomic level, or the comparison of when we make a brick, is that the same as a universe creating a planet? Of course we can say no in that case. But if we're just talking about rocks, we're making rocks of different kinds.
We can make cement, we can make a brick, can we make a rock?
Yes. Mud over a long period of time becomes rock. There's giving you like 10 different examples making rock.
So all the rocks on Earth have been made by humans?
No.
They're saying Jesus, Merle. Oh my god.
Silly, dude.
Is that really considered
But
a
how
rock?
did the rocks?
Yeah, like fossils, which today are rocks and have like these like plant things in them. A long time ago, these things were just mud. They were mud or swamp, and over time, that mud gets the moisture comes out of the mud, and over time it gets compacted into a rock. The same with cement too. Like when you take all the moisture out of the cement, it becomes like a rock material.
You happy, Bandsaw?
I'll give you something easier to make. Make me an apple seed. That's easier.
Okay, but do you admit that cement is a rock now?
No, I don't. No, I don't admit anything, at least.
Okay, but do you accept the possibility that cement could be considered a type of rock?
No, cement is cement. Concrete is concrete.
Yeah, when I think of a rock, I think of something that nature makes, not something that is man-made.
Yeah. A granite top, a man-made granite top, right, that's made up of composites, isn't solid granite. It's a composite.
What about a diamond?
Some are, right? Well, I mean,
no, the man-made composite ones aren't solid granite. They're made up of composites, and they have a resin or some sort of adhesive in them to hold it all together.
But what about a diamond?
No, you can buy a real fucking rock though, cut right out the mountain. You can buy a real one of those for your counter.
Yeah,
100%. 100% you can. But I wasn't talking about that, was I, Don? I was talking about the man.
I apologize.
Yeah.
Okay, but Bandsaw, like a diamond, which has a chemical structure and a crystalline structure, and there's natural ones all over the world, and there's also man-made ones that have the exact same structure. There's no difference.
They're exactly the same as real diamonds.
Yes.
There's no difference with them whatsoever.
The only differences will be in the impurities.
Okay, then, so they're not exactly the same. There is a slight difference.
That's true about any two diamonds. But if you talk about a pure diamond, then a pure diamond is going to be identical to a man-made pure diamond.
Really?
Yes.
Don't know.
I've also posted an example for gemstones where you have a natural emerald and a lab-grown emerald. It's all the same.
Okay.
But there's guys who do this test. Have you seen where he does the little BBs in the plate and then he shakes around to see where the bubble naturally forms to shortcut the, you know what I mean? And they see where these little imperfections happen in these crystal lineups. They're working on shit like that, and that shit's starting to become help in them getting to the tinier and tinierest particle that exists or whatever. I'm sorry I can't elaborate more, but it's something, because it's not just gravity or something else. They're like how Kosho was saying a perfect diamond is going to be the same man-made or whatever, because in theory, the crystal just lines up perfectly, right? But they're seeing that there's some sort of like quantum effect, I guess is the best way to say it, to where there's going to be these natural little bubbles or the imperfections in these crystal arrangements.
No, exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
I don't think it's possible to
Impurities.
be the same.
Go ahead,
It can't
Mr.
be the same as nature.
You.
No, go ahead. I was just saying I don't see how
they
they could be the same as nature. That's all I was going to say. The synthetic ones, but yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, if they were both pure diamonds, then the structure would be the same. If there's impurities, you can have impurities in both, but that'd be like introducing a nitrogen impurities in there, and then what you're talking about, Don, is the electron vacancy, which is basically a free electron, but that's because there's an impurity in the it would be a pure carbon structure, but now there's like a nitrogen in there.
Well, Coach, what are you talking about making synthetic diamonds? I mean, that's why they test diamonds, right? To see if they're real or not.
No, you can. I mean, there's, like I said, I was talking to a dude who
there's fake diamond. The little testers that they use.
Yeah, but
but that's a different material, though. That's a different material within it. The fake one he's speaking of is made of diamond. The reason why they're testing diamonds is it cubic zirconium or is it diamond?
You can have a diamond from the earth.
So are they using real diamonds to make synthetic diamonds?
You mean
They're
real
using
carbon?
carbon. They're using carbon.
Huh?
Diamonds are pure carbon. They just use carbon, and it's just man-made. That's all. It's not that it's made deep in the Earth's crust.
Hold on.
But
Can
they
I-
make
Can I
man-made
go one step-
diamonds are made from the exact same things that naturally made diamonds are.
It's just carbon.
Can I go
Yeah.
one step further with the rock thing? Like, what are they? Because say on beaches with pebbles or rocks themselves on the shore, they're there, right? But there's all these beaches with sand, and they say that the water basically came to the shore and crushed those rocks into sand. And sand isn't dust. So potentially they could have brought the sand in, because the sand doesn't make sense when you really think about it.
It kind of does, though. Like when you think about like a river, if there's no river, and then over time a river is formed, something happens with what the earth that was there. It was corroded away, and this corrosion collects together and becomes the debris that makes up the sand and the salt in the ocean, right? I mean, this is true about all, not just rivers, but all the corrosion from the water everywhere in the oceans. But that's one way you can imagine there was land there. Then the river over time dug out a pathway, and a river was formed. And in that place where the river is now, that earth, it exists somewhere. It exists in the debris in the rest of the water as sand.
But well, the last thing I'll say is, because they say dirt, right? And
You guys
and
forget
dust.
the most important thing about diamonds, and without it, you wouldn't have any. You need voltage to grow a diamond.
But sand isn't dirt, and it isn't dust. It's sand.
Look it up.
It's something
You can't grow
else.
diamonds without voltage.
Yeah, how is
Look
it
up.
different? I agree.
They just discovered it too, by the way. But I've always known it. But they just discovered this not too long ago.
Sand and dirt are different. But I think about like a beach where, the ocean is smashing up against it, and so you get the beach. But then further into the land, you have dirt, and there's usually a transition from dirt to sand. So is sand just the land that's being basically hit by the water and being, kind of broken up and
no,
mixed with
no.
it?
No,
It
dirt's
can't be.
different. Dirt's different to sand.
Right. And when you kind of get clay and dirt, like you make mud brick and clay, but what does sand turn into? It turns into glass. So it's a completely different substance. And I've always been like, where does it come from? There's so much of it.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, is it not a result of like the side of the land all breaking down into that kind of intermediate size because the water's smashing up against it? And
no, but the dirt is already like, first of all, one type or very few types of rock and land that's already there, and it's already land. It's not even, you're not talking about rock at that point. You know what I mean? It's like the soil. Like soil's already not rock. You know what I mean? So it definitely is a very specific thing. Whereas sand is a collection of all the rock, all the crystals, That's why you look at sand. It's got all different. It's got a large makeup. You know what I mean? It's not just one type of thing. Silicone.
Yeah, it's a lot of broken up pieces. It's a combination of it's a potpourri of different types of rocks.
Potpourri.
You're roboting, Geo.
But yeah, I mean, does it come from under the earth and meets where the land meets the land, where the land meets the water, or does it just get formed by the water smashing up against the rocks on the land? Because there's some places where there won't be beach, but there will be just like land, soil, and then water. But then there's other places where there are indeed beaches. So what makes
the deserts?
I wish you guys would take me more seriously. I told you that they won't grow without a voltage first. You can't get a diamond to grow without voltage.
Right, we're far from that requirement. It's something else is being discussed.
Well, I mean, some people say that if there's a dome, it's made of glass, so the sand potentially would make sense there.
I mean, I do agree with what Grim was saying about the voltage. So Grim, then what voltage is involved in making sand?
Oh, and am I muted? I mean, I can't see my screen. Can you hear me?
No, you're right. You're right.
Oh, cool. Yeah, as far as like sand and stuff, sand isn't all made of the same thing. Not all sand is created equal, right? And you've got a lot of silicates and stuff like that. But a lot of these things are just transferred from other materials in the first place, like for them to even be here, from different irons and ore metals and different things that these silicates, broken down to their littler parts and then recombined with other things, and then you end up with the oxygen from a silicate turning into water when you have hydrogen banging into them. So from rocks you get water with electricity and a little plasma, and so it's all about the right combination of ions to materials that they off gas and recombine into different materials, more complex and even organic, from abiotic to organic. So that's there's a big old cross. There's a line that's been crossed that was said not to be able to be crossed, and that's like being able to prove that the oil is abiotic, comes from abiotic sources. That's been proven. I mean, even a long time ago, and the Russians already know it. That's why they didn't do so bad when they only had so much oil, we thought, because they started a new program, the Soviets, and they found all the damn oil they needed under these new guidelines of knowing where to look along these electric fucking ley lines and shit. So there's a lot more to all this. I think that
Then to link that into what Merle was saying, like the idea of like if there's glass above us and how that's connected to the sand. Is that what you were saying, Merle? Possible link.
Yeah, but
if there is a link, then how is
like
the electric field correlated with that, with the silicon?
Yeah, I would go with that. But I wouldn't say electric field was like a glass. You know what I mean? I would say that glass can be formed, on Earth through those, recombinations. But it didn't. I don't. I would just have to even get the information that I have on this. I couldn't all of a sudden go, oh, conclusion is there's a dome, and because I got the information from outside the dome. You know what I mean?
Well,
it's like
I guess I'm saying, if I want to build a house, a wooden house, I need wood. If I want to build a steel bridge, I need steel. And if I want to build a dome, I need sand.
It's hard to imagine a glass dome as big as it would have to be above us. It's hard to imagine, actually.
Yeah, and there's an inverse square law to the amount of weight that it can hold itself up with and all that nonsense. It's just too much, dude. I mean, we got to just let that go. This glass thing over the head and all that.
Yeah.
We're beyond that. We're beyond this glass thing, and yeah. I mean, there's like a pressure gradient. You kind of, you know, it would be hotter up
Say,
there. You know what I mean,
say,
man? That's where the source comes
you,
from. It'd be hotter up
well,
there
say
than
if
down here. It wouldn't make any
say if
sense
you
to be
had
hot
like
on the bottom.
a beak.
And
Say
you know
if you
how
had
when you're
like
in
a
a,
beaker.
you know how when you're in a
No, hang on.
terrarium,
Wait,
the
wait,
air
wait
gets
a
hot.
second. But say if you had a beaker, right? And in the bottom of the beaker, there's a little garden. You've got some dirt in there, some
Yeah,
grass,
I'm
and
with
a
you,
little
man.
house.
I'm
Right?
with you. I just played that out in my head, and that's why I asked you the question. What about all the heat? Because in my little beaker with this glass dome on the top of it, and I just run my little heat along the top, right? The air gets hot from the top where the source comes from. It doesn't get. It's not cold there and then gets hot underneath it to the ground only. That's not what's happening. So that means we can rule that out. It's not hot up in the air. It's cold up the higher up we go, and the less pressure we have. It's all backwards. If that was the case, then the light source would be the Earth itself, where all the heat comes from. We wouldn't feel it coming from the sun. You know what I mean? It's like it kind of rules itself out real fast, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, why do those plants, if you put a plant in a bottle or a little terrarium, they seem to do pretty well with not much?
It depends on the type of plant. Some plants can't survive like that. Some plants need a dry air to breathe out so they can pull water up and in. You couldn't put a cannabis plant in something like that. It doesn't like that. It needs a particular humidity, a particular dryness, you know, to get the maximum yield out of them.
All plants are different.
Mm-hmm.
In your have you? Sorry, have you finished, Mel?
Yeah, mate.
Yeah. In your electric universe script, right, where there is an electric field, you know, around everything. So, in your mind, or in a model that you may follow, is there a start to everything and a finish to everything, or is it just, or does
No.
it just go on for infinitum?
No, see, if these guys can have the rules, I'm going to say no first, and then explain why.
Okay.
No, and then because these guys, the standard narrative guys, you know, who we always argue with, they're like, you know, energy can't be destroyed and it can't be created.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so we're going to go along with that line and say no, they're right, that's true, and therefore they can't create or destroy energy, and so we're going to go with that and say that it's just been transferred and recycled over and over again, and it's always been here. And you can call that God if you want.
Yeah,
You know?
but I don't think you quite answered my question.
Oh,
And
I
a
said no.
finish.
There's no start and a finish. There's
There
no
is.
finish.
Oh, sorry. Okay, there is no
There's no heat death.
finish.
It's no to both questions. Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't clarify that.
Yeah, sorry. No. You did say no. Yeah, I just didn't listen to you. You did say no though.
No worries, man. But yeah, I don't think so because they use like heat death in their model of the sun to give an example of why everything's gonna die and all this kind of stuff, right? And we're like no, and we're like no, this there's no heat death. These magnetic fields are accelerating currents, and you know what I mean. And they get to slow down and then do their thing, and then re-meet and retransform and hit new magnetic fields, and then get fast again, and start all over and over and over cyclically. You know, just and there's oscillations maybe in the cycles, but what you know, I don't see it being really necessary. I mean, because we don't see that far off anyway. We can see all the way out to the dark web, or excuse me, the cosmic web. I must be high. we can see the cosmic web. Then they're showing themselves that there's a rotation and filamentary structures and things that are just blowing their minds that they're not supposed to see. This isn't gravity, obviously, and they're looking at plasma, and then so these there's billions of galaxies, and as far as they can imagine in this cosmic web that they're looking at, and they found rotation, redshift and blue shift along. Like, imagine if you're looking at a pipe from the side view perpendicularly, and you see that there's redshift on the top of the pipe and blue shift on the bottom of the pipe. Then you know that the bottom of the pipe is rotating towards you and the top of the pipe is rotating away from you, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you see that that's rotation in this tube, and the rotating tubes of filaments are literally perfect signatures of Birkeland currents, because that's what they do, and we know that. So they're looking at Birkeland currents, huge ones that encompass billions and billions and billions of galaxies at once, and they're going, where's the energy coming from? They still have the nerve to say that. I'm looking at them like, from right outside, man. You see it rotating into us. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? You know what I mean? Like, fuck. And then you want to know where it goes from, further than out in the cosmic web? I'm going to suggest that there's an even bigger cosmic web, because there always was every time we looked. And once we get able to look, I bet you we'll see that too. Just a lot of cosmic web, which is just huge electrical. It almost looks like, like muscle fibers and neuron activity and brain tissues. Like, we're just these little tiny quantum particles inside of an actual.
Dude, we're the virus, the bacteria. We're the
It could be just like us, though. Another scalable us. And we're really like in the elbow of a guy named John. Our whole visible universe. I wrote a book it was a very short 12-page book when I was a little kid about that very thing, called The Pebble in the Shoe. Back when I was smart.
That's good. That's good.
Something to think about, right, guys? It's like, where do we get all these thoughts from this outside voice in our head? It's John, man. Tesla says, he just closed his eyes and imagined these things, and then 1.1 gigawatt. You know what I mean? Like, he just these ideas come rushing in from outside. He says they're not from himself. That was John.
I have seen the neurons, or as you say, I didn't know the thing about how every time they look, it keeps expanding or something like that. Like, I know they got the thing that
I
encompasses.
don't mean every time they look. I just mean every time they get better equipment, they see more. They see
Right.
more of the same thing, but in a bigger, scaled up version. Like, we started with the microscope and shit, and we started seeing these little interactions and stuff, and then we got bigger, and then we saw it with the with our regular eyes, and we
dude,
saw these.
Oh, sorry.
Right. I mean, I'm saying it, like, we see the lightning and stuff, and then we look again, and now we see these filaments in the middle of our galaxy that are, scalable to lightning, the way that they are a particular band of thickness and exceed not a particular amount, but the length can continue on long, though the magnetic field constricts it into one size. We see that, and then we see it scaled up even again from these cosmic lightnings to the.
Was that the
Yeah.
one I was? Was that the one that you could probably go a few pictures up in our little feed there? But is that the filaments one? Is that the one that I got on to about it?
Yeah, you threw it out there. Yeah, exactly. That's why I mentioned it for you, because.
Okay, so what's the bigger one?
the cosmic web.
Ah.
And it shows outside of galaxies and how galaxies are connected, and they're along those same kind of fucking filaments, which is what we propose in the electric universe the whole time before we could ever see this shit. This was all part of the theory. It had to be that everything was scalable, and all these electrical things that we're looking at, they will have similar features and size restraints and inverse kind of abilities where they can't be outside of these certain proportions, and they've all been within those proportions, put it that way.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think these things seem like they always should be intertwined, but I definitely have seen, as you know, that they're talking about these magnetic filaments everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
So
For
I mean,
sure.
come on, man.
They just told us that black holes flare now because they saw it happen, and so they're like, okay, well now they flare, and we're like, well, plasmoids always flared, but I mean black holes. I don't know, guys. You want to make some more shit up? I mean, you gotta have that black hole, don't you? Because you gotta have that Big Bang. You know what I mean? Like for some reason that is super important to them. Like,
Yeah, it is. They do keep putting that one. Even when it's like, no, there could be more little Big Bangs within inside or the black hole and all this, but yeah, I don't know why it has to. But there are people that say, like, the one possible where everything was always here, it could always been here. Let's say, just to be loose, like, hey, its size, or its big fish tank or whatever. It could be expanding and contracting perpetually. It could be static. It could be like, who the fuck know? Like, dude, like, who even really fucking cares? Like, seriously. Like, what you gonna do? Stop it? Is that the game? Like, stop it?
yeah,
Like,
by that point, if it's farther than any of our equipment can see, and further than we'll ever imagine going anytime soon, why don't we try and figure out what we're dealing with locally? Yeah, and see if we're even right about this shit. Yeah, it's just weird.
I did want to ask you, Griff. I caught the ass end of contentions earlier, but was there any fucking point that you were talking about earlier that dude was hating on over in the other room? Because I was listening offline, and I'm like, what in actual?
You mean
so I know
over in
generally
that other
every
place?
half a day, dude's like, oh yeah, back. I mean, it's the same fucking thing. It's the same thing. You don't back it up.
Oh yeah, no, you get
information. I'm slipping, dude. I'm slipping. Was there any new thing you were talking about today, or did shit just get friction?
I don't really remember the exact conversation off top, but I think you had it was about the stuff we can't really talk about, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
The plasma stuff. Okay.
Yeah, so it was about somewhere along the lines of that, and the true believers are just mind-boggling for me. I don't get it.
Bro, I'm genuinely just organically just trying to small talk conversation, and then like, bro, I want you to know I'm not just segue probing. Like, I hear Gio's ass. Dude, Gio and Britt earlier were just like, Gio was like, we was like or something. Gio was like, yeah, and real quick, but 9/11, not to switch the topic though, but real quick.
But the 9/11 though.
Like, what the fuck you be doing, bro?
Like, not to interrupt, man, but
No, I mean he was. It was
Austin
kind of like
Donnie?
he was hosting, but it was kind of like I don't know. He hit him with a 1-2-3. It was like a 1-2-3. 9/11 was like the third, I think.
Oh, you mean in here?
Yeah, earlier, right
Oh,
before
yeah,
2 hours ago. Yeah. And I want you to know, I'm just like, dude, I was listening offline, and I did hear all that drama. That shit was hilarious. I was rolling, bro. Fucking rolling. I swear to God. And I had a bad day, so it picked me up.
Oh yeah. I told Jim I would fucking write him a check, but then I thought about it. He would just cash my check and keep the money. So I wanted to tell him, well, you'd have to sign a contract saying that you're actually gonna come down here and not press charges because you want to challenge me to a friendly boxing match.
Oh yeah, you had to keep throwing out the disclaimers for the fucking peanut gallery. But I definitely heard. I thought it was great. Like both of y'all were like, acting like fuck it, I'm gonna fight regardless. But now on the side, let's talk shit about each other's fucking behavior and fucking talking patterns and all this. Is like you're having to explain the shit. He's having to act like come on, we know it's not real. All this fucking shit. Like you guys are just throwing out all these little factoids about reality. Like it was fucking hilarious. Fucking hilarious.
I know.
At the same time, y'all both are like, bro, if we was fucking in each other's face right now, they should be fucking going down right now. Like,
Oh, he would cry. He would piss his fucking pants, and he knows it. He wasn't even acting. The fact that when he starts calling you retard and mong and shit, he's already playing the tough guy. But for some reason, people don't pay attention to him trying to call, because them's his fighting words. That's the type of shit that gets you punched in the mouth on the outside, on the outs, or on the ends. If you just don't just do that in conversation with somebody that you're not brothers with. Just call them a fucking retard or say they're fuck. You know what I mean? You fucking mom. That's literally playing the tough guy. So mentioning that, hey man, you wouldn't do that because you'd get popped in the mouth. Now you're the one who's being the tough guy all of a sudden. But hold on, man. Weren't you just calling me a mong and doing all that fighty talk and shit? I mean, you don't even realize you already crossed the line. I just reminded you that there was a line. Now I'm the tough guy. I'm the one starting, you know what I mean? And he doesn't want to absorb that you don't talk to people like that unless you're trying to fight. That's literally what that is.
Who's
You're trying to pretend like you just beat somebody up with words.
But I took it either way. Like I could see like humble, like either way, or like respecting position or ability, or just either way. I still respect it. Like he come off like, yo, he put up, and at least like he'll take it either way. Like I mean, but he kept it real, man. Like y'all, I mean, he was talking hella shit. Don't get me wrong, everything you said, but like, yo, as far as like putting the toes, I mean, as far as putting the toes up, come on, he probably, he probably put his chin up.
I run up and down the court with my kids still playing basketball, dude. This dude don't do shit. He sits on the
I'm not
couch.
saying he would do anything. I'm saying he would have honor. He's saying he might put a little honor in the mix. You feel me?
That dude would cry and call the police.
Can I get some context?
He was already threatening the police and shit and calling it different laws and calling on different fucking, you know what I mean? He was already snitching and doing all that bullshit.
We can hear you. Hold on, you guys.
You'll be in jail.
Platypus, we can hear you, but your mic was pretty quiet.
Hold on. Remember, dude, he was like, you'll be in jail, man. There'll be felonies. And I mean, you know what I mean? I'm like, bro, you already talking cop talk, right? Like,
yeah, I mean,
you'd be like 911 or 4, whatever the fuck they call.
Well, Grim, whatever tensions you have with them, I don't think it can be resolved this way. As far as that, yeah, I mean, isn't he? He has like a handicap. I'm not trying to.
Jim Panda?
Yeah.
The fuck if I know? He don't talk like he act like he.
Dude, he's got like an actual health. He has an actual health.
Look, I'm just like
Jim Panda was in a wheelchair.
Y'all got into a position of honor, believe it or not, dude. As a third-party bystander, y'all did y'all shit talking, okay? And I'm
I'll slap him out of his wheelchair.
Ability aside, whoever wins, okay? Y'all stressed out, whatever. Okay, it's no big deal. Like the dude was saying he'd take your ticket, dude. like regardless, y'all was
Well,
so.
if he's in a wheelchair, that's the only way he'll do it is call the cops, bro. I ain't
I'm
fucking
just
gonna.
saying, dude. If he
No one
was
told me that
saying shit
bullshit.
in your face that he said over the thing, he knows y'all. What he's smart enough to know y'all would have been fighting, so he had to be smart enough to know if he is in a fucking wheelchair, then he'd have been chosen to take his licks or whatever, and fucking like
He said it though. He's like, because he knows in his mind, he knows that it'll never happen and all of that kind of shit. And I'm like, well, that's why you're talking that shit.
That's
Which
real.
reiterates my original point. You talk that shit because you know you're hiding behind the fucking phone or the computer, and nobody will ever be able to do anything. So you don't have to behave accordingly like a human being to other people. You get to call them mom and idiot.
All right, guys, you've thrashed it out. You've thrashed it out.
Yeah,
they got it out, man. They got it out.
that's
But
all it is.
yeah,
What
mad
did I
about
miss?
mad
Did I
about
miss
Graham
something really good?
some or not hating on science, but mad about Graham talking about someone's perspective of the science.
Puss is trying to get in.
All right,
go Puss.
Oh, I just want to know what I missed. I feel like I'm missing a bunch of context.
Oh,
it's only
don't worry.
yeah.
Don't
just
worry.
a server that nobody gives a shit about, really.
Okay.
It's the
No,
shill bin.
we're talking about really, to be honest, like create like fucking magnetic filaments through the through the universe and stuff like this, and the cosmic web and all this, and then you know, it's like kind of whatever, maybe new ideas of what the model of the standard model of the universe might be. And then I was like calling back to something I heard earlier, and I was like, we were rehashing whether they were on the same topic or not. But anyway, yeah, we've been talking about some electric universe stuff for a minute. You know what I mean? You know, Grim, I don't know how you feel about how deep they're actually going into space. I know you probably are aware how, you know, very skeptical I'm of that, but I always appreciate that you give me, you know, the time of day, regardless.
So, Grim, is your viewpoint
appreciate
that they might actually be covering up things in outer space to cover up Electric Universe? Is that how you see it? Like, do you think Electric Universe is like the real?
Oh yeah,
they're hiding stuff. You know,
I definitely do. That's why I don't believe in NASA. That's why I don't believe that they are honest with us, and they haven't been from the start, because they knew more about this shit in the 1800s. A lot of the stuff that those guys were talking about are the stuff that they're finally having to mention because of so many observations of it. It can't be ignored and refuted anymore. So now they have to incorporate it and try to ad hoc it into their super heavy, smart gravity mode. Okay, kids, quit playing with the fucking alarm out there.
We all float down here.
Yeah. Sorry, hold on a second.
Go to bed, kids, or Pennywise is coming. We're gonna all float up in the sky. Let's go.
All right. Little knuckleheads. You figure out your car.
Grim, here's why they really hate me sometimes, because like I have kids too, and you know, maybe I don't know, they think I'm endangering my kids or something, but I'd be like, what's wrong with the power of the dark side?
Feed your anger.
All of a sudden, I'm a pervert and a rapist and a murderer. It's so funny.
Yeah.
But I'd be like, nope, you're never gonna discover what the universe is.
You're not. I mean, banging rocks together, forgetting them. Didn't they go on to tell you that diamonds are formed by just pressure?
Well,
Boy, how long
that's
has
how the
everybody
lab-grown
heard
ones
that?
are. The lab-grown ones
When's the
have
first
two
time, Bio?
processes.
When's the first time you heard that, Bio?
I don't know, man. I don't know, man. But if I'm going to be talked over, I don't give a fuck. I posted it in the link in the chat. There's two processes, and neither of them mention any electricity. So whatever, man.
Yeah, you need the new data. I was going to say, when is the first time you heard that they needed electricity, Bio? Is that today?
Yep. 100% today. I heard it.
First time, he said. First time.
Yeah,
That's
well, he
what I
doesn't
heard.
believe it still. Yeah. I left a link earlier where it said from the Nature publication that they just found out, but the diamonds needed a voltage to start growing in the first place. Without it, they wouldn't. They found that out by kind of dissecting the filamentary structure of the carbon in the first place. And they ended up figuring it out. That it needs electricity.
So, Bio, is that possible? Because the one thing I didn't get from looking at that information is what they actually start with. There was even that one video where they were saying that they made diamonds from peanut butter.
Yeah, peanut butter.
Oh, come on, man. Please don't subscribe to that. You're talking about the charcoal, and then in peanut butter, you freeze it on ice, and then a diamond, right?
Come on.
No, it was in that second. I think it's in that second video.
I know that's what they do. It was a common viral video. Some dude has a thing of ice. They have a charcoal. They wrap it in peanut butter, leave it overnight in the ice. Then suddenly they have a diamond. It's retarded.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. The guy's name is Dan Frost. If you go to that second video, it says, "Can you actually make diamonds at home?" It's like 6 minutes and 40 seconds. No, they're talking about this guy that actually literally did make diamonds from peanut butter. His name is Dan Frost. And it's still using that equipment that you were talking about. I think this one's the CHV or whatever. But yeah,
he didn't.
They're just using it. He was just using the peanut butter as the source for the carbon.
Oh boy.
But it said it took 2 to 3 weeks. Yeah, 2 to 3 millimeter diamonds made from. It says it took. Yeah, this says it took 2 to 3 weeks to actually grow.
Wow. Do you believe it, or has Quora looked into it? I can see this thing Grim posted where like you have this layer of material and there's like this high pressure and it's all like this stasis, but it's like right on the the tipping point, and then like some fucking zap thing fucking happens to that shit and it all fucking shifts or whatever.
Well, the reason I brought that.
The first paragraph is in the Live Science article where they link you to the Science Advances journal where it's published.
But see,
the lab-based experiment science mimicked conditions in the mantle layer, the layer just beneath Earth's crust, and found that diamonds grew only when exposed to an electric field, even a weak one of about 1 volt, according to the study which was published online January 20th in the journal Science Advances. So it's relatively new.
I'm sure we're all chomping at the bit to expose a possible flaw in the logic here, where this is qualified for the zone deep inside the Earth, whereas they could be making them not deep inside the Earth in the lab without the electricity, possibly.
Dude, this even says that they can
they're
make.
not. They use plasma.
Diamonds.
They have to use plasma to do it on lab experiments.
That's only one process. There's 2 of them that I posted, Grim.
Well, the other one is an electric volt. There's voltage.
It doesn't speak to that at all.
Well, because when you dynamite it, a volt is created.
Well, that's why I brought up the peanut butter bio, because I was asking, I imagine that. I mean, this is saying that you can make diamonds out of anything with carbon. It even says that they make diamonds out of people's ashes. They're called memorial diamonds. So you can have your loved one's ashes, made into a diamond. So apparently, a lot of different forms of carbon can be used. But obviously, if you're going to do that, you don't just pour the ashes into the machine. I imagine there's some kind of process to get the carbon down to whatever form that you actually put it in there. So could there be some electrical, like what Grim's talking about, could be used in that preparation process?
I think what they're doing with that example specifically would be similar to cubic zirconium, where you can make what we could call it a diamond, but it wouldn't actually be a diamond in what we're talking about, where you have the natural diamonds forming in the earth, and then we have these lab-grown diamonds, which are indistinguishable from each other. But I think what you're speaking to is just a fake diamond, but it's advertised as a diamond.
I'm talking about the real diamonds.
But it's a fake diamond.
I'm doing the same thing too, Grim. The lab-grown ones are indistinguishable from natural.
But that's
it says here that a carbon plasma forms inside the chamber.
Right. That's for the CBH.
I think it's CVD or something.
Yeah, but plasma
that's one process
organizes
of the
and
two that I
separates
posted.
charge
Yeah.
on its own. Once you have
There's
plasma, you have freely moving electrons, and now you're talking about moving plasmas, which induces a current, which there you have your voltage.
right. No, I get that. Again, that is one process of two that I posted. The other one doesn't speak to any type of voltage or plasma at all.
Well, maybe it's proprietary information. They'd rather not tell you. I don't
Perhaps
believe
it's secret information. I can only speak to the information that I have.
Yeah, but no. Weren't we told that these things are just pressure? And haven't we seen like open tours of these facilities where they show you these big barrel like things, you know, and then they open. I mean, we've seen this, right? And then like, wouldn't they be like, yeah, and we do a spark right here, or wasn't it just pressure?
I haven't seen any
right
videos.
here.
No.
Diamonds only grow with voltage, no matter what kind of diamond it is. It's a diamond is a diamond is a diamond. It's the same kind of diamond, and there was a voltage there to get it started in the first place. It says right there, January 21st, 2021.
Yeah, Grim, I just don't like they don't need those words deep inside the earth on there. It could just say diamonds need an electric zap to crystallize. Full stop.
True, right. That's very true.
But it is a stupid.
How can they say I just
Well, they
opened
need
the
the
article?
pressure,
It says they form more than 90 miles under the Earth's surface. How can they know that if they haven't been 90 miles under?
Thank you.
Well, knowledge and science is based off of what they think is the best understanding of the preconditions. They say we have these theories, they're good enough, and we're going to guess that there's something happening 90 miles under the crust or whatever. You know?
Yeah, because the pressures that they think that need to be made, because they do need to be some intense pressures, but they're not allowing for huge electrical surges and voltages of that have happened as part of the. It really only needs 1 volt, by the way, just get started. So they're not really, adding the idea that these electrical discharges and stuff create pressures and shock waves that they show up in mountains. That there could have been, it could have been permanent plasma winds in earlier stages, that just caused so much pressure and things right along the surface of the planet, because you do see a lot of that going on. And
you
then
see earthquake lights that appear to imply some sort of electromagnetic influence for earthquakes. And I think Nikola Tesla may have caused an electromagnetic earthquake with one of his steam pressure machines based off of the waves and frequency or something like that emanating off of the machine.
Yeah, I mean, there's that, but the stuff that you were saying before, that can, it doesn't fall in even the lines of conspiracy theory at all, because they do see those lights before earthquakes, and those lights are caused by electromagnetic disturbances in the plasma that light up the plasmas in the gases, what they're calling just gases, but there's clearly a plasma connection. And it could even be that those earthquakes and stuff are happening externally, triggered externally.
Oh, for sure. So wait, back to the diamonds for a second. So can diamonds be made synthetically without electricity, or do you have to have electricity? Because the one that you read, you said does mention that they use. It says they put these powders in an artificial mantle in their lab, subjecting them to pressure up to 7.5 gigapascals and temperatures of up to 2,900 Fahrenheit, and electrode-powered electric fields ranging from 0.4 to 1 volt. So this one definitely says they do, but do you always need an electrical impulse to create a diamond, or can it be created without that?
Well, you might think it's being created without it, but something within what you're doing might be causing the voltage. You know what I mean? Like when you take a stick of dynamite and you blow it up, a lot of electrons are released. A lot of current is moved around in a small area.
Well, there's massive pressure.
Present.
They use pressure.
Right. And it's necessary for the pressure too. And in a lot of cases, without the dynamite, like in lightning strikes and things, you can get these huge pressures. Like in those, when the when lightning strikes and there's like joints in it, and there's little balls that's like they see it lit where the joints were after the lightning is off. Those are Z pinches and Bennett pinches in the lightning, right? And if the lightning continued to have a current going through it, those Z pinches would light up, and they would just look like stars lighting there. And the current, anyway, so the the material and stuff gets accumulated into high pressures with those magnetic fields, and you don't need deep earth bullshit to go on for it to happen. And you also get a lot of like protons and different things that happen in nuclear reactions happening in lightning bolts and electric discharges than people are giving them credit for. So if you imagine if there were conditions to where the planets hadn't met their equilibrium yet, and they were still at vastly different charges as they were aligning and reorganizing or whatever into their new electric fields, they would discharge into each other, releasing huge lightning bolts that were bigger than anything we could imagine, that would, that could scar like Mars, the trench on Mars, and shit like this, carve out the Grand Canyon and put down, and raise mountains and shit basically overnight. These are the kind of things that I think when they wrote stories about the gods and shit and thunderbolts of the gods and all that, they were talking about something that was happening around them in that way.
Right on.
Maybe.
That's cool. Well, not to totally change the topic, we can stay on the other one, but dude, I just found this apparently just today.
9/11?
NASA just released that they claim that they got the images of Venus's surface. Look at that CGI. It's not even CGI. That's just like.
Hold on, let me go look. I'm just got a new phone, so I'm sure.
It says NASA's Parker Solar Probe give us the very first visible light glimpse of Venus's red hot surface. This was just oh, never mind. This is 2021. 2020. Yeah. It's not new. I mean, does that look real to you? Like the sun and the little stars out there? Anyways, I don't have to change the topic. I just found that. I just thought it looked funny.
Yeah, I don't know why we would see the stars like that. And that light source on this, it's so bright.
Yeah, looks funky.
You think they could have, zoomed in a little better? Seemed like they zoomed in on the stars. That's hard to believe, dude.
It's quiet in here, looks like. Were you guys being silent? Hey, is Geo present?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Hey, man, I never come to you with this, man, but I've been we talked about astrology plenty, and I told you I used to study the mappings, and you showed me the. Anyways, it doesn't matter. I was curious if there's anything strange about this past week, maybe up till now. This week, is there something particular? Maybe with I can give you specific signs too. But I'm just curious. Some weird stuff's happening. That's all. So I thought I would ask.
You trying to bang Geo, man?
No. Yeah, no. Yeah, but specifically with Taurus, Taurus and Leo, Geo. Huh. If there's anything particularly significant, you can you can identify that quicker than I can. I just look for normal, regular stuff, but you can see all the, you know, what do you call it? Oh fuck! Which way am I? Hold on, give me a second. This road is fucking weird. But yeah, so just whenever you get that information, Gio, I'm all ears.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, I mean, everything's always in flux and moving. I mean, it sounds like you're talking about some particular people, like yourself and someone else, perhaps.
Yeah, two others, yeah, and myself. That's right. I'm a Taurus. My friends are Leos, but very parallel happenstances between the three of us. Very similar situations, incidences, I suppose. Just curious. It seems odd. First one, then the next, then a third. Just seems odd.
Yeah, well, I guess without knowing some of the details, but I mean, the thing about the signs that you're mentioning, like Taurus and stuff, I mean, that would just be like the sun sign. So that's just the position of the sun, against the fixed stars when you were born. And if you're talking about a couple of people that have different, but that's just only that one component. So like all of the other luminaries are in a sign too. So like the moon, Mars, etc. But even more than the signs is the actual geometric relationships between the actual luminaries. And if you're talking about some type of event or something where multiple people, then ideally you'd want to look at all of their charts and then all of their transits. So their charts would be their actual birth charts and how those are all aligning with each other. But then the transits would be how their charts and how all three of your charts are aligning with the current positions of the luminaries. So that's called transit. So you've got all the transits and then you've got the actual charts themselves. So yeah, I mean, that would perhaps require a more, in-depth undertaking.
Well, the charts, because I could have looked at that. I was curious about something that was maybe like an overall strangeness. I don't know if there's some sort of just strange.
Well, every moment. I mean, every moment is a unique, like, alchemical fusion of whichever luminaries are aligned, and those can align uniquely for particular individuals as well. But it's sort of like, if you've got like, your salt, pepper, ketchup, mustard, you've got like all of the different elements, and then how those all come together. So you've got Mercury, Venus, Mars, etc. So it would be difficult just to. I mean, there might be some very unique alignments going on, in what you're referring to, but it wouldn't. I mean, I don't think it'd be possible to just without knowing further information. I mean, there's always things that are happening. I mean, without like.
I was just wondering if there was maybe. I don't know if maybe you were going to say, yeah, dude, there's a giant eclipse and a meteor happening. I don't know if it's something big, like obvious. I guess not, though. Nothing obvious happening. Well, this is weird. It's just the three of us. We just have a very, very similar situation all at the same time. So, I gotta run. I'll be back though. But if anything comes to mind, by the time I get back.
Well, I mean, there's a couple. I mean, in terms of like in the weather, as it were. I mean, Mercury was retrograde, and it went direct last week. Venus was retrograde before that, so we're kind of coming out of both Venus and Mercury retrograde. There's a Venus-Mars conjunction right now. So yeah, I mean, there's multiple, things right now happening. Sun-Saturn conjunction. But yeah, I mean, to do a full analysis, we'd have to look at it, look at all the charts and everything, pull it all up.
Oh my god. See that? See, Grim, they go to video. They go to video that they know they all want. First ever. Get excited. 8 frames.
I like how you hold their feet to the fire, Don, with the footage they're giving us. That's good stuff.
Dude, I can't believe I can't believe the trickery that grown men, that smart people do and act like I'm moving the goalposts. It's fucking bullshit, dude. It's a red flag to me, man. It's crazy. But hey, the more we play around in space, the more they'll have to give us.
Yeah, I mean, if somehow we did some measurement of the Earth and, absolutely we measure curvature or something like that, even if that happened, I would still extremely question all that footage that we're given. Like, it's just not even close to being authentic. I mean, at that point, I might think, okay, they're giving us all fake shit, and maybe they have the real thing, and they're just keeping all that from us and just feeding us all this fake garbage.
Yeah, I don't know why that wouldn't be the case. I respect them for it, but it's like, let's not be stupid and think otherwise.
Well, I guess, they're up against something pretty hard. How do you make something look real that isn't real?
Were you describing flat Earth?
No, that's very real. We can observe that directly.
It's the same words that I would use for a globe.
Whose words do I choose?
You don't choose words. You choose the evidence.
But Gio's words are his evidence.
And that's fair. Do you find that to be compelling?
Well, but we could technically go out and take photos, like long distance, seeing too far, all that good stuff. We could take photos of the Earth and have that extended planar geometry be shown. But the footage that they're giving us of outer space is very suspect.
Yeah, we could take measurements of Earth, like the one I often cite, Jesse's measurement over the half-mile lake. We could do exactly that, Gio. And like I said before, I've made many concessions where certain things could exist on a flat Earth. On a globe Earth, NASA could still be lying. All these things could still be occurring on a globe Earth. It's not dependent on Earth shape. Let there be an Illuminati conspiracy. Let there be powerful people running the world. Let all that be. That's not Earth shape dependent. So I don't care about that.
Here.
I hear you. I will say though, I'm not really requesting you do concede, so it's kind of, to me, it's just up to you what your conclusions are. There's no fight to be had, at least not with me. But
All right, we're just having a conversation.
Just a couple of dudes just hanging out. Oh, it's funny. Yeah. No, at the end of the day, it is up to you what conclusion you come to. I mean, there's a larger thing of the globe being told to us by the authorities or whatever. So obviously there is like tensions in the world, as it were, around this and what this represents on that level. But
not really, because in the same breath that we're told about the globe, in that same breath we're also told 1 + 1 is 2, that America is this continent in the world, in that same breath. So it's not like it's this special training that we go away for 6 months and we get brainwashed into. It's part of school.
Yeah, but 1 + 1 doesn't equal globe.
No, I'm just saying. It's not like learning the globe was a special program. It's just part of learning everything else too.
if the Earth indeed isn't a globe bio, like in terms of your interest in all this, like how strongly would you want to know the truth, even if it's against the globe idea?
I would want to know even harder.
Yeah, that's cool.
What would you want to know, Bio?
Of everything that couldn't work, the math, the physics, all of that, I would want to know where I was wrong, how I was wrong, and what it actually is. It wouldn't be enough for me to know it wouldn't be enough for me to quote unquote know the truth. I'd have to learn more than that.
I would be the same for me. I mean, if we went out and measured curvature somehow, or were able to do some of these things like White's word experiment and others, and if all things start showing curvature, especially some of these like ideas we've talked about with spherical excess and different things, if these could be physically verified beyond what's currently available, yeah, I would think I would have to do the same thing. I'd be like, okay, there's curvature, what's going on? So, and I'd want to know. Yeah, I'd be thinking a lot about it.
See, that's where I disagree. I don't think you would, because there are these evidences that are provided to you, like you just said, spherical excess. Again, Jesse's measurements, all these things, and you don't go out there and verify these things. So I humbly disagree that that's what you would do.
So where do you think it would lead you, Bio? Right? Where do you think it would lead you if all of a sudden now you're on a plane, right? And now you have to reconcile with yourself the mathematics of everything. Where's that then? Where's that then leave you? Once you've worked out all the mathematics, then where does it?
It's just a never-ending journey of knowledge, essentially. Like even like right now, where I have my position, I'm going to be going back to school this fall. Within physics, I'm still going to be doing that stuff. So now, if the motivation is everything that I've learned before doesn't match reality for whatever reason, I'm giving you that. For whatever reason, I've just abandoned all my previous knowledge. So now I have less knowledge. So I will obviously be more hungry to learn. Like right now, let's say I'm at 60% capacity of knowledge. I'm still going to go back to school to increase that number. If for whatever reason the Earth is confirmed flat tomorrow, now I'm at 20%. I'm going to be more hungry.
But what are these mathematics going to change, Bio? Like what on a day-to-day level? Really, like, things, many flat earthers and globe earthers would agree about basic mathematics.
We don't even agree on distances, man. So that would be a huge one. Distances between locations.
Now we're talking about what distances here on Earth between, say, LA and Sydney.
Sure, as an example. Sure.
LA to Venus.
Sure, all of that, all of it. Because if the Earth is flat, then there is a misconception on the distance to planets, but obviously on Earth as well, because the distance between LA and Sydney would be very apparently different, flat versus globe. So if we have a value for globe, but it is actually flat, the math involved was wrong, and I don't want to be wrong.
Well, maybe it's just the coordinate system. All right, so now you have a new coordinate system that shows you the distance between LA and Sydney, for argument's sake. It's already there. Okay.
Oh, sure.
It's just a different coordinate system because you can turn a coordinate system into any shape that you want pretty easily just through mathematics. You can do that pretty straightforward. I think that's been demonstrated to you or someone else that was demonstrated to.
Right. So, there are implications behind that, but I understand what you're saying. Sure. A different coordinate system could perhaps solve that very specific problem. It could, sure. But again, there are implications. The stars with the 69 mile per degree, the blah, 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 other things. But you're right. That very specific thing, a different coordinate system may solve that one problem, but it implicates other things. And that's where I would do more investigation. Like, man, I might be fucking wrong.
Okay, so now you're on a flat plane, so maybe the stars, the mathematics may not even help you there.
Right, everything could be wrong. That's the point, right? That's the exact point of me saying if I'm at 60% knowledge and I'm still looking to increase that, if I go from 60 to now 20 because the Earth is flat, then I will have more of a desire to learn than I have right now. It would be the biggest boost for me motivation wise if it were flat.
Jeremy and I were actually talking about this, like, even the concept of, let's say we have absolute physical measurement verification, in a way that has never really been known yet, at least in our awarenesses. We were saying that, like, because Jeremy was first saying, like, oh yeah, that's going to end it. And then he was like, no, actually it's not going to end it. It's just going to be the beginning. It's like literally like day one.
Oh, maybe just present evidence. We'll find out when evidence is provided.
I mean, I guess at that point it would put to rest, like, whether there's curvature or not, but what that even implies. It would, like, open up an entire new realm of a shift in paradigms and science and all of society.
Right. No, I 100% agree. I don't disagree at all. If given the implication that the Earth is flat in some type of way, then yes, literally everything would change. Or not literally, but you know what I mean. Well, everything would change.
I think the paradigm of who we are, where we came from, never change. And even if we did come from a creator, right, the question will always still remain. Even if we 100% know that we came from a creator, well, the question is still open: is, well, what is that creator? Who is that creator? So something.
Who created the creator?
Exactly. These things will just never be answered, even if you've got all the answers. And I think actually coming into it with, you think 60% of everything, I think you're being way too generous there, Pio, to be quite honest.
2/5 of fuck all, mate. 2/5 of fuck all.
Exactly right. Exactly.
Hopefully in depth we find out a bit more, mate. That would be a nice resolution.
I can't remember where I heard it, but when you hear about these near-death experiences and people walk towards the light, right? And I can't remember who it was that said, it's just like, well, what happens if you turn over your shoulder and behind you? Like, why are people always walking towards the light? Like, what's behind you? Where have you come from?
Yeah, that's the soul trap. You don't go towards the light. That's what all the other fucking 95% of people do. It's so bright, looks so awesome, and they just wander in. You got to do the opposite, mate. Fucking run the other way, and then you pop back into your body and get to live some more. So
there you go.
That's that reincarnation moment. when you're going into the light. That's just the next baby you become, the operating room.
I don't want to become a grasshopper. That's for sure.
Yeah, I don't want to be any bug. I'd be cool with being a human, but probably a Western or European human.
And you only had the chance of being an internet robot now.
Oh, that too. Transfer your consciousness.
You just said you like the chance to be a human. I'm like, hang on a minute, like aren't you one now? Or are you some
like
AI robot?
like a Freudian slip. I gave away my cover. I'd like to be a human.
Yeah. I'd like to be a human too. That makes fun.
I find this human thing interesting. I wonder what it's like to be one of them.
Yeah. Poke some flesh. Boobies.
What would be like as far as animal? Like, let's not do human by region, just human as a race. What animal would probably be the worst if reincarnation were real?
Brenda's dog. Oh, sorry, I should stop saying that. Fucking hell. My bad.
The worst. What animal would be the worst to come back?
Maybe a rat.
Well, you would. I think I would weigh it by how they typically die. Okay, so if you pick like a gazelle, you're going to get your guts ripped out while you're still alive.
Yeah, that's
Most
true.
That's a good way to think of it.
Yeah, that's a good worst example. Yeah.
I just posted this thing in the chat. It was just reminding me of what we were talking about before, like, thinking the Earth is a globe, but then realizing it actually is flat. Or if we were to say vice versa, thinking it's flat and then coming to the globe. It could be seen either way. But yeah, it's that little, they're kind of linking it to spiritual awakening, but it's like got a little dude on a cliff and then he's about to be flicked off the cliff. But then there's a hand underneath it. So it's like the universe is flicking him and then it's like also the universe. So I feel like, whichever one people, however that occurs, it's like, even if you think it's a globe, like you're going to get flicked off, but then you still end up in the universe. Like it's just a different kind of organization of the physical matter, the structure of it. I don't know why I thought of that, but I just went to my Facebook to get that because it reminded me of that idea. It's like
you know what another bad one might be is a male praying mantis, because right after you fuck, you get decapitated.
Ooh.
Yeah, redback spider's the same. The male just gets consumed the nutrients for the kids.
I always think of unpleasant animal experiences is when it's freezing cold, but then I realize that some of those animals don't experience coldness like we do. Like the
Good point.
sensation of it, they might not be as cold as we are. Like being a deer in the middle of winter, it just sounds terrible. It's just freezing cold. You can't go anywhere. You have to sleep in the snow. But like, I'm not sure they experience it as unpleasantly as we do. So you believe in reincarnation, Bio?
No. I kind of hope for it because I like living. But no, realistically, I don't think so.
You want a round 2, round 3, round 4?
Well, my only experience is living, and I enjoy living. So any alternative to that seems like it kind of sucks. So I'd hope for it, but that's it. Or at least my worldview, the alternative is literally nothing, and this seems to be better than nothing. So yeah, round 2, round 3, give me all the rounds, even if I come back as me in the same time period doing all the same things. Yeah, just put me on loop. I'm good.
Yeah, I definitely would like to try out some different lives, different cultures. Maybe be a woman in one life.
Yeah, actually, the only bad part about all that is that you can't compare each other. You know what I mean? So like in that way, let's say perhaps you come back as a Indian woman, you're not going to remember that you were Geo beforehand. You'll just have that experience. But it would be cool to like compare. Like you have a chalkboard. Like, all right, I was Geo. This was good. This was bad. And then I was this Indian woman. This was good. This was bad. That'd be cool.
Yeah, if you could be able to compare them all, yeah, and link and see all the similarities and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's like the bad part of reincarnation is that it's just memory wipe, and now it's 100% fresh.
But what if we have the ability to uncover the memories while in our lives?
Yeah, I've seen what seemed like compelling stories, and I never tried to debunk it. I just took them as face value. But there was that kid, I want to say early 2000s. He might have been on like Ricky Lake or Maury or some shit, but he did actual interviews on ABC. But anyway, he had what he claimed to be actual memories of a World War II fighter pilot or some shit. And I guess it wasn't just that he claimed it. It was something like he named off actual friends that he had, and then tail numbers, maybe something, but something that seemed very compelling that he had memories from a previous life.
Yeah, I think I may have seen that same one, but yeah, there's actually like thousands of those of like children, past life, correlations like that, and some of them are incredibly striking. Like this one child, he grew up in Minnesota or whatever, and he kept telling his mom that he was this Indian boy in this past life, and he died like kind of early, like he died when he was like 18 or whatever, and so his mother was just like, what is going on? So she ended up like, there's like there's a researcher that was Ian Stevenson. He's like a psychologist. He was like researching all of these, children. He's got several books he's written of like thousands of past life children memories. But with this one, and I'll just give the super quick, just like brief story of it as I remember. But in general, like this child who just grew up in Minnesota was saying all that stuff. And he began saying like what town he lived in and details about like that they ran like a little soda shop. Like they made these little sodas and they had this little machine that made put the soda into the bottles and everything. Anyway, so this guy, Ian Stevenson, like the researcher, he ended up tracking down, like they went to that actual village and tracked down this woman. And so when this child, I don't know if he was 6 years old or whatever, they literally took him to India. The minute that the mother, the Indian woman who had never seen this American boy before, and the American boy met, they were just crying and hugging, and it was just like this total reunion. And it was true, indeed, like this Indian woman like lost an 18-year-old, son to like this tragic accident. So there was that like connection, and then to even make it more unbelievable, the soda machine, like I said, it's like this bottling machine. It had a couple quirks to it, like very strange quirks, as to like how to get it dislodged, like when there was a cap that was stuck in it or whatever. And she was saying that like it's really hard to do, and there's only like one or two people in their family that can even do it, to get it unjammed or whatever. And this kid knew how to do it. He instantly knew like this hand maneuver to like unblock the caps or whatever. So it was like even that much more verification.
It's amazing.
Yeah, they all seem very compelling. I don't give a shit about it as far as if there's something explainable. I don't care enough. I like the stories at face value. But that's very.
You're not going to know either way. Yeah.
Right. It makes no difference whether that's true or some natural explanation is there. Makes no difference. So I don't give a shit. It feels good to let it be.
Bit like the ball. You don't need verification, but it feels good. So you roll with it.
I've got verification, but yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, that's the type of stuff that not that I subscribe to it, but I do describe it like a computer where when you're born you just have a new hard drive. Like it's all wiped, it's clean, and then as you grow older, you are absorbing information, you're saving information. It's all stored on this hard drive, your brain. You're saving all of it, and then at death, it's like someone reset that hard drive. Now you're dead, da da da. But then the reincarnation part of it of, well, that hard drive just gets transferred to another computer, still your hard drive, but now it's wiped. Now you have new information as you grow, with whatever. But in those circumstances, it's like that wiping, there was some type of malfunction where it didn't wipe, but now you're still learning in this new computer with the same hard drive. Just interesting to have fun thought with.
Yeah, it's sort of like yeah, I don't know if anyone has experience with updating or reinstalling Windows here. Most people should, I'd imagine. And it creates, if you so choose, the Windows old file. And so, you've got a whole new hard drive potentially, or you've erased it and you put a new system in, but it can create that Windows old file. Some people don't even realize it's there. Some people freely access it. I think it's like that. In the DNA though, because obviously it can't be the same hard drive, can it?
Yeah, sure. Something like that where you have billions of iterations. There may be, for lack of a better term, a fuck up where you can access that, and then it's you're free to explore it.
Yeah, potentially. Well, that it's always there, but in a fuck up it's accessible, or it's not always there because it's only there because of the fuck up.
Right. It's not scientifically, but it's like similar to the fears of the mother get naturally passed down to the child. Something like the natural disposition to be afraid of bears. You may not have ever seen a bear in real life. You may not have any experience with one, but if you're just randomly 15 and then you encounter one, it's like instant fear, instant, all these things, but you don't have any knowledge. You really don't. And you still have this natural fear. And I think they said that there is something to that scientifically where deep bedded fears are sort of passed down and you just know to be afraid of certain things.
Are you talking about epigenetics?
Perhaps. I don't know the actual term.
Sounds like survival instinct to me. I don't think you need to have ever experienced a bear to look at it and go, get fucked, I'm out of here.
Perhaps that was a bad example, but I think there is something, even things that you wouldn't normally be afraid of, but your parents were afraid of it or some shit.
I think that can happen that way.
I think
heights
is a good one.
Like certain fears and like different, I think, energy blockages within the family line can like come through into the child. Like let's say like their grandfather fell off a bridge and died, and then perhaps like one of the children in that family, every time they go over a bridge, they have like a major paranoia or something, or fear of driving over the bridge because the grandfather died that way. So it's like through the family line or genetics or what etheric fields or whatever it is that's kind of transferring that.
You know what they did to these babies? They put these babies on a glass table, like newborn babies, and they put them on a glass table to see if they would be afraid of like heights. And if I remember correctly, that they were, because depending on what kind of fears you're talking about, there certainly are fears that are deeply ingrained within your brain, but those are like like fear of snakes and stuff like that. Like those are deeply ingrained in your brain. But the other fears, like the one Gio's talking about, that's something different. I'm not sure. That'd be based on something different, I'm sure.
Well, there's also people that have that, like something like driving over a bridge, like that kind of phobia, where they have that their whole life and it's like severe. And every time they go over a bridge, like, they have to like put a blindfold on so they can't even like look out the window, like, just severe cases like that. And then if that person often, like if they do, mushroom therapy or LSD therapy or something like that, where they're able to kind of tap into what's to the root of that, then they often find like a past lifetime, like a memory of a past lifetime where they experience, being in that past life and perhaps like falling off a bridge when they died. And if they're able to like heal it and integrate it, then that fear in their current life will vanish, like will heal once they kind of face the fact that it was the past life that they actually died and fell off the bridge, and that was the fear that was coming over into this current life.
Do you ever watch Darren Brown?
Yeah,
so like even though they didn't have like conscious memory of dying that way, but they can access the memory, but indeed that memory was still impacting their life today, even though they didn't have awareness of it.
That'd be profound, wouldn't it? To actually come to that realization and the relief of the fact that all that anxiety and everything was from a past life. That would just be profound.
I heard that everyone's born with like two like innate fears, like the fear of loud noises and the fear of falling, and everything else is learned.
I mean, there's a lot of more fears that, like I said, the snakes. What is it? There's a few other ones too, but the fear of falling, yeah, and heights. They used to test that stuff on babies to see if they're afraid of it, without being predisposed to it. Even. It's kind of sick.
People that have gotten to the root of their fear of heights, yeah, very, very often, it's not that they were actually afraid of the height. They were afraid of the impulse to jump. It's actually the impulse that they have to jump off that is actually the root of the fear rather than the height itself.
No.
Jesus. Like they're suicidal secretly? I don't know.
Interesting.
Darren Brown, I don't know if you watched Darren Brown, Gio, but he's pretty good. And he did a show where he, because he hypnotizes people and does this stuff, but he had this whole group of people who had different fears, and then he gave them all placebos. I can't remember exactly what he did, but basically just gave them placebos. But he said that it definitely works. Like that was the whole thing. It was like these pills are real pills, and they work absolutely. And what happened? Right, and then there was a dude who was so afraid of heights he couldn't even walk past like a small stream, like one of those streams that have a tiny little bridge. He couldn't even walk across one of those because he was so afraid. And then by the end of it, he was like doing like weird stunts and stuff like that, like trust falls and all this kind of stuff. It was just kind of, I don't know, it's kind of inspiring a little bit.
Yeah, like he was trying to work through it.
Well, no, it's not that he was trying to work through it. Yeah, I guess he was trying. Yeah, but I mean, it's just he kind of was convinced that the whatever it was that he wanted the pill or whatever was working, and that the confidence, like he was just gaining this actual confidence, but it was just placebo basically. That was the whole thing. Was they were telling him that these pills were like miracle drugs that basically cure you of whatever. It just makes you get extra confident in all the things that you're afraid of. But really, he didn't do anything to them. I saw this. Interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty fascinating to think about like the depths and layers within the human psyche. I mean, the modern like Newtonian Cartesian paradigm would tell us that we're just born in this life, and the neurons bounce together from your father's semen and the egg, and boom, you just just the whole process and then the evolution. But they would say that you're just brand new, you're just a biological being. Your brain is just these neurotransmitters firing off and whatnot. And so they would say that in general, the human psyche is limited to only this life. But I think there's massive amounts of evidence to show that actually the human psyche is much, much more broad than that, and like deepens into our family line memories, like within our family systems, even within our racial, like your entire race. Like if you're born into like, whatever race you are, there's even like memories within that. And some of that could be explained through like DNA or something, like could still somewhat be explained through a materialistic means, but the past life thing would get pretty hard to try to explain through that. Although, yeah, you could try to say like somehow the DNA might just be carrying it or something. But like if the human psyche has like many more layers than modern psychiatry is currently aware of, at least in the mainstream part of it.
Yeah. That's why psychology is considered, well, it's kind of a mixture, but a lot of it is considered pseudoscience, and a lot of it is considered, some of it is science, but the physical stuff. But the stuff, like, they act like certain stuff is hard science, but in reality, there's a lot of mystery and a lot of stuff that gets, ignored because it's seemed to be settled, in certain areas, but it's no way settled. It still is. It's kind of exploratory. What's that guy's name? Edgar Casey. I think a lot of stuff that he was into. It'd be cool if that stuff was explored, but all that kind of stuff gets written off as like woo or whatever.
Yeah, the powers that be, I think, really wanted us to believe in this materialistic thing. I mean, they don't want us knowing about the kind of greater potentials and who we really are. I think they just wanted to fit us into that materialistic paradigm, which is kind of perfect for enslaving people, I suppose, because then they just think that they're automaton robots, and then they'll accept a lot more kind of mistreatment and enslavement type stuff when they think that they're only limited to that kind of animalistic nature rather than something that transcends space and time entirely.
That's a good point, man. I hope they never catch wind of that and then getting ideas. Like, hey, wait a minute, we've been grooming these slaves. Might as well enslave them all. Hopefully, they don't wise up.
Well, and that kind of worries me. This new injection deal they're doing, and whatever nanotech crazy shit that is, they might be trying to actually physically shut down these connections in people.
You see that Elon Musk stuff? Like, he's like, my brother said, what is that? My brother told me that. Yeah, I think it was. He said that like Elon Musk was he's doing that Neuralink stuff, and then he said that he was doing some, like, instead of just connecting like one piece to part of your brain, he was like suggesting that you should take off like the whole top of your skull and put these like put like a whole bunch of connections in like the top of your brain. I was like, damn, that's pretty extreme.
Oh shit! You think if they had that, how many people would line up for it?
Dozens, maybe billions, millions.
If they tie Bitcoin to it, fucking most of the people, Jeremy would fucking be number one.
$1 a day, $1 a day.
One free Bitcoin.
If they could like program your brain so that you never felt pain, you never like long for anything, you're just like neutral on everything, like a lobotomy.
Yeah, I think the technical word is SERF. SERF. That's what they're making. That's what they've got, pretty much. There's a few people in the way.
What's the word? Transhumanism. What's the term for basically fusing like mechanical or digital things with the human body?
Biomechanics or cybernetics or what's that?
Cybernetics. That might be the one I'm thinking of.
I mean, who doesn't want to be a cyborg, right? This sounds so cool.
Have your cell phone just displayed on your contact lenses, the interior of your contact lenses?
No, just in your brain through the optic nerve, not even projected anywhere.
I mean, I gotta admit that'd be kind of cool.
I want to be hardwired straight to 5G. I'm looking forward to 6G, so it's wireless. Get
No
straight,
worries.
hook me up. Boom.
This is how we're gonna accomplish space travel.
Should at least keep you a little bit warmer, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You think?
Mm-hmm. Huh?
Here's a bonus.
I saw something with Elon Musk about 12 months ago, maybe not quite that long ago, where they are trying to hook up chimpanzees' neurosystem to computers. It's something they're definitely working on behind the scenes.
Yeah, because they're just like us, aren't they? They're just
Exactly.
like
Well,
us.
hey, White, we did come from them. So
Yeah, the DNA is very close.
Uh-huh.
Very close. Does anyone know what the animal looked like that, like in the terms of evolution, like the evolutionary animal? What did it look like? The one that laid the egg that gave birth to the chicken? Because obviously the egg must have come before the chicken, right? But there must have been some animal that was very close to becoming a chicken for it to lay an egg that was in fact a chicken. So is there any evidence or any knowledge of what the animal was prior to the chicken that laid the chicken egg?
it was an ape. Everything came from apes.
Just cough one up one day, random.
Exactly.
How about dinosaurs?
Yeah, that's how random.
Some kind of dino bird.
A dino
Yeah, but
chicken.
that's chicken. It is a chicken, apparently. Chickens are dino birds. So what was the dino bird before the chicken that laid the chicken eggs that wasn't the chicken? That didn't seem to lay the eggs of its own kind. For some reason, it laid different eggs. So fucking, what a story, eh? What a fucking story.
Well, then where did the whale come from?
Farts.
Specifically, it's farts.
Butterfly farts.
I just can't get whales off my mind. No, but I'm kind of serious. I mean, whales are huge. So, I mean, what would have existed before a whale to give birth to something bigger than itself? Since whales are massive and they're like the biggest mammals or whatever.
Well, apparently it all came from slime, didn't it? All of it.
Well, just think about how people have tall kids, and then if those tall kids mate with other tall people, and then perhaps they have an even taller baby, and do that for 1,000,000 years.
Okay.
It doesn't become a chicken, though, does it?
Well,
Never will it become a chicken.
We can make it all
tall, short, fat, slim, black, white, but not a chicken.
We can make everything ridiculous if we really want to.
Okay.
But
So there's
just
no
that,
evidence of the creature beforehand? Or you can't just name the creature?
Just that simple real world explanation of not little people like midgets, but relatively average people having really tall babies, and then add 1,000,000 years. It's plausible.
Add 1,000,000 years? So
Well,
how many
then you get a chicken.
how many years do you have to add for one little microbe to be hurtling through space to get attracted by gravity, to land on Earth in a pond, turn into slime, crawl onto a rock, and then stand upright today. How many years?
A couple weeks.
A couple of weeks?
Yeah.
I'll have it turned around for you in a couple
with
of
enough
weeks.
pressure. With enough pressure, a couple of weeks.
Exactly.
Rush delivery.
Well, this is everything. This is everything. It's just randomly just floating around together, right? And just by chance, everything just like magically just appears, and then magically just evolves from one thing to another.
Well, it did take the Goldilocks zone. You got to remember that it's a very unique spot.
Mm.
Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened. The old Goldilocks zone. Don't you remember that story? It was just right. Yeah.
I mean, I understand the idea of evolution. I mean, I'm not even completely against it because I think the creator could create anything. Of course, the evolution story kind of removes the creator, but let's just say there is a creator and it's creating that. It's just doing that. Like it's taking the cell and just somehow evolving it into something different. But that's kind of the idea of a creator that's doing it. But without a creator, how do you get it? How do you do it without a creator though? Because there's a real process being guided, it seems like.
Right, but that's not evolution. Evolution doesn't negate a creator at all. It's totally possible that it's totally possible, just because we're explaining it, that a creator created all the matter. They created life right in the beginning, and then there is a natural process called evolution that gets us to the biodiversity
adaptation.
we have. Okay,
but that means that there was a separate chicken.
Okay,
that means the chicken was created, doesn't it?
So, in that way, evolution does nothing for the beginning. It does nothing for a creator creating life, just in general. And evolution does nothing for take the creator away. It explains something else. That's totally separate from evolution.
No, because evolution is what means that things can go from one species to another, not just adapt.
Correct.
Creation, all the animals could have been created individually and they could have adapted over time, but a frog will never be a chicken or a whale will never be whatever else, or you know what I mean? A monkey is never a human.
So you're correct.
It is, but
that's your assertion. I understand your point. But again, you said it beautifully in the beginning. Evolution is from one species to another, but it doesn't create that first species. It's just a process from one to another.
Yeah, which I call funk. That's your assertion, and many others. But never proven. Yeah.
All right, man. We just have fossilization. We don't have mixing of time periods. We have DNA now that we can take a look at, compare to each other. We got the evidences. At least it's strong.
For adaptation.
Yeah, that's part of it too, man. Yeah.
Epigenetics, I wouldn't call evolution, though. Switching different things on and off over time. I don't think that's evolution. Evolution's very specific, I think. Everyone thinks here when you say evolution, it's ape to man type situation. Nothing more than that.
Well, if you have a very basic understanding of it, then I can understand why your conclusions would be ridiculous. Sure.
Well, it either involves that or it doesn't. So when I say adaptation, it means nothing of one species moving to another. And obviously, if someone mentions evolution, then it can include adaptation, but it also must include the ability from one species to go to another.
No, that's fine. There's multiple processes. There's lots of things going on when we talk about biology. Of course.
So how far away down the future, or down the line of interactions, is it thought that we will evolve into something else? And with all the modeling that's available, what is it that we evolve into?
And there you go. So your basic understanding leads you to believe that there is predictions that can be made with evolution. Evolution's not a predicting process.
We've got quantum computing. Surely there's been iteration after iteration done on what we may or may not become.
Sure.
Surely
there's an infinite possibilities of what random mutation a human would have and then they happen to successfully mate for 1,000 generations. There are infinite possibilities.
What's the speculation? Because there's infinite possibilities about all the crap in space too, but they've got theoretical physicists funded 24/7 around the world to think about this shit. So is there any speculation about what we might become in the future?
There's some minute, not speciation, but small changes within the human species as far as skull size or brain density, things like that. But as far as speciation,
that could be nutrition.
I don't think that there's like a leading claim.
Yeah, fair enough.
I think at best, people speculate that we'll fuse technology with our biology. But as far as like a natural evolution of speciation, I don't think anyone makes any hard claims.
Maybe it's thought that we're just going to interrupt it all, given that we are what we are and we have the possibility of adding technology. We're never going to become what we truly may have become because we've intervened in ways we'll never be able to actually imagine with all the chemicals and shit.
Your guess is as good as mine for the future. I can't make those predictions.
I know the population is going to go down. That's pretty certain.
Sure, maybe. Yeah. It finite resources versus land area versus utilization of that land, all those things. Yeah, it does seem like we're approaching a maximum.
Oh, not capacity wise, you know that shit. We could have heaps more. I mean, on the standard management of resources, the way it appears, yeah, things would come to a cropper real soon. But there's plenty of land and plenty of resources.
Right.
That's for sure.
There's not. I understand the argument of every human being in the world could have like a half acre in all of Texas and the rest of the world be empty. I understand that, but we can't farm.
Really? Is that true?
We can't It's something like that, yeah. But we can't farm in Antarctica. We can't farm in we can't. Not every coastline is good or effective at fishing, so there is finite land that can be used.
Well, if indeed it's a bowl, of course. I did mention the narrative. The current narrative is scarcity and all that sort of stuff.
If it's a flat Earth with infinite land, then obviously it'd be infinite resources. Yeah.
Well, not obvious. It could just all be ice with nothing under it. So it's not obvious, but there could be. There is potential.
The moment that we say that what we live on is finite, there is finite resources.
I know it changes the mentality straight away, doesn't it? That blue marble photo is just good propaganda. Instantly sealed the deal in the minds of everyone that was wondering about scarcity. Boom. There it is. Look how fragile we are.
True that. We didn't know it was a globe until the 70s. Yeah, you're right.
The minds are so supple.
I think it was probably sealed well before then, actually, before the photo.
Really?
Yeah, I do actually.
Fair enough. I think the generations that went out and bought that iPhone, I think that helped them, mate. Those particular ages.
Yeah, before iPhones, we didn't have telescopes, binoculars, or.
I just don't think many people gave, and I come back to this all the time. Many people just don't give it a great deal. You really don't.
No, the images are powerful. You don't even have to think much about them, but seeing them is something that you'll never unsee. Yeah.
Agree. And then from the images, and look, what father or mother hasn't laid backyard with their kids and looked up at the skies and just been in, with your kids in that mindset, just wondering what's up there, type of thing. Kind of starts from there. And I think we've all had if you had even if you have a faith of some sort, right? And going to church and these sorts of earth or firmament or anything like that, you just taught about God and whatnot, and doing to others as you have been doing to yourself, type of thing. You're still left with that wonderment, really, of where you are. And when you look above your head and you look into the stars, you go light years. Look up there, really.
You do. Except I don't think anyone would have ever thought that prior to being told about it. It all looks like it's just fucking up there. If you could just fucking get in the plane and go up high enough, you could fucking grab it. You know?
Look, I think we've always wondered what's up there. Definitely, we've always wondered what's up there. It's human nature. When you look up, it's like, what's up there? Okay, we see lights, we see the sun, and we see the moon. We see all this stuff. So naturally, from that train of thought, you're going, where is it? What's it in? How's it staying up there? These are just natural thought progressions when you look above your head, really.
Natural observation. Sounds like there's start of something there. If only we could verify. Damn it.
What do you guys think the stars are?
Sonar luminous.
Sonar luminescent? Or sonar? Is it with sonar? Is it sound or sonar? Yeah, nice.
Frequency.
So you think it's like it's sound in water making all these bubbles of light, or
Not necessarily in water, because I don't go for the whole waters above waters below type of concept. All right, because I'm not a dome guy. At least you know this.
I do.
But it doesn't mean that same effect can't be created in different mediums either.
Can I bring up one thing, Bandy?
Yeah.
You know how you're not one for the dome and you're not one for the waters above and below, but you're also one to like go, you know what, I'm not fucking too sure about this H2O water shit. Right?
Exactly.
So is it possible though? Is it possible, Bandy, that the medium that we call water here is in fact the same thing that's above us, but it's not what we call it here, it is something else? Or is it definitely different in your mind than what we call water? If you with me.
No, say that again. So you're saying what the water here is different from above? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, no. What I'm saying is you believe that hang on, you don't believe. You're postulating that water, as we know it as H2O, as it's postulated, is maybe not that, and it's something else, and we don't really know it. Is it possible that the thing that is above us is that same medium, or are you ruling that out completely?
No. It's possible. It's possible. 100% is possible. White. I don't rule anything out. You know that. I try and go down a logical path with things. So I'm not gonna rule it out. That would make me ignorant, really.
You've ruled out a hard dome, though, haven't you? Or you just don't think it's likely?
I don't think it's. I've seen no evidence for it. Right, I've seen no evidence for it. So, but I like when Ali and I were chatting about pressure and stuff, and the atmosphere, how it might be some sort of permeable type of barrier that is isolating our atmosphere from space above, and that's what gives us our pressure gradient, this permeable membrane that has a direct correlation with heat.
Interesting.
Hmm.
Roger
But
that. Well, that makes all that very clear.
Yeah, it probably is clear as mud. But they're, you know, at the end of the day, right? They're just me sitting under an apple tree and an apple hitting me on the head and me going, "What is that? This is my idea."
Hang on, maybe what hit you on the head wasn't an apple. It was actually part of the dome. The dome's made of a million billion apples.
There we go, Apple Dome.
Did you see it fall from the tree, or are you assuming that? Presupposition there, I hear.
Exactly.
So wait, are we saying that the apple fell from the dome now? It didn't fall from the tree?
Yeah.
Oh, this makes things so much more complicated. Oh, we're gonna have to rewrite everything now.
Mel, I hope you're listening back in YouTube, mate. Don't come in and abuse me. Talking nonsense again.
That's what we do best, Wyatt.
Oh, I thought we did. But we're allowed to.
What's up, Lise?
I'm just playing video games, man. What are you doing?
We'll be having something to eat shortly.
Well, what is it? Lunch? Dinner?
No,
What's
but
the
dinner.
time over? Oh, nice. Already?
What do you mean already? It's like 7:45. The hell already?
No, I just mean like the Sunday's already over for you. It's like 4 a.m. for me.
God, why are you up so early?
I was up watching UFC, and then I was watching a movie with my lady friend. And now she went to bed, so I'm just here.
Just here.
Yeah.
You're gonna
lady friend.
Lady friend, yeah.
Whoa.
So what's tonight's topic?
Oh, anything's on the table today. Anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got one?
Not really.
No.
I was hoping you guys would have one.
I don't know. Well, generally, what you do bring up, we kind of debunk pretty quickly and get through that.
Me? You got jokes. Wow. You funny. You're funny when you want to be. I will give you that, sir.
So have you found any evidence for oxygen being magnetic?
I actually haven't had time to look into it, unfortunately. Have you found any evidence for light causing light having weight? Sorry.
No, not at all.
Not at all.
Not having a weight.
Yeah, according to Bansal, light could have weight.
That's a good one.
Oh.
Bansal, do you want to explain it to him?
Oh, well, look, Lise showed a little video of light actually moving things. Okay. And in one of these little videos, a flashlight kind of thing, a scale, pointed the flashlight on the scale. Lo and behold, it didn't register anything. Who would have thought that? Right? And then the light, I can't remember what it moved. It moved something. Okay. And
usually a temperature thing, isn't it?
A temperature thing. Thank you. Thank you, Wyatt, which is exactly what I said. It's exactly what I said. Temperature, right? And temperature is creating the pressure which enables that object to move.
That's the crux of it. I mean, we definitely agree that there was temperature involved. The issue is pressure.
Yeah, 100% there's pressure.
Well, that you need to prove, man. So
Well, if there is temperature, right, it will create a pressure zone, right?
Are you sure?
100%, because you are yet to be able to show me a light that produces 0 degree Kelvin light that has no temperature.
Okay.
Ah.
So if I prove 5% fair?
So 100% it is temperature and a thermal zone, which is creating pressure. Because as we know already with our mini discussion, pressure is the only way that things can move.
I just watched the video of the Action Lab. He does it in a vacuum. So wouldn't that lean towards removing temperature as a variable?
So you're saying
No.
temperature can't be produced in a vacuum? Is that what you're saying, Bob?
Not that temperature can't be produced. What I'm saying is What I'm saying is there's no transfer of energy because there's almost no matter around the object. So there's no transfer of that energy.
Well, almost none.
And so
Almost none.
If I could show you a flame that freezes things, that would be fine, right?
NASA says it's hot, but it's not hot. Good.
Yeah. Now, almost no matter doesn't mean no matter, right? At all, does it, Bio?
No. I get that. That's why I said leaning towards, not that it does.
Yeah, no, it would lean toward there being matter and that matter being heated, and that is creating the pressure.
So with this logic, then if we were to do the same thing with the same material but not under vacuum, we would expect to see a quote unquote bigger push, right?
Can you just say that again?
Air resistance.
So if let's say that obviously we can't make a perfect vacuum, but we
Depends
get
if the vacuum is hot or cold.
that was a great time to interject. So if we're saying that the matter that is in there, because we can't create perfect vacuums, that's what we're transferring the energy from the light into, and that's causing this movement. Wouldn't the logical conclusion be if we add more medium, then we should be able to get a bigger push because now we're heating up more material around it, meaning the energy transfer should be greater, meaning that thing should be pushed X amount farther.
You're adding resistance, though, aren't you? Adding resistance.
It depends if the vacuum is hot or cold.
Yeah.
Getting different answers here.
You're adding resistance.
You're adding resistance.
No, but there's still resistance in the original explanation, though, because again, not a perfect vacuum. You still have matter. You still have resistance. So what would be the problem then? We ignored resistance before, but why are we including it now?
Well, you're assuming that it was the matter in there that caused the conduction of the heat, when apparently light doesn't need anything and got to the device anyway.
Well, I'm not assuming that at all. I'm not saying that you need matter for light to travel. I'm saying the energy, the temperature. You require matter to be energized to heat up.
Yeah, I haven't pictured the device, but is it the one where you shoot the little light or laser or whatever through into the vacuum and it turns a rotating device?
Yeah, like very
well, that requires no matter. That's just the fact that it heats up the little bits of matter that are in there, like actual metal or whatever it's made of.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Is it the temperature of the device itself, or is it the energizing of the little amount of medium that's inside?
No, the device. I would postulate it's the device, not the medium.
Right. So one side is not getting this direct light. So let's just call it 0 degrees. We won't even give it a unit, just 0. But as you shine the light on the other side, let's call it 1 degree. And you're saying that difference is causing some type of motion.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure of the design of the thing that spins, but obviously, if you've got heat on one side versus the other, you'd have a slight expansion. It could be that length expansion alone that causes the rotation. I'm not sure of the actual device's design.
Cool. Do you believe that photons have weight? That light has mass?
No.
So
But
what's the point?
Bandsaw needs to prove that. Bandsaw needs to prove that in order for his pressure theory to hold up. That's the issue in hand.
No, I'm saying the pressure is created by the heat. Please.
Yeah, exactly. Of course it does.
Oh,
Heat
pressure
converted to
created
torque.
by heat.
The torque is turning.
I'm saying the pressure required to move something, right, is created by the heat.
So light doesn't have mass anymore. You're moving away from that. Like light won't have weight. You're not going to look for a scale that can detect the weight of light anymore. It's that the pressure comes from the heat.
Well, we're never going to find a scale that measure the light, the weight of light, are we? At least
I can see like in a scientism kind of way
I don't know, Ben. So I thought that's where we was at.
Mm. No, because when we were talking about it, I went to the whole temperature thing as we were talking our way through.
I don't think I inherently disagree with part of the device being heated with the energy transfer from light. And then the other side, I guess you could say, is imbalanced because it's not receiving that energy. So we have movement. But I can't necessarily articulate it to make sense. Just on that basis, it instinctively makes sense. But that's where my brain stops and I can't move further from that.
We'll look up out of balance wheels and nitinol, the metal, and it's just the same. It's the same thing. It's an out of balance wheel. I'm picturing that it just becomes out of balance because you're expanding one side versus the other, and that applies some torque, and then it turns. Or pressure. Sorry, bandy pressure applies some pressure, and it turns.
But it doesn't have anything to push off of. That's the thing. So if you're changing the temperature of that one side, and you're doing it in a vacuous condition, there's nothing to push off of. So the only energy.
No. But I think it just converts the torque to the center.
But there is no angular momentum that exists. We're creating an angular momentum, or in theory, somehow.
Yeah, but what's the design of that thing that rotates around the pin? That's what I'm trying to get at.
So basically, like a kind of like my experiment, where you had one dangling wire, and then you have arms essentially going in opposite directions. It looks very, very thin, and it almost looks like the thing that he's shooting at on one side looks like tinfoil. I'm not 100% sure what the material is, but it's very fine wire, and then 2 arms. On each arm, there's a catching material, like a square shape, and that's what he's shooting the laser at.
Painted black?
I don't think so. I'll take a look again, but it looked
or
it looked shiny. It looked shiny like tinfoil, but I don't know what you use. I'll take a picture of it. I'll send it in chat.
Yeah, Buster, made him up. Oh, sorry, I gave you a teaspoon. Oh shit.
Well, there's the device in chat. Whenever there we go. So he sets up the line. I guess it's not moving anymore. Sets up the line. Then he it's under a vacuum. You see the gauge before he pulls it to here. But then he shoots a light at what looks like tinfoil, and then it slightly deviates.
Yeah, and you're definitely creating heat by doing that.
Certainly a differential, yeah. Let's have a look here. Discord.
Does he shoot the light on both the copper wire and the tinfoil?
It might disperse. No, it's a very fine laser.
It's a blue.
So in essence, it's a torsion. You got a torsion set up with that wire. As the wire heats up at one end, it would twist. It would twist as well as expand. So yeah, you'd have torsion involved.
It's pressure caused from heat, not from weight. I just want to make sure, Ben. So.
What about one sec? What about putting a heat sensor inside a vacuum, then firing a laser at the heat sensor to find out with its temperature? I agree with BioGeo because they say that heat doesn't transfer through a vacuum.
It doesn't. The problem is the sensors themselves require the medium to actually pick up temperature.
Yeah, exactly. But I was thinking if you put a heat sensor, because I know the experiment you're talking about, how it spins around or whatever, and to make something move, it needs a force, right? That's your laws anyway. I don't personally believe that. But for something to move, it needs it could be also, there's a lack of force. But that's why things can move.
Out of balance wheel. An out of balance wheel will do it every time, and you can create an out of balance wheel just with heat and cold.
I do. What's that out of balance wheel? Explain that to me, because you talked about it just about 5 minutes ago. What was that?
So just think of a bike wheel. Think of a bike wheel, but think of the spokes as being slightly adjustable. So you could move the center of the wheel just to the left or the right, out of center. And the minute you move that slightly out of center, it'll naturally want to start to turn because it's out of balance. Now, if you picture that setup, but having light shone on spokes that are able to contract and shorten with temperature, then as soon as you shine light on the spokes, they expand, and then it goes out of balance. It shifts the central point, and it starts to rotate. And obviously, as they cool down, they shorten around the other side.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. So what do you think, right? So we've got a laser outside, right? And then there's a vacuum. And then, so you're saying, so would you think that the heat's produced from the interaction between the laser light? Because I don't think that can burn you.
Yes.
You know, if you put your hand in front of that laser, I don't think it would burn your hand. So as it goes there, and photons don't have mass, but you need a force.
No, that's energy. No, it's energy. The energy is going into the metal, and the metal's heating up. Obviously, you're not going to get a little, microwatt pen laser and move a fucking 30-ton wheel just by shining light on it. That's why the thing that Bio posted, that's why it's made so fragile. That's why it's so thin, because it requires, that little bit of light to power the system, to overcome the inertia of the system.
Yeah, I get that. That's right. You're absolutely.
That's the video. Ellie, that's the video I showed you guys the other day.
Yeah, I know, but I've seen it. I've seen that years ago. And the first question I asked myself, right, so if you say, because, right, according to science, heat doesn't transfer through a vacuum, right? Photons don't have mass. And in order to produce, to move something, you have to have mass. Energy has mass, because mass is in the...
Yeah, but that's what's in there.
E equals mc squared.
You're hitting mass. The light is going into the vacuum and hitting mass. You have an object in there. That is mass. You are hitting it.
Yeah, right, okay. So,
oh, God. Yeah. No, I was just going to say, you're hitting it and transferring the energy. I'm not talking about hitting it like photons. I mean just directing at it, and the frequency, the energy is being imparted into that metal, and the energy heats it up. It expands. That expansion is what applies the pressure or the force, however you want to describe it, to move the thing.
Yeah, okay, so it heats
up. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Because that was good to give with the wheel. Yeah, because I can see that actually happens. I get it. Because it will be out of balance. If one side heats, it will suddenly become out of balance, like the spoke wheel, and it will have a natural tendency to want to turn.
Yeah, and given that this particular design is just, it looks like a wire, it's like that wire would twist as well as expand. So it would actually have that torsion and probably want it to go around in a circle, as opposed to just tilt one side or the other.
What was that actually? What was that video trying to prove? Was it trying to prove anything, or was it just, hey, look at this cool experiment?
That lights can move things.
Yeah, that's all.
That was it.
Without
That
mass,
light,
yeah.
the
Alright.
light can move things.
When you trying to figure out if light has mass?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you know, there's a disconnect with my brain, right? Because I've been told light doesn't have mass. I've been told that you need energy to move things, but doesn't energy has mass, because mass is in that equation. So it has to have, it's a prerequisite. It has to have mass, otherwise it wouldn't be in the equation.
Yeah, but the equation side is what we're seeing. The m equals a. We're seeing that piece of mass being accelerated. It's moving.
Yeah,
The
but
light
that's what I'm
would
saying.
be
So it's
your
telling
would be your f.
mass. Yep, but to make the force, mass has to be accelerated, meaning
No,
the
we
object.
know
Wait
we
a minute.
have a force. Sorry, Ali. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, on you go, Ashley.
Okay. What I was going to say is F equals ma just tells us when mass is being accelerated, when mass is being moved, we know we have a force present. It doesn't tell us what that force is. So when this guy
Yeah,
shines
but
the
in
light on
order
that
to
copper
move
thing,
something, but in order to move something, you need a force. End of
yes,
story. That's what you tell us.
I totally agree with you there.
So
you need a force.
That's my
And the
disconnect.
force,
You understand that? You get that? That's, to me, that's
yeah.
that's
In
like
order to
saying the
move
two
mass,
things.
you need a force. I totally agree
It's
with you there.
contradictory.
You can't move
that
mass
experiment.
without a force. So this piece of mass is being moved by a force, and the source of that force is the light beam shined on it. Now the question is, how is this light beam creating this force? How is it without matter,
What a question.
without weight, pushing it? And you guys say it's heat, and I don't disagree with that. It is heat. It's a what do they call it? It's like an endothermic or
Yeah, but how
there's a
does it
word
get through the
for this
vacuum?
type of force.
No. Just an energy transfer. That's all it is, an energy transfer.
Yeah, it's just energy. It's energy. Well, through the vacuum, that is a good question. How would you transfer this energy through a vacuum?
The same way that light. The same way.
Yeah, it just
It's
moves.
the same way
Yeah.
light. It's
Oh
just
no,
like,
that's right.
like
Actually, that's no.
Right.
Let me think. Actually, I've got a. I can answer that actually, because it's like it's yeah, the interaction between the two objects makes the heat, not just the light source. If that laser didn't interact like light as well, you wouldn't be able to see it if it didn't refract or it didn't interact right with an object, right? So you wouldn't see it. And I suppose the same with energy. I suppose the same way.
It's just the momentum in light being transferred
not
from
heat.
the photons into
No, it's
the
not.
into the
No,
matter
it's
itself.
not.
It is. It's a
No, it's
transfer
not, because you could
momentum.
you could have two of them
Yes.
side by side, and you could paint one of those silver things black in one and not in the other, and the one that's black will end up moving first and faster. Nothing to do with photons. Everything to
But
do with the
it is
amount of
photons.
energy you can get in a time period.
But photons are packets of light, packets of energy. That's how light transfers its energy and momentum. So when these things absorb the photons, obviously different colors absorb photons at different wavelengths. You know, some colors
It's
will
energy.
absorb photons faster.
Yeah.
Yes, it's energy. Photons are packets of energy. It's quantized energy. We're saying
Yeah,
the
but it's
same
not
thing.
mass. They're not hitting
I
it.
didn't say mass. I didn't say mass. I'm
Okay.
saying
Sorry,
I'm
my
saying
bad.
the momentum from the light particles or the energy from the light is transferred into the mass. The object of mass absorbs that energy, and that's what lets it move.
I think
I'm
the
just
word
trying to
momentum is
remember.
annoying me, because that suggests that there is a mass.
No, light itself has momentum. I'm just trying to remember what the force is that's called.
Yeah, but if you have momentum,
don't things need a mass?
you have mass. If you have
Yes,
momentum,
yes.
you have to have mass. So
The formula, I think, is E equals PC. So the energy equals momentum P
and what's
times
the
C
P?
times
Pressure.
the speed of light. No, the P is momentum. So equals PC. Energy of light equals P. It's momentum times the speed of light. But I just forgot the name of that force. What that force is
Yeah,
called.
but to have momentum, you have to have mass. I'm not. I think that these are the questions that I ask myself. See, I'm not trying to debunk anything. This is why I've got this disconnect now with science. I love science, so I know all the rules, the regulations, but then I'm getting told this and ask a question about that. This conversation will go round in circles, and if it would,
you can always just Google
let me finish. Let me finish. It would go round in circles, even if you were talking to a scientist. That's the problem. Right?
Okay. But I'm telling you, light has momentum, and you can look it up. You can just Google it.
Yeah, I know it does, but listen, I don't doubt it. Listen, I'm not trying to.
Okay.
Listen, I'm explaining my disconnect with it, right? In order for things to have momentum, it has to have mass, right? But light doesn't have mass. I get told light doesn't have mass, but the law of whatever forces that Newton discovered was in order for an object, in order to momentum to exist, right? It has to be physical, so that means it has to have mass. That means it has to have matter. But light doesn't have that. Can you understand that? I'm not trying to debunk it, but can you understand this disconnect? That's why I've got a problem with it. And I've heard.
I totally understand what you think, LEP. Yeah, most people would tell you.
And I've
light
heard scientists explain it in a roundabout way, not satisfactory to me. So that's a disconnect.
I understand. So the force I was talking about is the optical force, but you can also transfer the heat energy from light into an object, and that's called the what's that force? The photophoretic effect or force, yeah. But yeah, I mean, this is dealing a lot with quantum mechanics, so.
Whatever name you want to give it, whatever story that goes along with it, it's transfer of energy. Okay?
I totally
call
agree.
that a force if you like.
It's transfer.
Just the transfer of energy.
Yeah, and that is a force, yeah.
Which creates pressure.
I don't know about the pressure part, Banso, but I think
100%.
we've reached an agreement now as to why it's possible for light to move things. I just don't know if this was in a vacuum, and I put a massless barometer there, because if I put a barometer in a vacuum, it's not a vacuum anymore. So if I put an invisible massless barometer in there, would we get a pressure reading?
Well, a force on its own won't move anything. That force has to be able to create a pressure. So you need that pressure that is applied to whatever it is to be able to move it.
I have an idea, guys. You see how this this little weight torsion bar is kind of like a Cavendish experiment?
Mm-hmm.
So you're talking about if you shine a laser on there, it'll heat up. Let's say the aluminum. The aluminum will go up because it's uneven, because it's hot. Hot heat goes up. But can you get the light to move the aluminum back and forth, left to right instead of up and down? That would show pressure from the light. Not up and down.
Yeah, it doesn't go up and down. It spins around. It spins around in a circle.
It does spin around.
Yeah.
Oh, so that to me would mean it has mass.
Yeah, but you'd still be wrong.
If it's
because
heat,
it's just expanding and applying torsion, just like Cavendish, and that creates the rotation.
Why would it spin around if it was hotter or colder? It would go up and down, wouldn't it?
Well, no, it's on a wire. Look at it. It's a wire. As that wire heats up at one end, it twists. That is torsion. Twisting. That makes it turn around.
There is a possible explanation that's in line with what's being said. I Googled it.
Yep.
Called thermal transpiration. And essentially, and it's not one-to-one to this exact experiment, but I'll explain that one. Thermal transpiration, in which you're heating one side of that object, that tinfoil. One side is being heated up, and the other side is not being heated up, or at least not as much. and what that causes is the air around it tends to go from the cold to the hot easier, and then that difference is what's causing a motion. But again, this is done in a vacuum, so it could be the same type of explanation because we can't do perfect vacuums. But there seems to be an explanation, and it is heat and then heat difference, but with itself rather than the difference between it and the other side.
Oh, so it's a heat
Well, that
difference.
tells
Does
me
it say anything
then.
about pressure biofuel?
I mean, in all technicalities, maybe, because if we're talking about one side being hot, one side being cold, and we're talking about air moving, probably pressure, but it doesn't say the word pressure. But I think we could say that, given that
it's logical to say that it is pressure.
But that would be my question: is if this same device, let's say you had it shining for 10 seconds and it deviated 3 degrees. If we then allow air to come in, atmospheric pressure still inside the chamber, then given that, we should expect it to deviate more under the same conditions, but a thicker medium. We would expect it to move more.
Not necessarily. It has to account for the resistance that extra medium created versus the actual energy that little laser can actually put into it. It might actually be that to do the experiment you're suggesting might require more energy input.
I think it's negligible because it's just within that explanation. It's just one side is being heated while the other side is cool, giving you your the air movement tending to want to go from something about cold to hot or hot to cold, something like that. But that movement of the air is what's causing it because of the temperature difference. So I would assume under a thicker medium,
thermal
it would
cycles
move more.
don't exist. Yeah.
But I don't know.
No.
There you go, Bio. Since you have a vacuum, there's a little test that you can actually do.
I also don't feel like doing it, but
okay.
I don't care about the conclusion. It's like the story of the previous life memory. I just don't care enough to know either way. It's just interesting to talk about.
You don't care about the conclusion. You cared about putting turkeys next to a vacuum.
I know, because that was mass attracting mass, man. I was super interested. This is light pushing an object. I don't care that much.
That's super interesting. Come on.
That's interesting. I just
don't care
That's
that
an
much.
amazing subject. Come on, BioJuel. That's and this
Think of what you can send up into space.
Wait a minute.
With a laser.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I experiment with light pushing something. Now we can go to space.
Yeah, but wait a minute. That's the most fascinating subject because that's the subject that rules the shape of the Earth. Is how light travels with refraction, and that must be to me. If I had a vacuum chamber, I'd be trying everything. I'd be shining lasers on the same setup, but in the atmosphere, right in the atmosphere, and then also doing it inside the vacuum and trying to work out that because it's contradictory. I know there's all explanations, but see when you ask a question, you end up getting these answers. Oh, that's because of that, and then you have another question. Oh, but that's because of that, and then you get so far away from the fact that you need a matter or you need a force to move something in order to have a force. Yeah, it has to be physical. It has to be material in my head anyway. And then if I say that, right, then the convoluted answers get just some of it just goes totally against the science that I learned. That's
So this is something you can have definite conclusions. Unlike turkeys, which give you absolutely nothing.
I'll tell you what. If that's the position you take after watching turkeys attract chicken tenders, there's nothing I could do that would be convincing.
Bio, you have a vacuum chamber? What kind is it?
I think I've given you my playlist of my experiments 3 times, but it's a 36-inch tall acrylic cylinder.
Can you get helium to stay at the bottom of that when you turn the vacuum on?
I've never done the helium thing, but I'll refer to the action lab of him doing it, and you can see that a helium balloon does drop to the ground under vacuum.
That's the latex that's falling down. I said helium.
You're right. There is helium. There is helium inside of there. Yeah. If you want to suggest how I can see,
And can you have a? Can you
if
get
you want
helium
if
stay
you
at
want
the
to
bottom of that
suggest
container?
if you'd like to suggest how I can see helium gas with my eyeballs, be my guest. But until then, gonna have to use a balloon, man.
In the bin.
That makes no sense because the latex will fall down.
Okay, but again, if it doesn't make sense, suggest how I see helium gas with my eyeballs.
How do you get helium
I've got a suggestion. Wait a minute. I've got a suggestion. I'll tell you.
with it still being a vacuum? That doesn't make sense.
That as well. If I'm gonna
I've got a suggestion. I've got a suggestion for the helium gas. How you can see helium gas. BioJoe, you asked a question. How do you see helium gas? I'll tell you, right? So what you do is you get a pipe, a copper pipe or something, a sealed end, pierce lots of holes in it, right? And then what you do is you run helium gas through that pipe. You get down to eye level where it is and look through it. And I can guarantee you.
There isn't a strap, but we can get one. Sorry, my bad.
No, it's all right. I'm just saying that's the way to see it, BioJoe. Is if you put the gas, if you get the gas close to you, close enough to you, it's going to float up in front of you like in a veil kind of thing, and look through that. Then you'll see the helium gas, or you'll see the effect of it.
Under a vacuum, I don't think there'd be any way, because as Bansaw said, if I have helium gas in the chamber and I pull a vacuum, I've pulled out all the helium.
Isn't that the globe claim though? That
But wait a minute. Listen. But wait a minute. It's dead easy. 1 second. I've got the solution to that problem, right? Because I've thought long and hard how you introduce certain things into so what you do is you put the helium in a sealed container, right, with a remote control, like have a remote control. If you press the remote control, it'll open up. So you make your vacuum first, have this little container or something that's holding it, and then you just click this switch.
You know what? I was waiting for someone else to possibly say it, but there is an easy way to do this, and it has nothing to do with visuals.
Oh, there you go. So there is an easy way to do it then.
Yes, there is.
Right,
so we have an empty container. Let's say I pull a vacuum, or fuck the vacuum. Let's just have a container that's empty, some type of like steel, gas containing container. We weigh it, then we just put helium in it. Then we weigh it again. If it's biased towards the bottom, there will be more force pushing down. It'll weigh more. If it still continues to rise, it'll weigh less. Easy.
No, because helium expands and then makes it lighter, and when it's condensed, it makes it will fall down like in a higher pressure.
But if that's the
The only
case,
thing that makes it light is that it can expand.
So if that's the case, it would be equal pressure in all directions, meaning the weight won't change, given your premise.
No, because we know how helium operates inside of a helium container.
Right, we do know, and we do know that the container weighs
that
more.
would be pointless.
No, because
he's saying
in your
that would test it, man.
right in your scenario, in your hypothesis, is that the pressure is doing something to affect the weight. If given that the pressure would be equal in all directions, the same pressure downwards would be the same pressure upwards. They would cancel each other out, meaning the weight won't change due to that premise.
I think he's agreeing with you, but he's saying it's pointless because he's already concluding what's going to happen. But that's exactly why you would test it, because BioJoe's claiming one thing, and you're claiming something else.
Thanks, Coach. I don't actually know this, but isn't there less pressure at the top of a helium tank than the bottom, or is it the same? Is it you're claiming it's the same pressure?
No, there's less. I mean, there's more at the bottom.
There's more pressure at the bottom and less at the top, right?
That's right. I mean, that's what I'm claiming. Baldual probably claims the same as me. I don't know.
Correct. Due to gravity, there is a bias downwards, so it will be higher pressure at the bottom because it's being pulled down. Yeah, you have that bias.
What happens if it isn't?
Then we're redefining physics.
I'll suck your wiener.
That too. That's a big. I won't make that.
That's so gay, by the way. Fuck that shite off.
Hey, it's 2022, man. It's 2022, dude. What's going on?
Nah, it doesn't
First of all,
matter. Yeah,
that's
okay.
how confident I am. Okay, that's how confident I am that it will not
Alabia,
happen.
you could just close your eyes.
Yeah, but why would you say that?
It could be anyone you want him to be.
Why would you bring that down to that fucking stupid frat fraternity fucking shite?
Coach, we're having a serious conversation about
You're
whether
a
he
dick.
has weight or not. Come on now.
Yeah, and yeah, good.
I mean, you literally just asked, what if it doesn't? I mean, what else? I don't know what else to say other than that, man. What if it doesn't? I don't know, dude. That it doesn't.
Yeah, there was hundreds other
That's what it
answers you could have gave. But it doesn't matter. I mean, I'm only winding you up. I'm only having fun, by the way. But think about what you say the next time.
I've thought about it too much since I've about it even. But
Coach,
anyhow,
is there a way to is there a way to color helium gas in a way to not fuck up an experiment?
There's kind of. I mean, you could introduce like some sort of bubbles, but you know it's inert, so it's not really going to be able to combine with anything. But you could make it so like where, like let's say you had a steel tank and the helium was leaving the steel tank. You could make it so as it leaves it, like it made these colorful bubbles or something. But other than that, I wouldn't really know.
Because I'm trying to think of a visually pleasing experiment for flat earthers, and I'll describe the perfect scenario. Obviously, there are problems, but the perfect scenario is I have my vacuum chamber, and there's helium inside. Don't ask how, but there's helium inside, and it's colored. And the theory would be I could see a darker shade at the bottom and a lighter shade at top because of a downward bias. That would be the perfect scenario, visually pleasing.
No, I don't have very long, but I'll just tell you this, Rick. Me and Moyak, a long time ago, we were supposed to do this test where if you have like
how long ago, Kosho? How long ago?
Hold on 1 second, sir. I actually can't hold on because I gotta go after I say this. But if you have one pipe, right? And in the pipe, what is there? Oh shit! Hold on, there we go. In the pipe, there's only helium. That's no. In the pipe, there's nothing. In the pipe, there's just a regular pipe. You put the pipe under the water, and you fill it with water under the water, and then you get a tank, right? A tank of helium, and then you pump the helium into the water by the helium. God damn it. Anyways, you get the gist of it. I gotta go.
Nice one.
I don't know where that could be leading to.
It was a good way to make sure there was only helium in the tube, though. That was nice. Nice little start. What about helium detectors with inside a like a vacuum chamber? So have some at the top, some on the sides at different levels, some at the bottom. Introduce your helium and see where it settles, whether they all go off or just the ones at the bottom go off. Or
wouldn't that just be barometers, just high precision?
No, like methane detector, that's not a barometer. A methane detector is not a barometer. An LPG detector is not a barometer. So I was just equating that to a helium detector. If it's
no, I get that. Does it? Do those things provide a value or just the existence, though?
I don't know. It was just a suggestion, mate, as to why it could be detected.
Right. No. If it provides a numerical value, it would always just depend on the precision. But if it's just the existence, then we can't do that because we would know that helium exists within the entire chamber, just more at the bottom.
I can tell you very quickly the rest of it. It will be 2 seconds, okay? Because if you have this pipe, okay, and you have this pipe, and you have you fill it with helium, and now you know it's only helium because of the fact that it was water. Hey, how you doing? Yeah, so it was just water before. What? No, sorry. I'll be back.
Who's he visiting at? Like,
I think Kosho is doing lift tonight.
I think he's trying to say if you get a pipe and you fill it with water, right? So it's completely full, and then you pump it with helium. I think that's where he's leading, by the sounds of it. I could be wrong.
I think he's trying to create a perfect only helium container. So, like, if we have a regular container, we fill it with helium. There's a really good chance that it's helium plus other stuff. But if we do this, evacuating all the water, you're replacing that entire space with helium, then doing something. I don't know where he's leading after that, but yeah.
No.
I think he was going to. I think he was actually going to breathe it and make funny noises with it, because I can't see where he's going with
that. There's an experiment. Just inhale helium for like 8 hours, and then weigh yourself.
Yeah, that was funny. Right, but how about this? I was going to say this while you. We're always talking about experiments to develop, and we should do this, and you should do this, and I think we'll do this. All these experiments to prove certain questions that we've got, and I was just thinking there. Well, these are most of the questions that I ask. They're kind of rational, and most of the questions they're legitimate questions, right? And I'm thinking, right, wait a minute, why are you guys telling us, you could do it this way or that way without, I'm not saying you guys, but don't you guys find it funny that these experiments haven't been done?
No,
I think they have been done.
Right.
It's just hard for us to find them.
Yeah. It's not like
well, a heat sensor in a vacuum, and aim a laser at it to see if there's any difference in the temperature or heat.
It's been done.
To me, because that's a question I would go, that experiment, knowing that heat doesn't transfer through a vacuum, the little windy thing, that gave me so many questions years ago. It gave me so many questions. And as I keep saying, here's the answer. And then you point out you could do this experiment, and everybody's trying to figure out these different experiments to prove a perfectly legitimate question. It's not like forget whether I'm a flat earther or whatever I am. These are perfectly legitimate questions.
Right. Most of the time, it boils down to a lack of effort of finding them. Most of the time, that's what it boils down to. Because
but wait a minute, I've looked for these. But the thing is, there's a big difference between you and me. I've looked for these experiments, right? There's no lack of effort from my behalf.
Have you looked?
Where
have
you
looked? Have you gone to a college or an educational institution and asked about it? Googling is not enough.
Well, I've actually talked. I've talked to scientists. Actually, I've been in debates with a fucking scientist that wanted to take me on about the flat Earth. You can go and watch it on the Non Sequitur show, and this is about 4 years ago or something mad like that. And this scientist, he wasn't I don't know, he wasn't an expert in any of the questions I was asking. He was just a scientist of I can't remember what he did.
He was a scientist in his field, and he wasn't an expert on flat Earth questions.
How about this bio, Joe? Imagine you meet someone for the first time, right? You meet someone for the first time, and you say, how you doing? My name's Alan Beck. And you get this guy gets introduced as Professor Robert, blah, blah. So I asked him, and I knew, I kind of guessed the answer I was going to get. Right, this was before the debate, where you sort of I talked to Steve McCrane, Kyle, and the Professor dude guy, and I knew straight away the type of person I was dealing with when he told me. I said, "Oh, what do I call?" I said, "Well, what do I call you? Do I call you Robert, Bob, or whatever?" And he said, "You can call me Professor." And that's the type of people. That said everything about me, about it. Negated going to college, university, and stuff like that. Because immediately that guy was looking at me as a certain type of person, which, you know, use on people that attack our disbelief
he
in
shouldn't have done
science.
that. He definitely shouldn't have done that.
But that was so funny. But I knew straight away, and I was actually, you know, I was way more educated on the problems of science regarding the flat Earth than he was, and I actually felt sorry for him. I actually felt sorry for the guy. This is how I am, right? Instead of ripping him a new one because he knew nothing, he absolutely knew nothing about the argument, but his arrogance, which I've met, you know, it's instilled into the education. You get a PhD, man, you know everything about that. But these people, like Brian Cox, start thinking because they're an expert in theoretical physics or whatever, is that they've got the right to go around and talk about climate change and go into the science of all that. It was that attitude. And that's why we have questions. That's why we ask these questions. And for the fact that we don't see experiments coming up for it. That's it. But you call us...
There's so many problems, man. Hold on, man. So you've said a lot. 2 seconds, man. As far as debating flat earthers, that's an entire field of it in and of itself. In the same way that he could have asked you questions pertaining to physics, and you would have a similar reaction to him responding to flat earth.
No, I wouldn't, and don't presume that.
Would be the same, man.
No, because I knew as much about fucking physics. I went on a debate with these fuckers about gravity, right? Years ago, right? Where these so-called have got PhDs, masters, and stuff like that, right? But wait a minute, listen, let me finish.
You're
I'll
displaying the same arrogance.
Say again?
You're displaying the same arrogance that you're complaining about.
But that's the but there's a difference. I never go into a conversation, a debate, or whatever, thinking that I know more than that fucking person, and that's your problems.
You just said you knew as much about physics as
I did, because it's a fact. That's not arrogance. That's a fact. That's a fact. That's a fucking fact. I understand quantum physics to a lot, the way higher degree than I know the core of quantum physics.
Just a litmus test, then. Just a litmus test. With this helium experiment, empty container weighs 50 pounds. We add a bunch of helium to it. Does it weigh more, less, or the same?
I have not got a clue.
Thank you. So you don't know as much. Come on, man.
But you're presuming right. So what's your prediction?
It's gonna weigh more, man.
Right, it'll weigh more. Okay, then.
Condensed. That's why.
Yeah, right. Okay, that's fine.
However, if you put the helium balloons and tie them to the container, it'll float up at some point because the helium expands and becomes lighter.
No, it expands because there's less medium around it pushing on the balloon. That's why it expands.
Right, but how are you going to weigh that? How are you going to weigh that with helium in it? How are you going to weigh the tube with helium? How are you going to in water?
You vacuum the tube, the container, and then you weigh it, and then you only add helium. It weighs more.
But how are you going to weigh it in water?
Just basic.
Yeah, go on. How are you going to weigh it in water though?
I'm not going to weigh it in water.
It weighs more.
But you just said, but that was the experiment. You put a tube in water.
That was
right. You put a tube. That was your experiment. Well, I thought that's what we're talking about in this experiment. You asked me how would I weigh a thing of helium or whatever. I thought you were talking about the experiment in water.
An empty container on a scale weighs 50 pounds. We add helium to it. Now the scale is more than 50. It weighs more.
Did you weigh it? Is that an experiment, an actual experiment?
Yes.
Yeah. 1 second.
Yeah, post it or something.
If it's condensed, it's more, but if it's allowed to expand, it'll weigh less.
So it was condensed then.
That's what I'm telling him, but he's trying to gloss over that because he believes in gravity. That's the thing.
Yeah, I know that.
I've experimented and validated gravity, but anyway, that's neither here nor there.
Well, that'd be interesting. How did you prove there was a force for things to fall down? But let's stick on this subject now about that weight thing. You can get onto that after.
If you want to find my YouTube channel, I have a science playlist, and I do it a few times.
Your YouTube channel and the live stream, please.
I've given it to you 3 times, man.
Hey, Bio, can you drop your YouTube channel?
Yeah, that's faster than I was researching, but
I was gonna give you a sub.
I mean that's fine. But again, I have given it to you, Godric, a few times.
Well, I'm surprised you remember me. So
Well,
I probably have seen your channel, but I don't have it at my fingertips. Can you send it again?
Because you're the only one that asks every time if how I did it or whatever. You're the only one that does that.
I'm the only one that questions you, has the balls to question you.
It's not that you question me. It's that it's as if I've never told you and given you the video every time.
I love it when Bio jumps through hoops for people.
I know. I should be sleeping. I should be sleeping, but here I am because I'm addicted.
Okay, I'm not complaining, but do you have a video that's less than 9 hours?
Nope. Sorry, man. Scientific experiments sometimes run long.
That was a criticism of many people.
There's timestamps
get to the end of it.
in the description. There are timestamps because I knew that I knew some people wouldn't appreciate how long the video is. So there are timestamps to key events.
So heads up, flat earthers don't have that kind of attention span.
I'll 100% agree. That's why there are timestamps.
Yeah. We need a clip to put into TikTok.
You know, I've thought about breaking down that video into a 10-minute video, but this interaction almost makes me want to not, just as like a sly little dig.
Oh, come on, Bio.
I know.
Right, see, there you go. There's the presumption that I talked about, right? Imagine how condescending was that.
I know.
Not that I care.
I'm admitting
pointing
it,
out. I'm just digging at the moment.
No, I know.
But there's your point. You've
it,
actually proved. Wait a minute. You're not even a scientist, and I've proved this arrogance or this condescension, even though it was done with tongue in cheek.
Of course it was. Yeah.
Many a true word was spoken in jest. That's what I
that's
say.
great. Yeah, the hoops that I jump through and the things that I do. This is one for me to secretly enjoy. Had I not said it at all, it wouldn't have been an issue. But I did come out and say it.
So your statement is all flat earthers lose interest after how many minutes do you give it?
Not all flat earthers.
All right, okay. Well, stop making fucking blanket statements then. Oi. Well, stop making fucking blanket statements. Right, fuck that off, because that's the problem also. That what I talked about, the arrogance and stuff like that. You just
I won't tell any more jokes, Ali. Sorry. I fully.
No, it wasn't a joke.
Making a joke.
No, it was a blanket statement.
I said that I was joking. I'm a flat earther. I was joking.
Yeah,
I said
I did agree. I only agreed with Godric in a funny way.
You can't put a 5-minute video for flat earthers, man. Come on.
No, that's why there's timestamps. That's just as good.
No, I was talking about BioGeo. I wasn't talking about the other guy.
No, I know. Godric said the thing, and I merely agreed with him and then made the joke.
Yeah. Sometimes when you're at home alone, I like to put like one of those cloth cotton blankets over my shoulders and like eat food and watch a movie. Kind of like I'm like a homeless man or some sort of some sort of like orphan or something like that. I was kind of fishing, but I wanted to make a blanket statement, just because you said not to. So, anybody else have any blanket statements?
Oh, the
You don't
layers.
even know what a blanket. You just actually proved you don't even know what a blanket statement is.
The layers of
Talking
puns. The layers of puns in
Talking
there.
about blankets. Talking
That
about
was
blankets.
very, Kosho. That was very punny of you.
I have a question for Kosho.
Well, I tried 10 puns to see if I could make you guys laugh, but sure enough, no pun intended.
We did laugh. We did laugh.
Kosho, you did lift, right?
Yeah, sure, man. Thank you for noticing.
What do you do when a
You saw my
girl
pictures.
gets drunk and falls asleep in the back seat of your car?
I get laid.
You walk right into that one.
The only time I get lucky, man.
But in the seriously, does it happen though?
Yeah. It's not very glamorous, dude.
I hear it because I hear stories and stuff.
Sure. I mean, he's just getting a drunk person out of your car. Get out of my car.
Have you had to carry them to the door because they couldn't walk?
No, usually it's not common courtesy to touch people, women, when they're drinking like that. It's just not, yeah. So no, I do not.
How many rides have you had? What am I asking?
How many rides? 5 or 6, or at least.
No, I mean total.
Over 1,000.
Out of 1,000, you got 6 drunk girls.
Nope, I have a lot more than that. I don't know if I should say anything else, man. Okay. There's drunk girls. There's drunk guys. There's drunk people. Oh shit. But what about you, Godric? Why don't you tell us about the experiment you guys were going to do with helium?
I don't know. I was talking with Biodole, and I was telling him the helium, when allowed to expand, becomes lighter, and when it's condensed, it's heavier. So
That's true, man.
No downward bias.
But helium expands like that. That's true. I noticed that. What gas doesn't expand? What gas does not expand like that?
I know there's heavy gases that kind of lay on the ground, like those cool vampire movies, but
I think by definition, though, they all do that. That's kind of what it means to be a gas, dude. Because that's the state of matter. It's the state where the molecules are not stuck together, and they're fucking excited, and they move around. So they all do that. Yeah, helium, sulfur hexafluoride, they all do that. Next question.
Do you also do Uber?
Sometimes, man. Sometimes when I'm free. I've rented this car through Lyft, so I have to do a couple more rides until this is paid for, and then I'm done for the week. I gotta pick up this girl Cat right now. Cat Fondue. And so let me do that real quick. I'll be back.
Well, I hope he was kidding about how it gets laid. I assume he was kidding.
Yes, he was kidding.
Plenty of taxi driver wouldn't be, though. It's an honest industry.
So the question would be, if they're too drunk to walk, what does he do now when they're in the back of his car? Like, you know how the past got wasted?
Take him home.
Stacey doesn't touch him, so how's he get him out of the car?
Wake him up. Get out. They soon get up. Otherwise, they think, shit, if I fall asleep again, this guy might rape me. I would definitely have some smelling salts, though, if I was him. And if I was having regular fucking people passing out in the back, for
Smelling
sure.
salts,
But
damn.
we get...
Like a medical smelling salts?
Yeah, yeah. Naphthalene or something like that, you know? Mothballs.
I bet the nightlife is really cooled down with this COVID. I think the clubs just opened back up just recently.
Mm.
Are you a clubber, Godric? You go out and get your rave on. Get your rave on.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right,
I'm glad.
I'm gonna post something. So here's a link for Helium Devar's product, their containers. Here's their various containers. Section 6 or chapter 6, not sure, but it looks like page 7. Anyway, if you go towards the bottom, where you have each container on the horizontal column, you have weight in pounds. Weight empty for the first one, 184. Full, 201.
Well, that's probably liquid, dude.
Well, yeah, probably, but it's pure helium. It is helium.
Yeah, so compressed into a liquid, which of course is going to be fucking heavier than the surrounding medium. So of course it's going to add weight.
So your assertion is, if we have, let's do it with liquid and solid. If we take a liquid and make it a solid, you're saying that the weight changes?
Well, okay, a liquid to a solid, the weight will only change if the density changes. But gas to a liquid, clearly the density is changing.
Right, that's fine. But your assertion is, we have the same amount of matter, but we change its state, and it changes weight, despite having the same amount of matter.
Well, yeah. Well, ice. So ice, for example, expands when it freezes. So it does. It becomes less heavy, doesn't it?
No,
By
it
definition.
doesn't. No, it doesn't. No.
How can it not?
Because you have the same amount of matter. If you have, let's call it.
Okay, less dense. I used the wrong word. Less dense.
No, I understand the density change. I totally understand the density change. That's fine. That's part of changing states. What I'm saying is the same amount of matter of gas, the same amount of matter liquid, same amount of matter solid, they will all weigh the same because you have the same amount of matter.
He said the ice cube would go lift up, it would float up. If it was less dense, it would fall if it was more dense. And
Yeah, I would say
about
relative to the medium. No, that's wrong. Yeah.
We're just talking about the amount of matter of something.
Okay.
Well, and not relative to the surroundings.
Well, in this scenario, there is no surroundings. It's a container of just itself.
Go to
I
page
agree.
23. Go to page
Right,
23.
so same amount of matter.
Chart.
Right.
Go to page 23 calibration chart. Is this it says ultra 60 liters, 100 liters, 250 liters, etc. What does it mean? Inches from bottom 1, liters 1. Is that what you're looking at?
The specifications on page 7. Each of those are a different size container.
On 7, they're
empty versus full. That's fine.
Where do you get the density though?
I'm not getting density. I'm getting weight when it's empty versus full.
Exactly.
Okay, what does that show?
What that's showing that this empty container for the first one is 184 pounds empty. When we fill it with helium, only helium, It's now 201
Liquid.
pounds. It's heavier.
Liquid helium.
That's fine. Just helium. Page 7 again. I've also posted the screenshot in chat as well.
Yeah, that's exactly what it says, God.
And then
that's what you'd
it
expect.
continues with each one, yeah. Well, that's what I would expect, yes,
Look-
with helium, yeah.
Well, look, same with me. I don't know who contended any different personally.
Okay, so I'm looking at the middle bar. It says the 60 Ultra is 66 with the liquid. And
Well, that's the liters. Go down a little bit more where it says weight.
Weight, yeah.
okay, 201, 184.
Yeah.
Correct.
241, 212.
Correct.
Okay, now is this regular helium like the one in helium balloons?
Yes.
Okay. So the big one, the Ultra 1000, you can get almost 300 pounds. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. Now, is there a way you can tell that there's more pressure on the top or bottom, or there's more dense on the top or bottom?
Yeah, yes, because it weighs more. So there's a downward bias. So there's more in the bottom.
Can you show that downward bias?
I mean, I don't know about these goalposts, but I have validated my claim of an empty container being a particular weight, and a full container, or any amount really, will increase the weight.
Yes.
But
When you
if
increase
we
the
want to move the
density, you
goalpost,
increase
that's
the weight.
fine. But
You
just
increase
let
the
it be
density,
known, I
you
validated my
increase the
claim.
weight. That doesn't mean it's downward bias.
That's literally what it means.
No,
Are you
No, I
suggesting?
think he's asking. Sorry, go on, Benny.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, are you suggesting that when it's filled with helium, it should weigh less because it has an upward bias and lifting the
It would weigh
container off the
less
cup?
if the helium was allowed to expand. For
No.
example, if you tied the balloons to the tube, it would raise it up in the air at some point. So yes, it would weigh lighter if the
Okay,
helium was allowed to expand.
so because it weighs less, or is less dense, right, and goes up the atmosphere, doesn't mean that it doesn't have any weight to it.
That shows density. It's what I call flat Earth gravity density.
Except
No,
that
gravity technically is still the bias. The bias, density and buoyancy are the forces that move things. So the bias just sets the gradient.
except that it isn't. I accept that density and the relationship between different densities displays a particular property. I had no problem with that. All I'm showing here is that we're just dealing with helium where we have an empty container, it weighs an amount. We add just helium, it weighs more. That by definition means that there's a bias downwards just by any definition. We've added matter.
Sure.
And now now it weighs more because more is pushing downwards. Yeah.
I disagree with
Right, but he's asking
it's not that simple.
specifically whether there's more pressure in the bottom of the cylinder, though. And for that to be the case, you'd need to show a gradient within that cylinder. Whereas liquid helium would be under such pressure that it would just be equal throughout the whole container, irrelevant of weighing more or not.
If it were equal in all directions, then the weight wouldn't change because the pressure downward would be the pressure downward would be equal to the pressure upward, meaning there is no bias.
Actually, that's a better word than mass.
Hold up, Biodual, you're speaking too simply, and I disagree with it. Because when it's empty, it's not a perfect vacuum. It just has air in it.
Okay, and
Right?
that's fine, sort of. I would disagree with you because I'll just look through the manual and find something. But all my assertion is that an empty tank filled with helium will weigh more than if it were empty.
I agree with that.
I disagree. It's not that simple. Because if you're filling it just a bit...
I just validated it.
Hold up. When you're filling it just a bit with helium, where the helium is still in gas form, it's not going to weigh
He said
more.
fill it with liquid. Yeah, liquid.
No, you just said fill it with helium, right? If you're
fill it with
pressurizing it to the point where it's liquid, then I would agree. When it becomes liquid, when it condenses into a liquid, then it'll have that downward force.
Again, does changing states change the weight of something?
Yes.
So despite having the same amount of matter between these states, they are weighing differently. Despite, again, the same amount of matter.
Absolutely, because if it was more volume for it to be able to be a gas,
Basic
it would
physics,
have a
guys.
different weight.
Basic physics, guys.
I know. If you have
So
it as a
again,
gas form, just like with
give it
steam,
numerical
vapor.
values. Let's give it numerical values. I have 3 grams of liquid water, and I have 3 grams of ice. Are you suggesting that they weigh differently?
No.
Why? It's the same amount of matter, but
Because both of those have downward. Well, they might weigh a little bit differently. The ice is going to be a little bit less dense than the liquid, and so there might be but at 3 grams, you probably won't be able to discern it.
In a vacuum.
Well, in a vacuum, the ice would sublimate.
We would just
okay, without the sublimation. Fuck.
So just to be clear, if we have 3 grams of a material in a particular state and 3 grams of material in a different state, you're suggesting that the weight would be different.
Absolutely. 3
I
grams of
wholeheartedly
air,
disagree.
3 grams of helium in gas state is going to be way more buoyant and way less downwards than 3 grams of liquid helium. Absolutely.
All right. Okay, Bio, I've got one for you. All right, I've got one for you. All right. If you get an empty balloon, right, and put it on a scale, completely empty, and you weigh it, and then you put the equivalent of, say, 12 square inches of helium, right, in that balloon. Okay, then, and you can work out how much that 12 square inches of helium would weigh. Then you flip the scale upside down, right, and put it on the roof of the box, right, and that balloon rises, right, and hits the scale. Okay, now you've got the mass of the balloon plus the upward bias of that helium. What is that going to then register?
I wouldn't do that. I was with you until the scale is above the balloon. What I would do is I would weigh the balloon itself in a vacuum. So even the air on the inside of that balloon is removed. I would weigh that in the vacuum. Then I would add helium to it in the form of a gas, and then I would put it back on the scale in the vacuum and evacuate it. And then I would weigh it again. And I would expect that the balloon weighs more now.
Yeah, but what's going to happen to that balloon when you create that vacuum?
It'll expand. Assuming it doesn't pop, it will expand, but the weight won't change. The weight won't change due to expansion. The weight will change because of you're removing the medium on the outside, but that weight will remain the same.
Yeah, in a perfect vacuum. But first off, that's never going to happen.
No.
And
You don't need a perfect vacuum. You don't. We just
It'd
need
be
to show.
handy.
We just needed to show that the weight is more. Even like if you're under atmospheric pressure and it's essentially weighing nothing. Let's say the balloon weighed 2 grams by itself under vacuum. Then you add helium. Then you do the experiment. The moment it goes above 2 grams, despite not being a perfect vacuum, the moment it's above 2 grams, claim validated.
Yeah, but if you keep on pumping air, like helium into it, the gas into it, to the point where its density is like that, or like less than the air that's around it, because again, it's not a perfect vacuum, then it's going to float.
Right. If the medium that it's in it weighs less then yeah, it'll float, obviously. But we're removing the medium. And despite not being able to get to a perfect vacuum, the moment that it weighs more than when the balloon was evacuated, that moment, claim validated.
No, it's not, because the balloon itself has weight, right? So all you're doing
You've already weighed the balloon.
Yeah, you weighed the balloon when there was absolutely nothing in it,
Right,
so it's going to
2
be very
grams.
dense because it's taking less volume, right? And then you start putting in some helium. It's going to be lessening the weight slowly but surely, because you're increasing the volume as you're putting this helium in, and the density is getting less and less and less, to the point where it cancels out the weight of the balloon, the density of the balloon, and
No, it doesn't.
it'll start to rise.
No. Well, yeah, under a medium, but the experiment is being done under a vacuum. So I don't know why you're equating anything to when we measure it when there is medium. We're evacuating.
If you're hypothetically saying there's a perfect vacuum, then obviously every single
I don't need a
thing
perfect
inside
vacuum.
of it
I've
will
said
be.
it 3 times.
But you do though, because as long as you keep on inflating it with helium, the volume of it will keep on increasing because it keeps on expanding. Let's say you have this magical balloon that's not going to pop ever. It's going to keep on expanding, and then at some point it'll be less dense than the non-perfect vacuum, than the non-perfect low air environment.
No, it won't. You're
All right.
you're adding mass to a container, the balloon. We're adding mass to that, and we're removing mass around it. In what way will that balloon be less dense than the close to nothing outside of it?
So that close to nothing.
You've got to really think about these percentages.
That close to nothing pressure. What is it?
We can all attribute 20 to 1.
No, what is the medium?
What is the medium?
Yeah.
It would be a vacuous medium.
Wouldn't it be
air.
very low pressure air?
Extremely low pressure air, of course.
Okay. Now you have this balloon that you're constantly inflating with helium, right?
Sure.
It's expanding. The density is getting less and less and less. At some point, isn't that density going to be less than the density of the air?
No.
Really?
Correct.
If you keep going, of course.
If you keep going, you have this vacuum, this balloon that doesn't.
We are continuing to pump helium into a volume. The volume is increasing, but we're also adding helium to it, and we're removing gas around it.
Gaseous helium.
So in what way?
Exactly.
Would the density be lower to the thing we're adding mass to?
Because it's gaseous helium that's constantly expanding. If the balloon did not expand, then yes, it would liquefy and would weigh downwards. But since it's expanding, it's gaseous, it has buoyancy, it's going to eventually go up because it's going to eventually have less density than the low pressure air that's in.
Won't.
You can say no as much as you want, but you're wrong, straight up.
No, of course it wouldn't. We're adding mass to a system, and we're removing mass outside that system.
But that mass is moving away exponentially from itself. And eventually those particles will be further away than the particles that are in the vacuum.
This basic physics takes another level.
You have to consider the volume.
I am considering the volume. The volume.
You're not. If you have this magical balloon that keeps on inflating.
The volume only increases as you're removing the medium around it. It doesn't increase in volume if you're not removing material outside of it.
I don't know what to tell you, man.
I think
the
this
rate
is your
with
worst
which
pull
it
yet,
expands in all directions is faster than the rate you're removing the medium.
No, it's equal. It's the same.
And in fact, actually,
that's why the volume is expanding, because you're removing stuff outside of it. It's the same.
Hold up. So even if you have this balloon in a vacuum chamber with a set amount of volume, but you have enough volume that the balloon is consistently inflating and increasing its volume, then if anything, the air outside of the balloon is going to become more and more dense as that balloon is taking volume away from that air.
No, it won't.
It's going to be more and more dense, and it'll rise quicker because of that.
No, it won't. It only expands because you're removing the material around it. If you're not removing the material around it, that balloon does not expand.
I don't think you heard my point whatsoever. If it's in a vacuum chamber of a set volume, then it won't be removing that volume won't be escaping. It'll just be reducing it from the air that it's in. That low pressure air, it'll keep on gaining pressure as the balloon expands.
No. If the balloon were to expand for whatever reason and you're not evacuating the chamber, then yes, I would agree that the density of the air around it would increase. But it can only expand if you're removing the material around it. So what you bring up is a non sequitur, and it doesn't apply.
If you say so.
I mean, describe the way that we have a closed chamber, and let's say we got a balloon inside, and the pressure is what it is in the vacuum.
None of this is true. It's a hypothetical.
In what way does the balloon start to expand despite not removing the air around it? In what way?
What was that? How does it expand without removing the air?
Without removing the air around the balloon inside this chamber, how does the balloon expand?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
You're
Like,
pumping more helium into
the
it.
premise was you have this balloon that you can put air into, and it'll expand, right? But it won't pop. That was the premise.
Yep.
Obviously, if we're
Right,
keeping it
as we
realistic,
remove
this
air
isn't going to
around-
happen. Hold up. If we're keeping it realistic, this isn't going to happen because the balloon is going to pop before anything happens, or it'll, like, you know, hit the walls of the container if the container's too small, or it'll, you know, if you're kind of controlling the pressure, it's going to liquefy and it's going to weigh downwards. If like the balloon, if the rigid walls are rigid enough.
Man, this is your worst troll yet, percentage.
No, you're just not understanding.
This is legitimately very, very basic, in which the balloon will not expand unless you're removing the medium around it. That's the basic. That's how fucking basic can it be at that point?
Yeah, but you started the thing off with we've got a vacuum, which we agreed can't be perfect because we can't create one, and then you've got a balloon in there that you're filling with helium. At no point did you mention that you're continuing to suck, right? Or that it's full before the helium's going in. So we've got a balloon that can just continuously expand, irrelevant of you removing any more air.
No,
because you're putting more helium in it.
We have to reset.
No?
We have to reset. The experiment would be this. We're going to reset. I'll try to be as precise as I can. What you would do is have a vacuum chamber. You would put a balloon in it, not filled with anything, just a regular fucking balloon. You put it in the chamber on a scale that's in the chamber. You evacuate the chamber, let's say, to 20 torr. Because I know mine can get there. To 20 torr, and it at that pressure, it weighs 2 grams. Perfect. That's our baseline. We've removed up to down to 20 torr. So 2 grams. Now we take that balloon, we fill it with helium to, I don't give a shit how much. We fill it with helium, we put it back on the scale in the chamber, close the chamber. Now we evacuate it down to 20 torr again, assuming the balloon doesn't break. Just that assumption. Down to 20 torr, we now look at the scale, see what it weighs. If it's more than 2, then we know the helium has a downward bias and it has weight.
Right, and then you said you could add as much helium to that balloon as you want, and it will do the same. And that's where the contention started.
What's going to happen is that balloon's going to continue to expand.
Any amount that you add will add weight to it. I think that's what I said specifically.
That balloon is going to continue to expand, you know, at the increase of the air that's around it, that non-perfect, you know, vacuum environment, that air that's around it. It's going to continue to increase in density to the point where, if it's not going to pop, to the point where the pressure of the air around it is going to be acting on the balloon itself and no longer letting it expand. And if you continue putting more and more helium in, it'll liquefy.
We're not doing that, though. That's the thing.
So if you're not putting any more helium in, there's going to be an equilibrium between the helium that's inside the balloon and the air that's outside of the balloon. It's going to continue to expand, and there'll just be a little bit of, you know, volume around it, where basically the balloon is more or less taking the shape of the container, but with a little bit of like a border of air.
Is he not saying that the vacuum is being evacuated as
I've been saying that the whole time. He's
like you guys it's like you purposefully ignoring that.
No, the vacuum is evacuated. Hold up. So he fills the balloon with helium, right? Then he puts it in the thing, and then he evacuates it. As he's evacuating it, that balloon is going to inflate because the gas is going to expand. And it's going to basically take the shape of the container, except for the little bit of air that's still in there.
Why would the balloon is going to take the shape of the container? Okay.
Yeah, if there's enough helium, it'll basically expand as much as it can, to the point where the pressures on the balloon is going to be equal to the expansion of the balloon.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is that what's happening in your scenario, BioDuel, or is that
Of course not.
Yeah,
I would
that's
not.
not what's happening.
The balloon wouldn't be touching any sides at all.
Yeah,
because that would
it
compromise. That would compromise the weight that you're trying to measure. So of course I wouldn't do that. It's a dumb assumption, dumb postulation.
It's very simple. As long as it's still a gas, the weight is going to be less.
All right, man. I mean, that's just The basic physics, but okay.
Yeah, it is basic. You have to understand the downward weight comes when it's liquefying.
No, it isn't.
I would say
It
when it's
is.
pressurized.
No, because
as long as you're increasing the volume, allowing it to expand.
The most obvious example would be sulfur hexafluoride. We
As long as you're
obviously know that
increasing
there's
the
a
volume,
downward bias.
allowing it to expand, it's going to weigh less. Simple as that.
Again, the sulfur hexafluoride, we already know. We wouldn't disagree that there's the downward bias there. But for some reason, there's helium.
Increasing volume.
You have a worldview. But to be fair, I think you are trolling. I think other people have that worldview, but I think you specifically are trolling.
I think you just don't understand. So you're trying to dismiss it by calling it trolling and poisoning the well.
You're purposely misrepresenting it. That's the thing.
No, I'm not. You said you have an empty balloon in this vacuum chamber. Evacuated, it weighs 2 grams. You take it out, you fill it up with helium, you put it back in, you evacuate again. As long as it's gas and the volume is expanded, it's going to weigh less than the 2 grams.
That's your assertion. There you go.
That's not an assertion. That's how it works because gas is buoyant.
That's not what he's saying, percentage. That's why it's like you're trolling, because that's not what Biodual's saying.
I know. I'm correcting him.
Why are you correcting his?
Because as long as that gas is expanding, the density of the object, that full apparatus now of the helium in the balloon, the density of it is going to be less than the density of the balloon alone.
The density outside of the helium balloon will be less than the helium balloon.
You have to understand the balloon that now has helium in it is one object. So you take the density of that entire object. As long as you're allowing the helium to expand, it's going to be weighing less.
Then it's going to be more than the medium around it.
Yeah, of course, and that's why it's not floating yet. But if you increase the helium, you're decreasing the weight of it, the downward force of it.
No, you're not.
You're
adding mass. You're adding mass to a system. That's all you're doing.
It doesn't matter. What matters is the state of that matter.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, if it's a gas that you're allowing to expand, increasing the volume, decreasing the density, it will not weigh downwards.
Okay. That's your assertion. You've made 2 assertions.
It's not my assertion. That's how it works. Gas does not weigh downwards in a vacuum. It'll expand.
Percentage. Do you?
We could go on and on about floating helium balloons inside of a.
Doesn't have
when you remove
the
medium, it sinks. The downward bias because it's higher dense than the medium around it, giving it weight. Measurable.
Percentage. Do you believe in a downward bias or no?
I believe that more dense objects go down in less dense mediums and vice versa.
Right, so no downward bias.
Well, that is a downward bias. Just a different description.
No, it's not.
It's not.
You just said higher density versus lower density, it goes down. How is that not?
And vice versa.
Stuff's on top, heavy stuff's on bottom. It's a perfect balance. There's no downward bias.
Or that is a downward bias by a different description, but it is a downward
because
bias.
I could say that, I could introduce spacity and say that, the empty volume of one thing is attracted to the empty volume above, and so there's an upward bias causing the downward force.
You could say whatever you want, man. The moment
my point is the vice versa. You can't take one or the other.
The moment that you say higher density versus lower density will go down, you've introduced a downward bias. Down for down. You've said the words.
Okay.
This is why I think you're trolling, man. Because of that. That's another example.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, percentage. I don't know.
The point is, a tank with helium gas in it is going to weigh less than a tank with that's empty with air in it, and a tank that has liquid helium is going to weigh more. The difference is in the density of it due to the amount of volume it has, the pressure of it.
You know what he's saying? He's saying if you get a helium tank, if you get a helium tank and you start to fill it, the first amount of helium is going to be expanding, which is not pressurized, which will lower the weight of the helium tank. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Before it's pressurized, and then it'll start weighing more because it can't expand.
Absolutely.
Saying, right?
Real quick, Kosho,
with that.
just a little bit more context. If we have 2 grams or if we have 10 grams of liquid water and we have 10 grams of ice, apparently there's a weight difference.
Wow, man, there's not weight difference, and also there's not a weight difference with helium. The state does matter, and it's not when you have helium in a tank. It's not always liquid. It's mostly never. It's mostly not liquid. It's only when you have high pressure helium. You know, a lot of it in there is helium. It's liquid, but it's usually gas. You have gas helium, so it weighs more. These are basically. I mean, this you can see these things happen all the time. This is what it is. It's regular stuff. You're claiming that it's only weighs more because it's liquid?
I'm claiming it weighs more because it's not being made to expand. It's not the volume isn't allowed to expand.
Yes, he's saying
there's pressure
because it's
from the rigid
liquid.
container causing it to be more dense.
Yes, he's
It
saying
has to
because
do
it's
with the
liquid
medium.
and not gas. That's why it weighs more. That's exactly what he's saying.
Well, let's
It
remember
has to
that
do with the medium.
the spectrum. It's a spectrum from liquid to gas, right? It's depending on the density, how much pressure is being exerted on this helium. So as long as you're not inhibiting the expansion of it, then it's going to be continually decreasing in density and weighing less.
No,
if
we
you're inhibiting
understand.
the expansion,
The
it's going to weigh
differences of
more.
matter and the relationship between pressure, temperature. We understand that. Your assertion that the weight changes despite not changing the amount of matter, that is up for contention.
Well, you could say that, but you're wrong.
All right, I challenge you. I challenge you to find a scientific source that says otherwise or supports your position.
But are you guys only debating this with helium or all states of matter? Like, would you guys say
No, same thing applies to water. Same thing
Yeah,
applies to any.
would you say a cup of water weighs more than a cup of ice?
I would say that, yeah.
Same amount of matter. Okay. Would you then say a cup of water vapor?
Well, hold on. Let me correct that. A cup of water, once frozen, the ice will lay less than the water.
Yeah. Cool.
Same amount of matter, right?
So yeah, same amount of matter. A cup of ice would weigh less than a cup of water. It's the same amount of matter. I'm cool with that.
Yeah, because the ice
Would-
expands.
yeah. Now, what about a cup of water vapor and a cup of liquid water?
The water vapor would weigh less, obviously.
Okay.
Again, despite the same amount of matter, right?
Same amount of matter, the water vapor will weigh less because it's more buoyant, less dense, so it's going to be having this upward force.
I wouldn't argue with that. But is that? Do you not agree with that, Biodo?
No, of course not. No. If you have the same amount, if you have the same amount of matter, doesn't matter what state it's in. You have the same amount of matter. The same amount of matter is being pulled down by gravity. It weighs the same.
So
that's wrong.
Density
Tell
doesn't
me about
matter.
your cup of ice. Is it way more?
He's
though?
removing the medium.
Then I have to agree with percentage on this. A cup of ice would weigh less than a cup of water.
No. You would be right, sort of, but that's not the same amount of matter. That's what I'm saying. If you have 10 grams of liquid water and 10 grams of ice, they will weigh the same because you have the same amount of matter.
If I have 10 grams of
In a
water
vacuum.
and I freeze it, what additional mass is it getting?
None. It's the same amount of mass. So it means the weight.
So you saying if I take a cup of water and I freeze it, it's going to have the same weight when it's in the form of ice?
Yes. So if you
it is how it's described in NASA website: solid, liquid, gas.
I don't know if I can agree with that, Biodo.
I'll put it this way, and I'll paint the picture. If grab a plastic cup, fill it halfway with water, then measure it. Let's call it 6 ounces. You weigh it 6 ounces. Cover it if you want. I don't care. Put it in the freezer. 24 hours from now, take it out. Put it back on the scale. It's gonna weigh 6 ounces.
Biodual. What are you guys talking about?
That's only because you don't have a scale that's sensitive enough.
The most important questions known to man. That's what we're talking about.
What?
Okay, what about this scenario? Hang on a minute. We're 3 meters under a freshwater lake, and we can isolate 2, metric tons of water under there. One of those metric tons we can snap freeze. Now, are they both going to still sit there? One's still water liquid, one's snap frozen. What's going to happen to the frozen one?
That's a theoretical question, so it is not supposed to be answered.
Frozen
You're
one's
making a
gonna rock
theoretical
up to the
question
top.
unless you can prove these with your...
No, you're
unless you
right.
can-
You're right. The density changes because the
Thank you.
volume increases. That's fine. I have no problem with that. If you
Right.
want to measure, if we have that half cup of water and we measure it to be 4 inches tall, after we freeze it, it'll be 6 inches tall because it expanded. The volume increased, the density decreased. I have no problem with that. I'm only specifically
How much is
speaking-
going to weight? What's going to happen with weight, though?
the weight will remain the same. You have the same,
you're wrong, Baito.
you have
So
the
go
same
back. Go
amount.
back
Then do it
to
yourself. Do it yourself.
go back to
You're wrong,
the
Baito.
hypothetical
I've
that
done
what's
these
the name just said in in water.
Yeah,
If you
right.
do the same
You've
thing
done
in
it
water.
yourself.
What's going to happen to the weight?
Like, this is grade school stuff, Baito. You're wrong there.
The density of the medium is important, bro. It's
Here,
the relationship between the
again,
density of the object and the density of the medium.
In this tag, I'll read it. No, water and ice do not weigh the same. For example, if we take the same volume of water and ice in the same container, water would weigh more because water is more dense. If the volume remains the same, then correct, because ice is less dense. What we're speaking to is the same
you
amount
can't.
of matter.
You wouldn't be able to freeze it because you'd need to expand the volume.
Correct.
Otherwise,
The
it would be
volume
less
changes.
matter.
Correct. The volume changes and it becomes less dense.
Okay.
You
Oh, I
still have
see.
the same amount of
I
matter.
see what you're saying. If we were somehow able to keep, okay, hence the experiment you were giving us, or the hypothetical, if we were somehow able to keep the volume constant and the density constant, and all we did was change its state of matter, it would still have the same weight. I would agree with that, but
No,
we
no,
don't
no,
see
no,
Good
that.
job. You finally
I'm not saying
understood.
that.
You
I'm not saying
finally
that.
understood the question. Good job.
I'm not saying that. What I'm
Wait,
saying,
hang on. Okay, what are you
very
saying, Baito?
specifically, what I'm saying is, I accept that the volume changes when it goes from water to ice. Again, in this half of a cup, we measure liquid to be 4 inches, and when that cup is frozen, the ice has
He's got
expanded
tight, right?
to
So
where
he's got
it's
to get
now
up an hour earlier.
Yo,
the
can you let him
volume.
finish?
Let him finish. Let him finish.
The volume has increased, the density has decreased, but in both scenarios, it's the same amount of matter. They will weigh the same.
Exactly.
It will
Wrong.
still weigh the same. Then you're wrong, Baito.
How's he wrong? How's he
It's the
wrong?
same amount of matter, but it does not weigh the same.
Because that's not what happens in the real world. Like, you
Then
guys can go do this at home.
what does happen
This
in
is
the real
too
world?
easy. In the real world, because the ice is expanded, it's more volume, less dense. It weighs less. Gravity works a lot less.
because the volume increases proportionally to how much density decreases. But in both scenarios, it's the same amount of matter.
Correct.
The amount of matter doesn't change. That's all that matters for weight.
Wrong.
I know, but percentage is bringing up the buoyancy. Your ice is the same mass, but he's going to bring up how the buoyancy.
If the buoyancy is different, then that already tells you gravity is going to be different. Because buoyancy is just gravity working the other way in a medium. So if ice can float on water, that's already telling you that gravity is working strong on the water and weak on the ice, and the ice thus weighs less. It's not that complicated.
Here's a perfect way to put it. Here's a perfect way to put it. Put water and ice in the same cup. Measure it to be 10 inches tall. Let the ice melt. Does the height of the water change?
No.
No, exactly.
That
The
doesn't
height
say
would
anything,
change,
bro.
but that doesn't say anything. That's not speaking to this.
No, it does, because
issue
the
we
amount
have.
of matter. It's just the amount of matter, man.
If you're not limiting
stop
the
ignoring
expansion
it.
of it,
Matter is not the only factor
Okay,
in determining weight.
Lise, the basic question. What is the formula for weight? Mass times gravity.
Mass times gravity, yeah.
So where in that does it say the state of matter?
You're forgetting something. You're
Percentage
forgetting.
But it's not
and we
that
talked about this. We talked about this earlier, but you're forgetting
'Cause-
the force of drag because it's not a perfect vacuum. So there's going to be drag.
Don't bring up the drag, man. There's no the drag is
It's
not
about
in any way
resistance.
relevant.
That's why in water, in in White's words,
It's just buoyancy,
hypothetical.
man.
When you have ice in the water, the ice will be more buoyant. It'll go up. That's why ice floats, because it weighs less because of the resistance of the water.
There's no drag involved at all whatsoever, and Baldo is correct that the weight is consistent. But what you're talking about is the measured weight or the net weight or blah blah blah. In which case you would include the buoyancy, not the drag. And yeah, you're right, because you're including the buoyancy, the volumes are changing. But that's the net weight. Whereas, like I said, Baldo is talking about the weight.
The weight is the
Between
same.
weight and weight.
The weight is the same.
Yeah.
We agree that the mass is the same. What's the difference between weight and net weight?
The weight is the same too.
The weight. Baldo said what the definition of weight is. It's very specific. It's strictly the mass times the acceleration downward. But the net weight or the net downward force is going to be whatever a scale would read. Basically, if you put it on a scale,
Okay. Then
If you
I
put it
agree.
on a scale,
What Coach
it
saying
is
is
level.
right.
It is
What
level.
Coach was saying is right.
It is
There I
even,
agree.
evenly.
Because water is more dense, it would have less upward forces working against it than the cube ice.
Right.
Okay, then I agree. I'm with you, Baldo.
Yeah.
I
So
agree.
if you're defining
I
it in a
agree.
perfect
It's less
vacuum
buoyant.
where there's no resistance whatsoever, then W equals mg is fine. But in the real world, with actual weight, it's W equals mg minus the force of drag.
Well, the truth is, you guys are talking about two different things when you say that. Like,
I
if he
don't know
says
where
the
the
weight,
force of
he's
drag
right.
comes
He's right.
into this. But
That's what the
drag
resistance
doesn't-
is.
I think you are confused,
what
Kosho.
Biodual's saying. I see what Biodual's saying. It's
Can I ask
it's-
who-
yeah,
the difference of
Kosho, you're
vacuum-
confused, man.
In a perfect vacuum, they would weigh the same. Outside of a vacuum, we would see a difference caused by forces pushing from below. So because the ice cube is less resistant, it would weigh less, and that's what we see because we're not in a vacuum.
And then,
Absolutely.
But in a
Baldo is talking
vacuum,
as if
I
we're
agree
not in a
with
perfect
Biodual.
vacuum. He's
all-
speaking real world.
This all comes back to the helium being in different states of matter inside the container, and we've just established it doesn't fucking matter what state of matter. Thank you.
Yes, it does.
Can I
Yes,
ask?
it
Can I
does.
ask?
Again,
Can I
it's
ask
not
a
simple to
question,
say state of matter.
percentage?
It's about
Yes, it does.
the pressure. If you're inhibiting the expansion of the volume or not. If you're not, it's going to be allowed to expand. The density is going to be less, and it's going to weigh less. And I don't care. Like you can shift the goalposts and say, "Oh, we're talking about in a perfect environment where the resistance isn't a thing." But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about in real life. Okay, it's going to weigh less in real life.
Container. Yep.
I agree with you percentage, but there's a reason why it's going to weigh less in real life because we
'Cause
are
the
in
resistance.
because we're in an atmosphere. I don't know if I would call that resistance drag. I would call it buoyancy, but there is something else that's causing this difference. It's not just weight itself. There's something working against the downward force that
That's
makes
why
it
you
way
gotta make
less.
the distinction: weight and net weight. They're two different things. So you got to
No, that's
describe
what-
what you're asking
Yeah,
for.
I understand what Kosh is saying. I
The
don't know if that's
actual weight-
that's what Biodual was saying. I hope it is, but I'm on board with Kosh on that.
Yeah, weight and net weight is kind of a weird way to put it. I would just say, the weight in a perfect vacuum versus the weight in, the actual weight. You have to be clear
That's
that the
fine. I mean, you
distinction
and
between weight and net weight is whether it's a perfect vacuum or not. And
Sounds like
You can never have a perfect vacuum. That's the
of
thing.
course, that's
You
why
can
there's
never have
no
a perfect vacuum.
quote unquote weight only. It's always net weight.
That's the definition of the word, though, of the force. That's why when
That's a
Baldo
hijacked
says
definition.
the weight, no, it's not. When Baldo says what the weight is, he's not wrong. And whenever you describe what you would measure, you're not wrong. But you're talking about two different things. You're talking about the weight, and you're talking about the net weight or the measured weight. These are two different things.
We're talking about what you measure. Always what you measure. Always.
That's what I'm saying. That's what you're talking about.
Hold up. Let me finish. If we're talking about what you measure, it's always going to be what you call net weight. The only weight the weight that you call, the only form it exists is in calculations because there's no perfect vacuum. That's why it's bad to use that terminology.
You can isolate everything else. You can subtract the buoyancy and subtract the magnetism and subtract everything else, and you would end up with just the weight. So it's a real thing, just describing the weight. It's just depends on what, like I said, what's being asked. And you guys are just talking about two different things.
Yeah.
And in context,
why this was so confusing.
it was the helium inside of a container when it's just helium. the state of matter does not matter.
Rigid container, yeah. Sure.
Hey, just real quick.
Could you not still
Can I
get
just say something just real
stuff
quick?
moving
I'm sorry.
upwards
Hold on.
where there's a downward force? Do you not think percentage? So if there was, if you just granted for the sake of conversation that there was a universal downward force, could you not still get stuff moving upwards, do you not think?
Moving upwards by having a downward force?
Yes.
Yeah, it could have some of a downward force, but it, like, it won't be, if it's moving upwards, then the net force is going to be upwards. It's not going to be a net downward force.
Right, I know. But if there was a universal downward force, could some objects or things within that system move upwards as a result of that downward force?
Yes.
Okay. So
and the inverse could also be true.
If that's possible, would that mean that you could have a downward force that is universal, that for things like helium balloons there is an upward force that doesn't disprove it?
And the inverse, again, can also be true. If there was a universal upward force, we'd expect the same stratification, the same, density organization.
Sure. Do you think there's an upward force?
I don't know. I think it's like a system unto itself that's just arranged by the different densities of things, and there's no there's no kind of bias either way.
There doesn't appear to be a bias either way, is what you're saying.
Well, you could say that it appears to be a bias for us on the surface of Earth, because the majority of things that we have, like the majority of the objects, are less dense than the air, right? But
yeah, to me,
I could point to something that lives on the bottom of the ocean, and every time they take a poop, or every time there's every kind of molecule of gas is going upwards, every bubble is upwards, and you could say that it's an upward force, right?
Well, but I mean, the bubble is less stuff than the ocean. So the way I would look at it is actually not that the bubble is moving upwards as much as the ocean is moving under it.
But my point is, to a bottom feeder, like
a
little shrimp at the bottom of the ocean or whatever, they're going to observe it as everything going up, so it's going to seemingly be an upward bias. Just like we observe most things going down, so it seemingly is a downward bias. But in reality, you have to consider it holistically and see that it's just a system that, is
would you
stratified.
agree that things in accordance to their density go down? So the more stuff there is within them?
Yes, and I would say that things in accordance with their density also go up. Less density goes up, more dense goes down.
Yeah,
it's
I think
equal
everybody.
balance.
Yeah, I think we agree. I think it was the hypothetical that was given that was confusing everyone.
Yeah, but I mean, I can just put to sleep this idea of, but I know percentage you didn't say, but if people go, helium balloons go up, it's like, yes, you could still have a downward force, right? I could have a bunch of ping pong balls in a bucket that have a downward force, right? And then I could pour on top of that equally sized steel ball bearings that might, for the start, sit on top of them. But if you shook that bucket, it'd quickly become the case that all the steel ball bearings are on the bottom, and it physically lifted up the ping pong balls. It doesn't mean there's an upward force. It means there's a downward force that, as denser things move under them, those things move up, with a downward force still acting on them.
I concur with eggshells, man.
Again, Kosho?
So I concur with you, sir, because a lot of people don't know this. A lot of people don't know this, but they don't realize that floating, you can't have floating unless you have two things being compelled downwards. Nothing's being compelled upwards. When you have something floating, you have a medium that's being compelled downwards, and you have some object floating above it also being compelled downwards, just not as much as a medium. But nothing's being compelled upwards.
Well, yes.
What if I
The
throw you?
forces of the things going down squeeze and press and force the things going up. So there are forces going up. Yeah.
Sounds like you guys believe in gravity all of a sudden.
No, a bias.
Well, Kosho and I do.
No, but like the others as well, because they keep talking about downwards forces.
A bias,
Yeah,
mate. There is a downward.
And there's a lot of flat
Yes.
earthers that don't hold to a position that a downward bias exists. I think it's only this sort of meme that Nathan Oakley and QE have spread that try to debunk it. There's no need to debunk it. If you say we don't know what happens under the surface of a flat Earth, you could still have mass attracting mass causing a downwards pull. It doesn't mean orbits are real and blah blah blah. But there's no need to deny the existence of a downward bias, and yet mysteriously people for some reason do it. Because people have got in their head with a brainworm of gravity doesn't exist and it needs to not exist.
Well, even in the narrative, the electric forces are much more stronger, more powerful than gravity. So really, what we see around us is a function of electrical forces, not really even necessarily gravity.
That's true. Also the strong force is way stronger than gravity. Probably a lot of times stronger than gravity, to be honest with you. You can say everything is part of the strong force. But I think in reality, it's more of the domain. Like the strong force has a domain in which that strength is relevant, and electromagnetic force has a domain in which its strength is relevant, and same with gravity. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the strong force is a very short range of interaction. Doesn't exist outside of the area of a proton or a neutron, right?
Yeah, but our reality is made up of things that are very close together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but gravity, as Coach was saying, it's a weak force. So even if things are closer together, there would be other forces overpowering it. That's why it's very hard for us to even measure the force of gravity at these really small ranges, because these other forces just take over. They're too powerful. It's like trying to find a grain of rice on a beach. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the atomic structure isn't squashed because of gravity. It's not an oblate, atom, is it? It's an oblate spherical atom because of gravity or anything stupid. The forces are definitely way strong.
I don't know if it has an actual shape, if you could say it's a circle or something, but I agree it's not the way it is because of gravity.
So when can you measure this force of gravity?
And
our scale. The scale we live in.
The scales we live in. Yeah.
The scales we live on.
Yeah, we don't really play around in any atomic structure. Like there's atoms that make up everything, but we don't interact, with the atomic structure unless we're doing chemistry or something like that.
That's why you shouldn't trust atoms. They make up everything.
That's funny. That's good.
That's a good one.
Interesting.
It's one for you.
But I think at our scale,
you love a good pun.
At our scale, we're in between the electromagnetic and gravity domain, and things that are bigger, gravity has actually a much more dominant effect than electromagnetism.
So if I stand on a set of scales, Kosho, am I measuring gravity?
No, you're measuring your weight. The net weight.
So you're not in the rumpus camp where a scale is a gravity meter.
Like I said, you're measuring the net weight, and net weight is mostly gravity, but it could be buoyancy. There could be electromagnetism. There could be other things.
So it's partly
gravity.
It's mostly gravity. Okay. But I can easily overcome that gravity with that scale if I put that same. Well, if I put that same scale between my hands and press up against it, right? I can press up against it with X amount of force, right, and register the same sort of weight. Where is the gravity there?
That's not weight anymore. You're just measuring some force.
I'm measuring pressure. I'm measuring pressure, aren't I?
No, not really. You're just measuring some horizontal force.
I'm measuring
4
pressure.
hours later, he slips it back in.
That's what I'm measuring, Kosho. Pressure. 100%.
No, because if you applied the same amount of force onto a pinprick and put it on that scale, or you apply that same amount of force onto the entire surface of the scale, it would read the exact same thing. And that's because it's measuring force and not the pressure.
So if I put the same amount of force, yeah. So you're measuring pressure. You're pressing up against it, Kosho.
Yeah, I
That's
know,
what
but
you're doing.
that's not what pressure is.
Yeah, that's exactly what pressure
force.
is.
It's a
You-
force.
You won't move anything, Kosho, unless you apply pressure.
Yeah, but pressure in science means something specific. It just means a force applied to a specific area.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So you're not measuring gravity when you stand on a scale. You're just measuring pressure.
Well, it's a way to measure the gravity, but if you put the scale in some other direction, it's going to measure any force. Any force that acts on the scale is going to measure it.
Well, if I, like I said, put that same scale in between my hands and press up against it, where is the gravity? There's no gravity there whatsoever.
I've just responded to that.
I
So I'm saying it doesn't measure. It doesn't measure just gravity. You can use it to measure gravity when you put it on the ground and you stand on it, and it'll mostly be measuring gravity. But you could also put it on the ceiling and push upwards, or you could punch it even and measure an instantaneous force. It's a device that measures forces, and depending on how you use it, you're measuring different forces.
Well, I put it to you that all it does is measure pressure. That's all it does.
Well, I told you. I told you,
Is there
sir.
a way you define pressure different to how one might define a force that is meaningful or adds, clarity or specificity or something?
Oh, I've got it. Get
Okay,
this.
what? Go.
What do you reckon? What do you reckon is underneath the scales? Do you reckon it's a pressure sensor or a force sensor?
It's a force sensor.
Oh, come on. Fuck, it's got to be a pressure sensor for sure.
But I mean,
I'm just telling
if you just get into the semantics, like why is it important? Go on.
Or say if you have 1 pound and you put it on top of a chopstick, and you put that chopstick on top of a scale, and you just put 1 pound on top of a scale with a chopstick on top of it, they're going to measure the exact same force, and they're two totally different pressures. So
okay. Now you're talking about pressure per square inch, aren't you?
Well, that's what pressure is. It's a force per surface area.
It's pressure. Can I move something just with force alone without applying pressure to it?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, sure.
Really? Really?
Give him an example, Kosha. Give him an example.
You put a magnet on it, and then you could retract it or propel it. All sorts of stuff.
Oh, we've been down here. We've already debunked magnets.
We actually
What does changing it to
did-
pressure
did-
do,
did-
though,
did
Bandy?
debunk.
Like, what's the improvement on just calling it a force, which all of the physicists are already using?
I'm saying to move something, writing, you have to apply a pressure to it. You can't move something unless you apply pressure. Now, that pressure will have a different force behind it. It'll have a different force behind it, different strengths, all right, behind it, right? But on its own, the force won't move anything. You have to, it has to be in
It
conjunction
just sounds
with
like you
pressure.
switched the word that physicists use. Like, they would say for anything to move, for anything to accelerate, so to go from
he
state of
believes
rest to
in a
moving or
force.
otherwise, change vector, anything like that requires a force. It sounds like you're just saying the word I use when physicists say
No.
force, I prefer to say pressure. I'm saying, is this change at all advantageous or an improvement?
Believe in force. I believe in forces. I believe in forces. 100%. I believe in forces.
He just believes that the underlying mechanism is pressure. But Bansal, I don't remember what you
I
said
don't
when
understand the difference or the
when
improvement.
presented with magnetism. Where's the pressure being caused with magnets?
The magnetic field itself
Mm-hmm.
applies the pressure.
So if magnets come together, where's the pressure? Like what's
the magnetic field? The magnetic field itself
creates pressure
a high to low pressure field
on the inside or the outside?
Outside.
There we go.
Outside.
On the outside. So they're not pulling each other, attracting each other. They're being pushed towards each other.
Exactly right. Yeah.
Is that what you said, Benson? Okay. Yeah. So when you have different poles facing each other, you saying in the middle between them, this creates a low pressure region, and then on the outside, we all of a sudden have a high pressure region. And can we detect this pressure? Like if we put barometers there, we would get pressure differences?
It's not air pressure.
Yeah, exactly.
Air pressure.
What kind of pressure is this? Thermal pressure or